HP, Bad Intentions. Chapter 1. Emotional Treasure Box System, Blood Pressure Soaring System. Summon the Guardian Deity. A slightly blurry white bird flew out from Blake's fingertips. Then it hovered happily on the ceiling of the room. It's not that difficult to cast a spell without a staff. Blake mumbled as he rubbed his nose. All of this was like a dream. Blake was actually not from this world. When he first transmigrated, he found that he had become a baby, and he was abandoned at the gate of the orphanage. When he recovered from the shock of discovering that he had transmigrated, he accidentally found that this was the world of Harry Potter, just because of the person who left him at the gate of the orphanage. After putting him down, he took out a magic wand. Blake clearly heard the guy whisper an incantation. Phantom translocation. Then that guy disappeared, abandoned by a wizard. Then he was very likely to be a wizard. So, after Blake was picked up by the head of the orphanage, Madame Marion, he had been looking forward to it. Sure enough, when he was 5 years old, the magic riot came as expected. What surprised him was that it didn't take long. He was actually able to cast some ordinary incantations without a staff. Until now, he was trying to cast a high-level spell like the Guardian Charm. He actually succeeded on his first try, and it was casting without a staff. Even Blake himself felt that this kind of talent was a bit exaggerated. Therefore, Blake was also a little curious about his background. However, when he was rescued back then, he had been very careful. There was nothing on his body except for a metal plate, and there were only a few letters on the plate that looked like a name. And these letters were not complete. The second half seemed to have been smoothed out. Blake Green. Grin. As for what was behind Green, it couldn't be seen clearly. Madame Marion simply gave him the name on the metal plate. Blake Green. And this plate was also very strange, because even later, Blake was already very skilled in the repair spell. He couldn't successfully repair this plate at all. My talent is already so strong. If I have another system that transmigrators must have, then wouldn't I be flying? Unfortunately, Blake couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he was a transmigrator, but he had never awakened a system like Goldfinger. This had always made Blake feel a little regretful. However, at this moment, ding, keyword triggered, awakening the system for the host. Blake sat in his room in a daze, speechless for a moment. His system had never been awakened. It was because he had never said the keyword system? Ding, detected the host's current emotional state. Ding, the emotional treasure system is binding the host. Ding, system binding is successful. Blake hid in his room. It only took 5 minutes. He roughly understood the functions of the system. The emotional treasure system. As the name, that was, whenever Blake made others feel strong emotions because of him. Then, there was a possibility of obtaining a treasure chest. Treasure chests were divided into 5 grades: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and supreme. The emotions that could trigger the system included anger, excitement, happiness, and so on. Of course, not everyone's emotions would be able to obtain a treasure chest. To be exact, it was the greater the ability of the person to generate emotions and the stronger the emotion, then the higher the chance of getting the treasure chest. The quality of the treasure chest would also be higher. For example, if Blake angered Dumbledore and Neville at the same time, and let's assume that both of them had the same level of anger, then, Blake was very likely to get a high-quality treasure chest from Dumbledore. On Neville's side, there was a high possibility that there was no treasure chest. Even if there was, the quality wouldn't be as high as Dumbledore's, because the ability of these two people was very different. Strong emotions. People with outstanding ability. Blake muttered. Among all the emotions, the strongest and easiest to trigger should be anger. After all, angering a person was often much easier than pleasing a person. I understand. This should be the blood pressure soaring system. If that's the case, as long as it makes people's blood pressure rise. The corners of Blake's mouth curled up into a devilish smile. Blake. At this moment, Lady Marion's voice came from outside the door. What's wrong, Lady Marion? After Blake tidied up the room, he opened the door. Take this and buy some desserts for everyone, my dear. Take the rest as your pocket money. Lady Marion smiled and stuffed the money into Blake's hand. You don't have to give me money, Lady Marion. You know I have money. Hermione Granger walked with a cheerful gait, walking on a quiet path outside London. She happily put her hand into her pocket. His fingertips immediately came into contact with a thin and long wooden stick. It was a magic wand. Thinking of what happened in the past few days, she still couldn't believe it. A month ago, an owl came to their house. Then it brought her a letter. The letter said that she had been accepted by a school called Hogwarts School of Magic. But magic and whatnot were simply unimaginable, even though the way an owl sent a letter was very novel. But it still didn't change the Granger family's thoughts. It was just a mischievous idea. Until a few days ago, a serious lady who called herself Professor McGonagall knocked on their door, and turned one of her father's favorite vases into a cat. From then on, a door to a mysterious new world. It slowly opened in front of her. I didn't expect that I was a witch. I really hope September comes soon. At this moment, Hermione, who was in a good mood, suddenly saw a dessert shop not far away. She rarely ate sweets, because her father was a dentist. But now, it was okay to eat a little occasionally. Hermione, who was in a good mood, thought. She walked straight into the dessert shop. Hermione had just entered the door. She saw that there was already a boy in the shop. He was standing in front of the counter. His back was to her. His light blonde hair was slightly messy. Just as Hermione looked away, she was ready to look at the windows around her. It was time to choose some desserts for himself. The boy began to speak. Boss, this, and this. Oh, okay. Do you need anything else? The chubby boss looked at the small customer in front of him with a smile. No, I don't want any of these. Pack up the rest for me. Ah, what? The boss was dumbfounded. He thought the boy was joking. However, a stack of cash was already placed in front of him. Behind the boy, Hermione's eyes widened. Wasn't this too ridiculous? So many desserts. He wanted all of them. Could he finish it? Wait a minute. If he bought all of them, wouldn't I be? Can't buy it? Hermione looked at the few things that she didn't want. Well, those were all ordinary bread. Not dessert. This guy is so annoying. Blake was smiling as he enjoyed the boss's shocked expression. Ding. Shock emotion detected. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Failed to acquire treasure chest. What a pity, Blake secretly thought. Obviously, the boss's ability was not particularly outstanding. After all, the desserts he made did not taste particularly good. Therefore, the probability of obtaining the treasure chest was reduced. Just as Blake was feeling slightly regretful. Ding. Anger emotion detected. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 silver treasure chest. Anger emotion? Who is it? Blake turned around. Then, he saw a very cute girl. A little girl who was fuming with anger. Chapter 2. Hermione. Bastard. I'm furious. Blake glanced at her 2 slightly conspicuous front teeth. Then, he confirmed the source of the treasure chest reward. Hermione Granger. One of the 3 protagonists in the original work. As a straight-A student, Hermione was a genius. She was indeed outstanding. No wonder she could drop a treasure chest. At this moment, the notification sounded again. Ding. A combination of anger and grievance has been detected. Ding. Extracting a treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. Hiss. He heard the system notification again. Blake immediately became excited. Hermione was really a very good person to get rewards. In just a short minute, she actually gave him 2 silver treasure chests in a row. He had spent so much money just now. He didn't get any quality treasure chest from the fat boss. However, he was satisfied with the treasure chest reward. But, he seemed to have offended his future classmate because of this? But what did it matter? This was a treasure chest. Hermione indeed felt angry again. There was even an additional layer of grievance compared to before, because she sensitively felt Blake's gaze on her 2 front teeth. Then, he actually laughed. She didn't know why Blake laughed. It was because he saw that she was Hermione Granger, and it was also because he got a treasure chest. In Hermione's eyes, Blake's laughter at that time was really too heart-wrenching. It was just like those little boys who laughed at her before. Front teeth. That was the thing she cared about the most. This guy must be laughing at me in his heart. What's wrong with having bigger front teeth? Angry. Grievance. Although this bastard was handsome, but he was no different from those boys who laughed at her before. Bastard. I'm so angry. However, after all, there was no law that said that one couldn't buy all the desserts in a shop in one go. Of course, there was no law against looking at other people's front teeth. Therefore, Hermione could only suppress her anger. She snorted. She was about to turn around and leave. It's fine if I don't buy it, right? Now you can laugh at me. I don't care at all. I'm a witch. And you are just a muggle. She thought so. Hermione felt a little better after hearing that. Blake saw that Hermione wanted to leave. He immediately chased after her. What a joke. This was a walking treasure chest respawner. Such a useful tool. Cough cough. He was a good classmate. How could Blake let her go so easily? At the very least, they should get to know each other. September was still far away. Perhaps after they got to know each other. During this period of time, he could also look for her to grind for treasure chests. I'm sorry. I have to apologize to you. Because I bought all the desserts in the shop. As a result, you didn't get the dessert you wanted. Blake said as he ran to Hermione. Oh, it's nothing. You came before me. Hermione tried to make an indifferent expression. She responded politely. Of course, the little girl's clumsy acting skills couldn't fool Blake at all. She clearly cared about it very much. Cough cough. In fact, I'm not the only one who will eat these desserts. There are more people in our orphanage, so I had to buy so many. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. Blake explained. You're an orphan. Oh, sorry, Hermione felt flustered by her rudeness. It's nothing. Blake shook his head. He meant that he didn't care if others said that he was an orphan. Because this was indeed the truth. At this moment, Hermione was no longer so angry. On the contrary, there was a trace of guilt. Because she didn't expect this boy to buy so many desserts. It turned out that he wanted to buy them for the children in the orphanage. As for the boy looking at her front teeth, she felt that she did mean to vent her anger on others. Hermione actually knew it herself. Her front teeth were very conspicuous. It was impossible for others not to see them. Perhaps, he didn't mean to laugh at her. She was just overthinking it. Thinking of this, Hermione's anger had almost calmed down. It's okay. I can go to other dessert shops to buy it. Hermione said calmly. The nearest dessert shop is far from here. Actually, I can give my share to you. Blake said with a smile. Give it to me? Hermione didn't react for a moment. Yes. In fact, I don't like desserts very much. Blake picked up a strawberry cake and handed it to Hermione. This is for you. I think you'll like it, Blake said. Oh. Hermione took the strawberry cake. She was a little surprised. How did he know that she liked strawberry cake? Of course, Hermione didn't know. When she left just now, she looked at the strawberry cake reluctantly. Blake had already sensed it. Then, okay. Hermione thought about it. She felt that it was good. The second dessert shop seemed to be quite far from here, since Blake gave it to her. Thank you. Hermione took the strawberry cake and thanked him. Now, she was no longer angry. On the contrary, she was a little grateful to Blake. Of course, all of this was temporary. Just as she turned around and was about to leave, Blake stopped her again. Well, I gave my strawberry cake to you, so £2.80, please. Oh, you can just give it to me. After all, I've already bought this cake from the shop owner. Hermione looked at Blake's outstretched hand and her eyes widened. For a moment, she thought that she had misheard. This guy, didn't he mean to treat her to it? And he wanted her to pay? She suddenly remembered. Blake had always said that he would give it to her, and not treat her to it. In other words, she thought that Blake would treat her to dessert. It was just her wishful thinking. Hermione's mood immediately became bad. She was angry and embarrassed. Girls at this age were the most prideful. How could she stand this level of embarrassment? Hermione's voice began to tremble. Blake saw the change in Hermione's expression. His heart flashed with a hint of joy at the success of his scheme. Thus, he did not hesitate to add another stab. Don't tell me. You think I'm treating you to a meal? Ahem. Then I'll treat you. Sigh. At most, I'll be scolded by Madame Marion when I get back. Blake spoke with sincerity. Hermione was unable to parry at all. No. I have money. Wait. Hermione frantically took out all the money in his pocket. He didn't even count them before stuffing them into Blake's hands. Then, she ran away with the cake. Blake noticed. The little girl ran out of the shop. Even the tips of her ears turned red. You gave me too much. That cake isn't worth that much. Blake shouted from behind. Hermione didn't seem to hear him. She dashed out of the shop as if she was flying. Ding. Extremely awkward emotions were detected. Ding. Currently drawing the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. Blake looked at the 10 pounds of money in his hand. Well, I'll return it to her when I have the chance in the future. Blake felt that he still had a lot of professional ethics. He only wanted the treasure chest. Pounds or something. It was just a worldly possession. He would let poor Hermione go today. After all, he couldn't catch a sheep and take its wool. Blake turned around complacently. Then, he saw the boss's surprised expression. It was obvious that Blake's move just now had shocked him quite a bit. Help me pack it up, Blake said. He took out a bill from Hermione's money and handed it to the boss as the packing fee. Then, he picked up a dessert. He took a bite of it happily. He didn't like sweets? How was that possible? Blake ate the dessert while waiting for the boss to pack it up. His gaze landed on the 3 shiny silver treasure chests in the system space. Then, he muttered hopefully. System. I want to open the treasure chests. Chapter 3. Hermione is such a treasure girl. Ding. Detected that the host has 3 silver treasure chests. Ding. Does the host confirm to open them? Yes, open the treasure chests, Blake said silently. Ding. Opening the first silver treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eidetic memory talent. Ding. The host's memory has been greatly improved. Blake stopped eating his dessert. Just as the system's notification stopped, Blake's eyes lit up. He felt as if his brain had been splashed with cold water. Then, all the dregs in his brain seemed to have been washed clean, and he could clearly feel that his memory had become extremely terrifying. Let's not talk about the distant past. It was Hermione, whom he had just met. Now, he only needed to recall. It was as if he could immediately see the scene just now. Hermione's clothes and appearance. Even how much acne there was on her face. He remembered it all clearly, pushing it forward. Even the things that he had forgotten many years ago. But now, he suddenly remembered everything. He even remembered everything from his previous life clearly. And Blake was pleasantly surprised. Even though there were so many memories in his mind. But he still didn't feel any dizziness. It seemed that all the memories would automatically appear when Blake needed to recall them. Therefore, it wouldn't make Blake's brain explode. It was just a silver treasure chest that could give him such a useful talent. This made Blake ecstatic. Moreover, there were such treasure chests. He still had 2 more. Blake's heart was filled with anticipation for this. Blake took another bite of dessert. Then, he urged the system to open the second silver treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade Brainiac talent. Ding. The host's comprehension ability has been greatly improved. Brainiac talent? Comprehension ability? Blake was thinking. Would this ability overlap with the eidetic memory talent? Suddenly, He felt as if his brain had been electrocuted. It was numb. After that, he understood the meaning of the Brainiac talent. This talent did not overlap with the eidetic memory talent. On the contrary, they were an excellent combination. The eidetic memory talent provided an unparalleled memory. As for the top-grade Brainiac talent, however, it could allow Blake to obtain an extremely strong comprehension ability. Simply put, it was knowledge, no matter how difficult it was. Now that he could understand everything with just a little bit, his learning ability would be greatly improved. Blake was so excited that he finished the dessert in 2 bites. Hermione was truly a top student. It was a treasure chest that she had dropped. All of them actually gave out rewards related to top students. Blake came to a realization. It was a reward from the treasure chest. It seemed to be inextricably linked to the person who dropped the treasure chest. Not far away, the shop owner was diligently packing. From time to time, he would steal a glance at Blake, who was giggling to himself. Of course, Blake, who had gained a lot, did not care about other people's opinions. The reward from the second silver treasure chest also made Blake happy. Hermione is such a treasure girl. Blake couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Of course, the treasure was what he was talking about. It was truly a treasure trove. The drop rate of the treasure chests she dropped was too high. Of course, the probability of her dropping treasure chests was also extremely high. At the same time, Blake urged the system to open the third silver treasure chest. The system carried out Blake's order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the book, Beginner Transfiguration Mastery. Blake's smile suddenly disappeared. A book. It was not that the book was bad. But, compared to the previous 2 rewards, this seemed to be a bit lacking. Just when Blake felt that something was wrong, suddenly, he felt that there was a lot of knowledge in his mind. This is... Blake opened his eyes wide in excitement. He actually completely grasped all the knowledge in this book, Beginner Transfiguration Mastery, in an instant. Blake felt that his transfiguration mastery had been greatly improved, because previously, he had relied on the memories of his previous life to train his magic. However, the transfiguration mastery spell did not have a clear incantation. Therefore, he could only fumble around and research on his own. His transfiguration mastery also progressed slowly because of this. There were some areas that he did not understand. Because there was no teacher, he could only put it aside temporarily. But now it was just a moment. He had completely mastered it. The areas that he did not understand before were suddenly clear. At this moment, Blake wanted to immediately find a place where no one was around. He wanted to properly practice his newly mastered transfiguration mastery. Blake turned his head and saw the shop owner who was still sweating profusely as he packed the desserts. He was somewhat impatient. Can you help me send these desserts to Marion Orphanage? I might not be able to carry them by myself. The shop owner smiled and replied, Of course you can. Blake directly bought all the desserts in his shop. Therefore, even if he did not originally want to deliver them, now, he could deliver them to his doorstep. Moreover, Blake was just a child. He really could not carry so many desserts. I will use my minivan to help you send them over, the shop owner added. Blake thanked the shop owner. Then, he impatiently ran out of the shop. He had to find a place where no one was around to properly test out his transfiguration mastery. How could I take it for granted that he would treat me to cake? Ah! That guy is also wrong. You clearly know that I misunderstood. Why did you say it out loud? Do you never look at the situation when you speak? In a secluded bush by the roadside, Hermione's entire body was curled up into a ball. She squatted under a small tree. She kept muttering in a low voice. Because Blake fanned the flames just now, it caused a very small misunderstanding. It became extremely awkward. Therefore, she had to find a place to calm down. Okay, Hermione, don't think about this anymore. Forget it immediately. He is a muggle. Soon, you will never have a chance to see him again. So, cheer up, Hermione. Hermione forced herself to forget what had just happened. Then, she saw the strawberry cake in her hand. How can I forget? It's too embarrassing. Hermione looked at the strawberry cake in her hand with a sad face. She wanted to throw it away, but she was a little reluctant. Bang! Just as Hermione was feeling conflicted, suddenly, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from afar. What followed was a slightly familiar cry of surprise. This made Hermione temporarily forget her awkward emotions. She curiously looked in the direction of the sound. The place where the sound came from didn't seem to be too far away from her. It could only be said that Hermione was indeed a born Gryffindor. Therefore, after hearing the strange sound, she didn't choose to leave. Instead, she slowly moved in that direction. Chapter 4. Keywords? In a secluded forest, Blake sat silently under a small tree. On the ground in front of him, there was a green viper coiled around it. The viper stuck out its tongue. It stared at Blake warily. Blake hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked at the ferocious snake head. He stretched out his right hand. Whoosh! As expected, the small viper scuttled up. It bit the back of Blake's hand fiercely. Blake only frowned slightly. He didn't panic. Instead, he stretched out his left hand. He gently stroked the head of the viper that was biting his right hand. The next second, the viper opened its mouth obediently. His originally tyrannical eyes also softened. Blake stretched out his left hand toward the viper. The viper immediately climbed onto Blake's left hand from the ground. It coiled docilely on his left hand. Then the viper changed. It changed from the original viper to a withered branch. Yes, This viper was transformed by Blake with the transformation spell. Just now, it was just a small experiment of his. The experiment proved, if the animal transformed by the transformation spell was not controlled, it would still maintain the wildness of a beast. But if it was controlled, it would listen to the orders of the caster. However, Blake discovered, this viper was not poisonous. Maybe it's because my transformation spell is only at the elementary level? Blake looked at the withered branch in his left hand with a little excitement. In the next second, the withered tree branch turned into a shining sword. He didn't expect that it was only at the elementary level of the transformation spell. It could be done to this extent. It was as if as long as he willed it, the thing in his hand could become anything he imagined. Blake quickly fell in love with this feeling. However, waves of tingling pain came from his right hand. It interrupted his practice. Although the viper transformed by the transformation spell was not poisonous, but the poisonous fangs still bit his right hand. Dark red blood slowly flowed out. Blake had to put the branch on the other side. Then, he stretched out his left hand and pointed at the wound on the back of his hand. Return to normal. Blake chanted the spell softly. The wound on his right hand was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blake watched the scene with a smile. It was such a magical scene. No matter how many times he saw it, they all felt that it was magical. As the wound healed, Blake picked a leaf and wiped the blood off the back of his hand. Then, he casually threw it on the ground. He turned around and continued to study the transfiguration spell. A breeze blew through the forest. The blood-stained leaves swayed in the breeze. He gradually drifted into the depths of the forest. Before long, while Blake was happily practicing his shape-shifting, a strange sound suddenly came from the depths of the forest. It was the roar of some kind of predator. Blake immediately stopped warily. He frowned and looked into the depths of the forest. Although it was a little dark there, Blake couldn't see clearly, but he was keenly aware that something was staring at him from there. Blake felt a sense of danger looming over him. Dong, dong, boom. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came closer and closer. It seemed that something was pouncing over. But Blake, who was on guard, was surprised to find that there was nothing in front of him. Just when Blake was surprised, he suddenly saw footprints appearing out of thin air on the ground. This thing was invisible. Blake yelled. He threw himself to the side. Boom. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from behind Blake. If he didn't dodge just now, then he would definitely be pounced on by this thing. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Blake quickly got up. He stared at the deep pit on the ground. At this moment, it was as if a transparent curtain was slowly being lifted in the air. A monster appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was a strange creature with silver-white hair. It looked a little like a skinny bear, but it was very tall, and it walked upright like an ape. It looked at Blake with greedy eyes, as if it saw a roasted fat chicken. The monster only appeared for a moment. Then, it disappeared from Blake's sight again. This guy was invisible again. At this moment, Blake realized he was attacked by a magical animal. Blake remembered the blood-stained leaves that he had thrown away. He immediately understood where this monster came from. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy footsteps sounded again. Obviously, that thing was pouncing on him again. However, Blake did not panic. He stretched out both his hands. The magic power that he had prepared for a long time gushed out. The next second, the trees on both sides suddenly bent. Countless branches quickly turned into vines. Then, they formed a net in front of Blake at an extremely fast speed. Shwa! Sure enough, that thing directly broke into the net. An angry roar came from the net formed by the vines. At the same time, the huge net made a sound that made Blake uneasy. Pa, pa, pa. That was the sound of the vines breaking. The net formed by the vines. It was impossible to completely trap this monster with infinite strength. However, it was enough to slow down its speed. As long as there were enough vines to form a big net, it would give Blake more precious time to escape. It was not that Blake was willing to escape. It was because Blake was still young, although his skills were enough. But the magic power in his body was not enough to let him defeat such a magical animal. If only I had a little more magic power, Blake thought helplessly. But the movement of his hands did not stop at all. The surrounding trees began to shake violently. Countless branches turned into vines. Then, he quickly climbed down toward the bundle of vines. The thing that was crazily struggling wrapped itself around him. At the same time, Blake felt that his body was rapidly weakening. Magic power was generally related to a wizard's physical strength. Blake felt the changes in his body. It was a sign of a large consumption of magic power. Blake did not dare to neglect. When he saw that countless vines had already wrapped the monster like a dumpling, he immediately turned around decisively and ran away. However, he met an unexpected person at the edge of the forest. Hermione was stunned as she looked at the thing that was completely wrapped by vines not far away. The dumpling that was constantly struggling and roaring. What happened? Hermione did not finish her sentence. She saw Blake running in front of her. Run if you don't want to die. There's a big tiger there, Blake shouted as he ran. Hermione froze for a moment. Tiger? How can there be a tiger in this place? But when she saw Blake's burning butt, it did not seem like he was lying. So, she involuntarily ran with Blake. What the hell is going on? Due to the haste of the incident, Hermione did not see clearly whether the thing tied under the vines was a tiger or something else. But that angry roar was not from an ordinary beast. even if it was not a tiger. It was also a ferocious beast. Therefore, Hermione did not run slowly at all. But she had a lot of doubts in her heart. Let's not talk about what that thing was for the time being. Why did Blake appear in the small forest? And what was going on with those vines? Even if there was a tiger. Then how did the tiger get entangled by the vines? After Blake found that Hermione was following him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He deliberately said that it was a tiger. It was nothing more than wanting Hermione to run away quickly. Otherwise, if she curiously went up to take a look, then she would definitely become that monster's snack. Such a good tool. Good classmate. It would be a pity if she died like this. Blake thought of his system. He could not help but mutter to himself. What a pity. If there was some kind of novice gift pack or something. Maybe I would have a trump card to deal with this monster. But now, obviously, the system did not have a novice gift pack. Therefore, Blake decided to develop wretchedly and not be reckless for the time being. He would get back at her later. Just as Blake was thinking about this. Ding. The system detected the keyword, novice gift pack. Ding. The system has issued a novice gift pack. Ding. Host, do you want to open it now? Blake almost staggered. It was the same as when the system was awakened. He did not have a novice gift pack. Was it because he did not say the keyword? System. Did you forget to send me the user manual? Blake decided in his heart. When he went back, he would King say all the keywords about Goldfinger. Chapter 5. Reasonable. In the circular office. It was filled with all kinds of interesting and exquisite silverware. One with a long white beard. The old man with half-moon glasses was sitting behind the desk. He was holding a quill and writing something. On a shelf behind him, a beautiful red bird was squatting there lazily and taking a nap. Suddenly, the big bird opened its eyes and cried out in panic. The old man stopped writing. He turned his head and looked at the big bird. Fox? What's wrong? He had been with Fox for so many years, but he had never seen it so panicked. Fox flew around the ceiling and cried anxiously. The old man frowned and stood up. Are you taking me somewhere? Well, I've never seen you so anxious, Fox. With that, the old man reached out his right hand and grabbed Fox's beautiful long tail. With a flash of fire, the man and the bird disappeared from the office. Open the novice gift pack. At this time, Blake did not stop. While running, he asked the system to open the novice gift pack. After all, the things in the novice gift pack. Maybe it could be of help to the current Blake. Hey, did you hear me? Hermione's voice came from behind Blake. But at this moment, Blake's attention was on the novice gift pack. He had no time to pay attention to Hermione. You bastard! Hermione shouted angrily. In Blake's mind, the system's voice continued to sound. Ding. The novice gift pack is being opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the beginner brain seal technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the beginner mind seal technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gandalf template. Ding. Would the host like to apply the template? Gandalf template? Blake directly skipped the brain seal technique and the mind seal technique. He focused on the Gandalf template directly. The first two were also very good. But it was of no help to the current situation. However, the Gandalf template. It seemed to be very powerful. Is it Gandalf the White or Gandalf the Grey? However, no matter which one it was, it would definitely be of great help to the current situation. System. I want to use the template. Blake muttered in his heart. Ding. The Gandalf template is being applied. Ding. Template successfully applied. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the huge improvement in strength and mana adaptability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for strengthening the illumination spell and fire spell. Blake almost stumbled again. Increase in strength? Illumination spells and fire spells are strengthened? System, are you serious? However, Gandalf did seem to be a close combat mage. After the system gave out the rewards, once again, it vanished without a trace. It didn't answer Blake's question. Blake cursed in his heart. However, the huge improvement brought about by the physical body. He was still overjoyed. Blake touched the slightly exaggerated biceps on his arm and the tendons on his body. All right. I'm an adept. Isn't it reasonable for me to be a little muscular? He carefully experienced the tremendous power that appeared out of nowhere in his body. Then he slowly stopped in his tracks. Physical strength and mana were related to each other to a certain extent. So, even though the system didn't prompt. But now his mana. It was the same as the physical strength. It had received a huge improvement. Even the feeling of weakness caused by the excessive consumption of mana just now. It was also swept away. The most important thing was the mana adaptability, which had also been improved. If it was before when Blake was practicing magic, he still felt obscure when he was casting spells without a staff. Then now, Blake carefully felt the mana in his body. He immediately felt what was called true smoothness. Blake, who had sufficient mana and could use it like an arm and a finger. There was no need to run away anymore. Now, he had enough confidence to kill that monster, even if it was only the most basic transformation spell. Why aren't you running again? Hermione saw Blake suddenly stop in his tracks. She couldn't help but stop as well. She was panting heavily. She looked at Blake with a puzzled face. She didn't know what this guy was doing. He was the one who ran away just now. Now he was the one who inexplicably stopped running. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar again. Obviously, That guy had broken free from his restraints. Hermione's little face turned pale, although she didn't quite believe that it was a tiger. But from the sound, that thing might be even more ferocious than a tiger. That cry was too horrifying. Just listening to it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. How did you provoke such a terrifying thing? Hermione's voice was trembling. I accidentally hurt myself just now and bled a little. You mean, the smell of blood attracted it over? Then what is it? Hermione listened to the roar in the distance. She couldn't wait to continue running away. But she didn't know why. Blake didn't have the intention to run away from just now. At this moment, Blake was also thinking about what that monster was. Thanks to his powerful memory now. Even if it was the information he had read in his previous life. Even now, he still remembered it clearly. All kinds of magical animals that he had read in his previous life flashed through his mind one by one. Finally, he locked onto a piece of information in his mind. A hidden monster. A kind of nocturnal creature. A monster that lived in the forest. It fed on humanoid creatures. It had the ability to turn invisible. It was very tall and had silver white hair. It was like a bear that walked upright. Only wizards could survive the ambush of a stealth monster. If it was a muggle, they could only become its food. It's a hidden monster, Blake muttered. What did you say? Hermione didn't hear what Blake said clearly. I said, you might not be able to run now, Blake said. What? But... Boom! A large pit appeared in the open space 5 meters in front of the two of them without any warning. What happened? Hermione looked at the large pit in front of her in horror. There was nothing at all. Why would there be a large pit? Blake glanced at Hermione with slight pity. This degree of fear. Unfortunately, it wasn't caused by him. Otherwise, he would most likely get another treasure chest. If there was a chance in the future. Should he think of a way to scare her? This is a monster that can turn invisible. I don't know what it is. Blake didn't tell the truth. Because he was a child from an orphanage. He shouldn't know what a hidden monster was. Moreover, because Hermione was next to him, he couldn't use other offensive spells. It was the same logic. A muggle who had never come into contact with the world of magic. He shouldn't know those spells. However, transfiguration was an exception. This was because there was no exact incantation for transfiguration. Any minor wizard who had caused a magical riot, there was a chance that he would accidentally use the shape-shifting ability. Blake took a deep breath. He was ready to make his move. However, Hermione suddenly stood in front of him. Leave now. Let me deal with this monster. Huh. Blake looked at Hermione, who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was dumbfounded. Hiss. Did he get the wrong script? Wait. Blake wanted to say something. However, Hermione interrupted him again. You don't understand. This is a magical animal. You are a muggle. Muggles have no way of dealing with this kind of creature. I am. That's why I can deal with it. Blake keenly noticed. Hermione was stubborn, but her calves were trembling. Meanwhile, Blake noticed a slender wooden stick in Hermione's hand. One. You can't deal with it, Blake said softly. Let me deal with it. What can a muggle like you do? Leave now. I don't know how long I can hold it off. Hermione trembled as she raised her wand. She pointed to an empty place in front of her. That hidden monster seemed to have suffered a loss at the hands of a wizard. Therefore, when it saw the wand in Hermione's hand, it decisively stopped its action of pouncing over. However, Hermione was just a rookie who had yet to enter school. Even though she had read a lot of books about the magical world, she had even memorized the textbooks. However, what offensive spells could be recorded in a first-year textbook? Hermione raised her wand and thought for a long time, but she couldn't think of a spell suitable for the current situation. However, she thought of a lot of daily spells. Then, one person and one monster fell into a strange confrontation. Blake shook his head. What was going on? Suddenly, Blake decisively pushed Hermione. Hermione, who was already nervous, was suddenly pushed by Blake. She immediately fell to the ground beside her. Chapter 6. Hermione's Shock. Hey, you! Just as Hermione was about to angrily ask Blake why he had pushed her, smoke and dust suddenly flew up from where she had been standing. It was as if something had rushed over. Hermione looked at Blake with fear lingering in her heart. Her original anger was immediately drowned by fear. If Blake hadn't pushed her, she wouldn't have. Then she might have been sent flying by that monster. Tisk! Blake looked in the direction that the hidden monster had rushed over in dissatisfaction. Hermione was originally angry at him for pushing her. But the system did not have time to draw the treasure chest. Hermione's emotions turned into fear of the hidden monster. The treasure chest failed. Let me do it, Blake said calmly. But, you're a muggle, how can you deal with that kind of monster? I don't know what you mean by muggle, but I can deal with it. Hermione still wanted to say something, but in the next second, her eyes widened once again. Under Hermione's shocked gaze, countless sand and dust slowly floated up. Furthermore, all of them were surrounding Blake. You're a wizard too? Ding. The system has detected a shocked emotion. Ding. Failed to draw the treasure chest. Blake looked at Hermione with a strange gaze. He seemed to be full of doubts about the title, wizard. Hermione felt a little strange. He doesn't know what a wizard is? Could it be he's the same as me and doesn't know that he's a wizard? Actually, Hermione did not know. Blake's strange gaze was not because he was doubtful about the title, wizard, but because He was doubtful that Hermione did not drop anything this time. Rubbish system. After that, Blake no longer paid attention to Hermione. He wholeheartedly dealt with the hidden monster. Scatter, Blake said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the dust immediately scattered in all directions. Hermione was puzzled, even if Blake was also a wizard. But logically speaking, he should be about the same as her. How could he deal with such a monster? Furthermore, even if he could make the dust float up, what was the use of that? Could it be that the monster was a clean freak who was afraid of dust? You don't dare to come after seeing the dust? Just as Hermione's imagination was running wild, the answer was quietly revealed, as the dust dissipated in all directions. 5 meters in front of Blake, the dust condensed into the vague outline of a monster in the air. Got you, Blake said excitedly. When the sand touched the hidden monster's body, Blake's magic power was firmly stuck on its body. Dust stuck to the invisible monster's body. Therefore, the stealth skill of the stealthy monster was rendered ineffective. Hermione looked at the outline of the monster in surprise. Using dust to make the monster appear? So, magic can be used in this way? At this moment, Hermione finally understood why Blake had scattered the dust. But, what kind of spell is this? Hermione thought back to his textbook. There was no spell that could make the dust stick to the monster's body, because of a lot of dust in the face. The hidden monster sneezed twice in a row. It stared at Blake angrily. Obviously, it was against Blake's trick. It was very angry. Boom! The hidden monster pounced over again. Because of the dust, Hermione could also clearly see the monster's movements. It was pouncing at Blake quickly. That kind of speed. If Blake didn't dodge, he would definitely be pounced on. In that case, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Dodge quickly, Hermione reminded him anxiously. However, Blake still stood motionless in the same place. He gently raised his right hand. Rise! As soon as he finished speaking, crack! On the path that the hidden monster had to pass through. Suddenly, dozens of sharp and tough thick earth thorns rose up. The hidden monster was caught off guard and had no time to react. It stepped on it with one foot. Roar! A scream resounded through the sky. The hidden monster's right foot was pierced through. This was intense pain. It completely distracted the hidden monster's attention. Even the stealth skill that had been maintained could not be maintained. This. Hermione sat on the ground on one side. He stared at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. He even forgot to get up. Just now, he thought that Blake had been scared silly. But he didn't expect. He just gently raised his hand. He let that monster suffer such heavy injuries. But what kind of magic is this? Hermione muttered to himself. At the same time, the hidden monster's ferocious face. It was also completely exposed in front of Blake and Hermione's eyes. Hermione looked at the ferocious-looking monster in horror. She felt an unprecedented sense of fear in her heart. No matter how brave she was only an 11-year-old child after all. Naturally, her mentality could not be compared to that of an old fox like Blake. The concealment monster pulled out the earth spike from its foot. It stood up with a limp. From this moment on, the speed that it was proud of. It was also broken by Blake. Blake looked at the concealment monster with an indifferent expression. He had expected this scene. He ran away previously because he did not have enough magic power. In the absence of magic power, even if he conjured the earth spike, it was not hard enough to pierce through the foot of the concealment monster. That was why he chose to run away. But now, his magic power had increased tremendously, and his magic power adaptability had also increased. The earth spike that he conjured with his transformation skill, only then was it hard enough to hurt the concealment monster. The concealment monster stared at Blake. At this moment, it was not only angry, but it was also fearful. This kind of magical animal generally had a high level of intelligence. It originally thought that the 2 human cubs in front of it were rookies. But now, it had completely changed its mind. Therefore, it already had the thought of retreating. But it was very unwilling. Moreover, those were just 2 human cubs. How could they hurt it? Thinking about it carefully, its injury just now, it was completely because of its carelessness. It was because it accidentally stepped on the earth spike. This was its bad luck. It did not mean that the human cub was powerful. The more the concealment monster thought about it, the more it felt that this idea was right. Therefore, its fearful thoughts began to gradually fade. Blake saw the concealment monster's eyes become violent again. He could not help but sigh. Do you have to die? Rumble. The concealment monster pounced over again. But this time, it paid more attention to the ground. This time, it would definitely not step on the spikes again. Although the stealth monster's foot was injured, his speed had slowed down considerably. But the momentum was still ferocious. Hermione looked at the monster in horror. He didn't expect it to be so badly injured. He could still attack. The monster was about to reach Blake. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, a huge rock by the side of the road suddenly turned into a rough stone lion. The stone lion suddenly pounced forward. The stealth monster, which had focused its attention on the ground, was pinned under its body. Roar! The angry stealth monster struggled. However, the stone lion was extremely heavy. This pounce had broken at least a few of its bones. What was even more frightening was crack. Although the stone lion looked rough, it was still a stone lion. However, the necessary equipment was not lacking at all. It opened its huge mouth. Its sharp fangs bit down on the neck of the hidden monster. Roar! The hidden monster screamed miserably. For the first time, despair appeared in its eyes. It could only be said that this hidden monster had once again fallen into Blake's trap. Originally, it was the stone lion that had been hastily created using the transfiguration spell. Even if the hidden monster was injured, its speed couldn't catch up to the hidden monster. Not to mention that it happened to throw it to the ground. However, the hidden monster's attention was all on guard against the thorns on the ground. Why would it pay special attention to a rock by the side of the road? Therefore, just like that, the stone lion's plot succeeded so easily. Hermione watched this scene. Her face was full of disbelief. Is this the transfiguration spell? Professor McGonagall had once demonstrated this kind of magic in front of her family. Didn't the professor say that this was a very advanced magic? Was it very difficult to learn? Why did this boy, who was about her age, know it too? And he was so skillful. Could it be that he was actually a child from a wizard family? Hermione looked at Blake in shock. Ding. Detected shock. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. After Blake, who was confident of winning, heard the system prompt, a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A gold treasure chest. This was the first time a treasure chest of this quality had appeared, and Hermione's drop rate was already so high. Then in the future, Dumbledore or something. Wouldn't it take off? Thinking of this, Blake's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Chapter 7. Shocking Dumbledore. The invisible monster over there was still struggling. However, the stone lion was pressing down on its body, and it was biting its neck tightly and refusing to let go. Dark red blood slowly flowed out from the invisible monster's neck. As the blood flowed out, the invisible monster's struggling movements became weaker and weaker. Blake knew. This invisible monster was dead for sure. He sighed. He turned around and extended his right hand to Hermione. Hermione stared at him blankly. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She held Blake's hand with a red face. She was pulled to her feet by him. There was no other way. What had just happened was simply too shocking. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. No matter if it was a ferocious monster, or Blake's skillful transformation spell, it brought her an unparalleled visual impact. Blake felt that he had infinite strength now. When he pulled Hermione up, he felt that Hermione was as light as a feather and weightless. Blake pinched his arm a little worriedly. He was only 11 years old. If someone saw his body full of muscles, would there be a little 100 million weird? But fortunately, Blake found out. It seemed that as long as he didn't use his full strength, those tendons and muscles would disappear, hidden away. Well, thank you. Hermione, who had come back to her senses, spoke first. You're welcome. Blake shook his head. Hermione was silent for a moment. Then she said, I didn't expect you to be a wizard too. Wizard? What wizard? Blake pretended not to understand. Hermione could only tell him what she knew. He told Blake everything about the wizarding world. So, the superpower that I awakened since I was young is actually magic. In order to avoid trouble, Blake still pretended that this was the first time he had heard about the wizarding world. At this moment, Hermione suddenly remembered something. That was, although she and this boy had experienced a thrilling adventure, it was still not enough. They didn't even know each other's names. My name is Hermione. Hermione Granger. Hermione introduced herself. Blake smiled. Of course, he already knew that she was Hermione. Blake pulled the tag off his neck. He flashed the letters to Hermione. My name is Blake. Blake Green. I got my name from this sign. Hermione looked curiously at the sign that Blake showed. Then he asked curiously, is your surname Green for short? What? No. Blake was slightly taken aback. Hermione pointed at the name tag in Blake's hand. It clearly says Grindelwald. What? Blake was shocked. He quickly picked up the sign and glanced at it. With just a glance, he was stunned. Unknowingly, the originally incomplete letters on the sign had been replaced. It was actually completely replenished. The missing letters should have been Blake Grin. But now, it had become Blake Grindelwald. The current Hermione might not know what Grindelwald represented, but Blake was a transmigrator. Of course, he knew what this surname represented. I don't have anything to do with that man, do I? Blake thought of the wizard who abandoned him, whose face he couldn't see clearly. But this wasn't the right era. At that time, wasn't that man already locked up in Newmungard for decades? You don't know your surname? Hermione asked curiously. Originally, this sign was incomplete. The letters behind it weren't. That's why I always thought my name was Blake Green. I don't know why, but it was suddenly repaired. There was nothing to hide. So, Blake briefly explained to Hermione. Could it be that you accidentally used some repair spell just now? Hermione stared at the sign in Blake's hand. There was a hint of excitement in her tone. I've seen a spell in a book that can repair things. I still remember the spell of this type. I even tried it at home. Blake was about to speak. Suddenly, a dazzling flame flashed not far away. Blake and Hermione were both startled by the sudden burst of fire. They looked at the place where the flame flashed. Then, they saw an old man with a long white beard, and a beautiful big red bird squatting on his hand. Blake couldn't help but widen his eyes. Such an iconic shape and combination. Of course, he recognized it at a glance. Dumbledore and his Phoenix Fox? Why would they appear in this place? A lot of questions flashed through Blake's mind. And Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of closeness when I see him? Oh, I know who he is. Hermione was so excited that his voice trembled a little. He is the principal of Hogwarts Academy of Magic and Magic, Albus Dumbledore. It's the Academy of Magic that I told you about just now. I've seen his picture in a book. Dumbledore had just appeared. He noticed the two children standing not far away. It was because of Fawkes's strange behavior. That was why he followed Fawkes's phantom shift and left Hogwarts. He didn't know where Fawkes would bring him. Now it seemed. Fawkes seemed to have brought him to meet these two children. Dumbledore soon noticed the mess at the scene. His gaze moved from the dying stealth monster to the stone lion, and swept across the remaining earth spikes on the ground. Although Dumbledore had not fought much in recent years, however, his combat experience was extremely rich. Therefore, the scene was messy, but he only glanced around. He roughly understood the entire process of the battle. Dumbledore recognized the stealth monster. He also knew the habits of this monster. Therefore, it should be the stealth monster that wanted to attack these two children. Dumbledore first came to this conclusion. Then, someone saved these two children? It seemed so. And that person seemed to only use the transformation spell. First, he used the earth spikes to hurt the stealth monster. Then, he used the stone lion to launch a sneak attack. Although the plan was simple, but it was a brilliant strategy. But, Dumbledore scanned his surroundings again. From the looks of the scene, the stealth monster had clearly been seriously injured not long ago. Therefore, there was no reason why he couldn't see the wizard who saved the two children. But where was the wizard? Dumbledore looked at the scene again. Then he was surprised to find that it seemed that there was no trace of a third wizard at the scene. Didn't this mean that this stealth monster was defeated by these two children at the scene? Dumbledore once again looked at the spikes and the rough stone lion. He was a master of transformation. Naturally, he could tell at a glance the level of the shape-shifting technique of the caster. This shape-shifting technique should be at the beginner level. The thing that was conjured was still rather crude. But when he thought about the fleeting opportunity in the battle, he thought about it. It was obvious that these things had appeared in an instant. In that case, it was reasonable to be a little rough. However, none of this was surprising to an adult adept. However, these two children looked to be about 11 years old. If it was a hidden monster that they had defeated with their own shape-shifting skills, this achievement was truly amazing. Many 11-year-old wizards couldn't even cast an illumination spell. Dumbledore quickly captured the traces of mana on their bodies. Then, he instantly determined that it was the transfiguration spell that had been used just now. It should be that boy, because the magic path on his body was exactly the same as the one on the stone lion and earth spike. However, Dumbledore had already expected this. But when she saw that face that was still full of childishness, he still felt an unprecedented shock. How old was he? To think that he could have such an achievement, whether it was his shape-shifting technique, or his strategy when facing the enemy, all of these showed that this boy was extraordinary. In Dumbledore's opinion, this boy was not only smart but also talented. He also had a very high psychological quality. Not many children could survive the attack of such a monster. They could still maintain their rationality and think of countermeasures. And the most important thing was, Dumbledore himself didn't know what was going on. He felt that the more he looked at this child, the more likable he was. Dumbledore felt that. Could this be because this child was too outstanding? This is really incredible. A happy smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. From the looks of it, this year's Hogwarts, they would probably welcome a genius in the shape-shifting technique. Minerva would probably be very happy. Dumbledore thought in his heart. Suddenly, Phoenix Fox suddenly jumped up from Dumbledore's hand. It flew straight towards Blake. Chapter 8. Professor, my name is Grindelwald. Ding. Detected emotions of shock. Ding. Extracting a treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. The system's notification rang in his ears. Moreover, the reward was a precious gold treasure chest. However, Blake had no time to pay attention to it. Blake looked at his right arm, at a loss. Because the Phoenix Fox was standing gracefully on his arm. She was rubbing her head against him intimately. What the F***CK? What happened? Blake was dumbfounded. He had a lot of questions in his mind. Similarly, Dumbledore was also extremely surprised when he saw this scene. Because of this, after obtaining a gold treasure chest, Blake obtained another silver treasure chest from Dumbledore. From Dumbledore's point of view, Fox was not a casual bird. To be exact, she was a proud phoenix. However, this proud phoenix. Now, she was so intimate with this strange boy. So you're here for him? Fox. Dumbledore looked at Blake as if he had understood something. What bird is this? It's so beautiful. Hermione looked at Fox excitedly. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but she didn't dare to. At this moment, Hermione. She had never seen a phoenix before. I don't know either. Blake didn't say that this was a phoenix. He was an orphan from a Muggle family. He shouldn't know what this was. Just as Blake was at a loss for what to do, something else happened that made him dumbfounded. Fox actually shed tears. The phoenix's tears dripped onto the back of Blake's hand. On the back of Blake's hand, there were some slight abrasions. He got them when he was hiding from the ambush of the hidden monsters. It was just a small scratch. Under the treatment of phoenix tears. Naturally, he recovered in an instant. But why would Fox treat me? Blake suddenly looked up at Dumbledore. Did Dumbledore make it do this? However, Blake noticed that Dumbledore was even more confused than he was. He knew that wasn't the case. Observe the scene from Dumbledore. Phoenix Fox then flew over to treat Blake's injuries. Actually, not much time had passed. At this moment, Dumbledore also walked over. You are Professor Dumbledore? Hermione asked cautiously. Do you recognize me? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Yes, I've seen your picture in a book. I'm a new student of Hogwarts this year. My name is Hermione Granger. Hermione looked at Dumbledore with longing in his eyes. Ever since she knew about the world of magic, he had always looked forward to the legendary Magic Academy. Ah, that's great. I'm very happy that Hogwarts will welcome another outstanding student this year. On behalf of Hogwarts, I welcome you, Miss Granger. Dumbledore said with a smile. Hermione was beaming with joy at Dumbledore's words. Of course, it was different from Hermione's excitement. Blake kept looking at Dumbledore with some vigilance. Because, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that today's encounter was very strange. Perhaps he was unlucky to encounter a hidden monster. But, why did Dumbledore suddenly appear here? Why was Fox so close to him? The most important thing was, why was his name tag suddenly repaired at this time? And, his surname was actually such a sensitive Grindelwald? Thinking of this, Blake's heart was full of question marks. At this moment, Dumbledore also looked at Blake. Although he had just met this child, but he didn't know why. When he saw this child, he always felt very close to him. Dumbledore smiled at Blake and said, Then, you must be a new student of Hogwarts this year? I'm not, Blake answered honestly. Oh. Dumbledore looked at Blake with some confusion. Didn't you receive the admission letter from the owl? The owl sent the letter? Oh, I heard Hermione talk about it, but I didn't receive it. Blake didn't lie this time. He really didn't receive an admission letter. To be exact, he had been waiting for that owl all this time. It was just that he had been waiting for a long time. Blake thought. Maybe it was because his birthday wasn't here yet. As an orphan, he didn't know when his birthday was. Dumbledore was also a little surprised. In England, little wizards of the right age, usually, they would enter Hogwarts. Unless the child's parents didn't want to, or they decided to send the child to another magic academy. However, even if they didn't want to enter Hogwarts, that was a decision later. Hogwarts would still send an admission letter to every little wizard of the right age. But now, Blake obviously didn't receive the letter. Maybe it was because this child hadn't passed his 11th birthday yet? This wasn't strange. Blake continued to look at Dumbledore with a puzzled expression. He wasn't worried that Dumbledore could see through his lie at all, because the newbie gift pack rewarded him with a beginner-level brain seal spell. A beginner brain seal spell might not be able to deal with Voldemort, but it was enough to deal with Dumbledore. After all, he wouldn't directly use mind extraction to violently read the little wizard's memory. Then you guys, what's going on? Because Blake and Hermione were together. So Dumbledore thought that they knew each other from the beginning. So, since Hermione knew about the magic world, then Blake would definitely know too. But now it didn't seem like that was the case. Then, Blake told Dumbledore everything that had happened before. Of course, he hid the parts that he couldn't say. Dumbledore looked at Blake and Hermione in surprise. He had always thought that these two children were the children of a wizard family. Or at least Hermione was. But he didn't expect it. They were actually both muggles. Blake was even a child in an orphanage. Both children had only recently learned about the world of magic. I always thought that my ability was some kind of superpower. So I've been secretly practicing before. Not long ago, Hermione told me that it was magic. Blake added. This was a disguised explanation. His shapeshifting was at this level. It was completely trained by him as a superpower. This way, his shapeshifting skill, which far exceeded that of his peers, made sense. After Blake finished speaking, he was glad that he hadn't used any offensive spells in the battle. Otherwise, it would be really hard to explain. True enough, Dumbledore did not suspect anything. Instead, he was even more shocked. One had to know if Blake hadn't received an admission letter. In other words, he did not have a wand. He could use the transfiguration spell to such a level without a staff. If he had the wand, wouldn't that make him even more powerful? The corner of Blake's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Because of the system notification. Failed to draw treasure chest. Rubbish system. Dumbledore sighed softly after recovering from his shock. Then he said with a smile. It's a great blessing that you're all fine, children. Stealth monsters aren't that easy to deal with. But, your bravery really exceeded my expectations. If this was Hogwarts, I would definitely add 20 points to your respective colleges without hesitation. Afterwards, Dumbledore said to Blake with a smile. By the way, what's your name? Perhaps I can go back to Hogwarts and find out when your birthday is. Your name and birthday must be on the admission letter. Indeed, Hermione had already introduced herself. However, Blake did not say his name. Thank you so much, Professor. Blake said excitedly. My name is Blake. Blake Grindelwald. Dumbledore's eyes widened suddenly. You. What did you say your name was? Ding. Extremely shocked emotions were detected. Ding. Extracting treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one supreme treasure chest. Chapter 9. This kid looks a lot like Like me. Damn, it's a treasure chest of the highest level. Blake was overjoyed. However, he still had a harmless expression on his face. It was as if he did not know his surname. It landed in Dumbledore's ears. What kind of power did it have? Blake directly revealed his surname. In fact, he had considered it. There was an entry book in Hogwarts. Everyone had experienced a magic riot. A small wizard who had awakened enough magic. Their names would be accepted by the Quill of Acceptance. It would be recorded in the entry book. In other words, Blake's name had already been recorded in the entry book. In that case, he would wait until his birthday. When Professor McGonagall sent him a letter, she would definitely see his famous surname. She would definitely tell Dumbledore about this. Therefore, Dumbledore would know that his surname was Grindelwald sooner or later. Since this was the case, why not say it now? Why not just earn a treasure chest first? Obviously, Blake's decision was correct. At this moment, the supreme treasure chest that was emitting a bright light. It was lying quietly in his system space. Although Blake really wanted to open it now. However, it was not the time yet. Dumbledore took a few deep breaths. He finally managed to calm down. You just said that you are an orphan, right? Dumbledore asked. Yes. Blake nodded. Then, how do you know your surname? Did someone tell you something? There was a flash of light in Dumbledore's eyes. No. In fact, before today, I thought my name was Blake Green. With that, Blake took out his name tag again. This time, he took off the name tag that he was wearing around his neck. He handed it to Dumbledore. In fact, he was also very curious about this name tag. This name tag has always been with me. My name was given by Madame Marion based on this name tag. But the letters on this name tag were incomplete before. Only the letters Blake Green were shown. But for some reason, this name tag was suddenly repaired today. It became Blake Grindelwald. So, perhaps I should be called Blake Grindelwald. As Blake explained. Hermione, who was next to him, also nodded. Because Blake had told her this before. Blake was not afraid that Dumbledore would not believe him. Because Madame Marion had seen his name tag. It was indeed incomplete before. As long as Dumbledore asked Madame Marion, he would know that he was not lying. Dumbledore silently picked up the name tag. He moved closer to his eyes and looked at it carefully. His crooked nose was almost sticking to the name tag. After a while, Dumbledore finally looked away from the name tag and handed the name tag back to Blake. Someone has scratched out the last letter. Then they said it. Only when your magic power reaches a certain level. Only then will this mechanism be activated, and then trigger the restoration incantation inside. Blake heard this sentence. He suddenly understood. No wonder he could not repair it with the repair spell. It turned out that someone had tampered with it. It was immune to his repair spell. Blake thought for a moment. The person who set the mechanism probably wanted to wait until he became an adult. Under normal circumstances, he did want to wait until he became an adult. Only then would he have enough magic to trigger the mechanism. In other words, when someone wanted him to become an adult, only then would he know his real surname. However, because of the newbie gift pack, his magic increased tremendously. It directly triggered the magic mechanism on the name tag in advance. The name tag was repaired in advance. His real surname. And because of this, it was exposed in advance. Dumbledore also thought of this. So he asked again, did you have another magic riot just now? Oh, maybe you don't understand magic riot. Let me put it another way. When you were fighting with the hidden monster, did you feel that your ability suddenly became stronger than before? The little wizard's magic riot would not only happen once. For example, when Harry Potter was chased and beaten by his cousin Dudley, he inexplicably appeared on the roof of the school. This was one kind of magic riot. It mostly happened when the little wizard was in danger. After Blake heard Dumbledore's question, he immediately nodded. Of course, he could not say that it was because of his newbie gift pack. It just so happened that Dumbledore had a reasonable guess. Therefore, he naturally went with the flow. Dumbledore nodded. This made sense. Under the attack of the concealment monster, it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Blake had a short magic riot. Because of this, his shape-shifting skill had improved, and the mechanism on the name tag was also triggered by the sudden increase in magic power. Dumbledore thought of this. He glanced at Blake again. The magic riot could reach the standard of an adult wizard's magic power, even if it was temporary. That also proved that this child was extremely talented. It was just that. When did that person have a descendant? He actually did not know at all. For a moment, Dumbledore's feelings were somewhat complicated. When he saw this child previously, he did not think much of it. But when he learned that Blake's surname was Grindelwald, he began to size Blake up carefully. Until this moment, he realized that between the child's eyebrows, it was indeed very similar to that man. But what made Dumbledore feel strange was, not only did he see Grindelwald's shadow on Blake, he also saw his own shadow. If he looked carefully, he would find that Blake's eyebrows and eyes resembled Grindelwald's. As for those azure blue pupils, were exactly the same as his. This child was just like a combination of him and Grindelwald. Could it be? Dumbledore suddenly had a very absurd thought in his heart. But it was also a very unbelievable thought. Although this thought was very absurd. But if this thought was true, then Fawkes would bring him here. It was very reasonable. When the members of the Dumbledore family were in danger, the Phoenix would rush to his side. Blake had been quietly observing Dumbledore's expression. Dumbledore's current expression. His expression was very complicated, as if he had encountered a very helpless matter. That, Professor, do you know the surname Grindelwald? I see that you seem to care a lot about this surname. If you know this surname, he said, then do you know my family? Blake tried to test the waters by saying those words. This was a very reasonable question. Therefore, Dumbledore did not suspect him. After seeing his reaction, there was a real problem if Blake did not react. Which orphan would not be curious about his background? Yes, I know this surname. I also know people with this surname. But I can't tell you too much right now. I need to confirm something first. Dumbledore did not intend to tell Blake the surname Grindelwald's surname. All right, if you can confirm that matter, can you tell me everything about the Grindelwald family name? Blake continued to ask. Dumbledore was silent for a while. Then he sighed helplessly. If it's really confirmed, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Dumbledore did not want to tell Blake about Grindelwald. However, although so many years had passed, there were still many people who knew about Grindelwald. How could he hide it from this child? Even if he did not tell Blake, when this child grew up, he would find the answer on his own. Therefore, Dumbledore decided to tell him. Fox. Dumbledore called out to the Phoenix. The Phoenix let out a pleasant cry at Blake. It seemed to be saying goodbye to Blake. Then, it flew to Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore plucked a leaf from a hanging branch. Then, the leaf turned into a blank piece of paper in his hand. When the paper was in the Phoenix's mouth, Blake's sharp eyes noticed. On the originally blank piece of paper, there was already a new line of words that read, circle and circle. The Phoenix held the paper in its mouth. With a flash of fire, it disappeared from Dumbledore's arm. It's getting late. I will send you home. Here. I have sent a letter to someone to deal with it. You don't have to worry. Chapter 10. Hermione. There is no mistake. Dumbledore walked on the streets of London with two children. Although his strange clothes attracted a lot of attention, but he didn't care at all. Do you want to eat some ice cream? I always think that Muggle desserts are more imaginative. At the entrance of a dessert shop, Dumbledore suggested happily. Blake licked his dry lips. Then he nodded decisively. He didn't know why. Blake especially liked desserts. This seemed to be a hobby that he only had in this life, especially when it came to sweet desserts in England. The sweeter it was, the more he liked it. Even he himself felt that it was strange. Hermione was a little embarrassed at first, but after seeing Blake nod, she nodded as well. She had lost her strawberry cake long ago, so she hadn't eaten the dessert that she had been longing for today. Dumbledore walked into the dessert shop. After a while, he took out 3 large cups of strawberry sundaes. It seemed that he was very familiar with everything in the Muggle world. He was also very familiar with shopping in Muggle shops. The 3 of them sat at the table at the entrance of the shop. They tasted the desserts in their hands in small bites. While tasting the desserts, Dumbledore asked Blake some more questions. Most of them were about his life in the orphanage. He seemed to be particularly concerned about Blake's previous experience. His life in the orphanage. There was nothing to hide. Therefore, Blake said it directly. Blake had transmigrated over these years. In fact, he hadn't been idle. Although he knew that he was a wizard. But he also knew, even a wizard needed money. So, over the years, he used the knowledge of his previous life. He secretly operated for a while. He also accumulated a lot of wealth. He even made a lot of good suggestions. He kept the orphanage, which was about to close down, afloat. That was why Madame Marian looked at him so differently. In the entire orphanage, he could enjoy the treatment of a single room. Apart from Blake, there was no other child. Because of this, he could buy an entire dessert shop without hesitation. After listening to Blake's brief history of entrepreneurship in the orphanage, Dumbledore didn't find it strange. After all, the children of the poor began to take charge of the household early. Furthermore, with Blake's aptitude, it was indeed not difficult to earn money. But these experiences were terrifying for Hermione. Hermione looked at Blake in shock. He started thinking of ways to earn money when he was 7 or 8 years old. He even saved a lot of money. This guy must be a monster. This was for her. It was simply inconceivable. What was she doing when she was 7 or 8? I think I was in school, showing off in front of a bunch of flunkies. Oh, that's right. This guy's magic is more powerful than mine. Compared to this guy. Hermione, who had always been proud, felt that he had suffered another blow. Blake sensed Hermione's shock. However, this time, the system did not draw a treasure chest. Ding. The target has reached the maximum number of treasure chest drops for today. Ding. From today onwards, the target will not drop any more treasure chests. Blake suddenly understood. Today, he had indeed caught Hermione and obtained quite a number of treasure chests. No wonder there was nothing left to pluck. But it didn't matter. He could continue on another day. Dumbledore and Blake sent Hermione home first. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Blake. I'm looking forward to seeing you again at Hogwarts. After all, they had experienced a thrilling adventure together. Therefore, Hermione naturally treated Blake as a friend. I'm looking forward to it too, Hermione, Blake said with a smile. He thought of how many treasure chests there were in Hogwarts. Blake's eyes had turned into the shape of treasure chests. The Marian orphanage, where Blake lived, was actually located in the suburbs. But Dumbledore still chose to send Hermione home first. Therefore, Blake felt that Dumbledore must have something to say to him alone. However, out of his expectations, along the way, Dumbledore only told him some interesting things about the sorcerer world. He didn't mention anything else. At this moment, the sky was already a little dark. In the distance, Blake saw the entrance of the orphanage. Madame Marion was saying something to a police officer. "Ah, it seems that you're going back too late, making the people who care about you worried." Dumbledore said softly. "Oh, Madame Marion is making too much of a fuss. I've already grown up. It's normal to go home late." Blake held his forehead with his hand. It seemed that because he didn't go home, Madame Marion actually called the police. "It's not like that, child. In this world, it's a very happy thing to have someone who cares about you." "Well, I'll send you here. Otherwise, the Muggle police will think that an old lunatic like me kidnapped you," Dumbledore said with a smile. Blake also smiled. "Professor, you will remember what you promised me." "Of course. It won't be long before I come to find you again. At that time, I'll tell you everything. Go back. Don't let the kind madam worry. By the way, don't tell anyone about your surname being Grindelwald for the time being." "Okay." Blake nodded and turned his head to walk towards the entrance of the orphanage. When he turned his head back again, Dumbledore had already disappeared. Actually, Dumbledore said that he was going to confirm something. Blake could also guess. He was definitely going to go to Newmungard and ask that man where he went. After all, a descendant of Grindelwald suddenly appeared. There was no reason for Grindelwald not to know. And Blake also hoped that Dumbledore would go and ask that man. After all, Blake really wanted to know what his background was like. "Oh, Blake, do you know how worried I was about you?" Madame Marion's voice interrupted Blake's thoughts. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest." The system's treasure chest even appeared. It seemed that Madame Marion was really angry this time. Blake could only smile bitterly and go up to her. He silently accepted Madame Marion's ruthless trampling. Hogwarts. In an inconspicuous tower, Dumbledore opened an old door. He walked in quickly. Behind the door was a small room. In the middle of the room, there was a lonely table in the middle of the room. There was a thick book with a black cover on the table. Advertisement. And next to the book, there was a small silver ink bottle on the table. There was a long faded quill in the ink bottle. It was the book of admission and the pen of acceptance used to select students for Hogwarts. The decision of the book of admittance and the quill of acceptance could not be changed. So far, no student had been admitted to Hogwarts without their names being recorded on the yellowed pages of the book of admission. Therefore, Dumbledore believed it. He would definitely be able to find Blake's name in the entry book. When Dumbledore came closer, the black book on the table suddenly floated up. He slowly opened the black dragon skin cover. The yellowed pages of the parchment were revealed. Just as Dumbledore was about to check the book of entry, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, the quill of acceptance that had been still at the side slowly flew up. Then, he approached the book of admittance. The book of entry also flipped open its pages. Subsequently, under Dumbledore's surprised gaze, the quill of acceptance wrote several letters on the pages of the book of admittance. On the yellowed pages, behind a name that was originally written in old handwriting, several letters had been added. This name was Blake Grindelwald. Dumbledore frowned. Someone deliberately concealed Blake's real surname. Even the book of admission and the pen of acceptance were deceived. Dumbledore knew the magic that hid Blake's surname. It was on that name tag. The magic riot caused by Blake today was too strong. It accidentally broke the magic that hid his surname. This allowed the book of admission and the quill of acceptance to recognize Blake's real surname. Fill in the missing letters of Blake's surname. Blake Grindelwald. Date of birth: August 15, 1980. Dumbledore silently remembered Blake's birthday. Then, he turned around and left the tower. He had to go on a long trip. Chapter 11. Happy unboxing moment. Madame Marion had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Therefore, when Blake returned to his room, he rubbed his red ear. His hands were also filled with the desserts that Madame Marion had left for him. After Blake returned to his room, the first thing he did was to pile all the desserts on the bed. Then he began to check the doors and windows. After making sure that the doors and windows were locked, after ensuring that he would not be disturbed, he pulled over a broken chair and sat down. Then he began to check the system space. He did not even take a look at his favorite desserts, although the desserts were very good. But at this moment, what else could compare to the joy of opening the treasure chest? Right then, in the system space, there were a few treasure chests lying quietly. Blake did a quick count. There were a total of 5 treasure chests. Among them, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest. There were 2 gold treasure chests. And the most important thing was, there was also a supreme treasure chest. This was authenticated by the system. It was a treasure chest of the highest quality. He did not expect it to drop so quickly. Blake pondered for a moment. He decided to start with the treasure chests of lower quality. Of course, he had to leave the good stuff for last. System. I want to open the treasure chest. Open the bronze treasure chest first. Blake said softly. Ding. The system is opening the bronze treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate cooking proficiency. Cooking? Well, Blake could somewhat figure out the pattern of the items that were opened from the system treasure chest now. This bronze chest was dropped by Madame Marion, and Madame Marion's cooking skills were very good. Therefore, in this chest, the drop rate of skills related to cooking had increased accordingly. Perhaps when I want to learn some skills in the future, I can find the corresponding person to clear the treasure chest? At the thought of this, Blake's eyes lit up. Choosing the right card pool to draw the card was the unchanging truth. Ding. It is installing intermediate cooking proficiency for the host. Ding. Installation was successful. Then, Blake felt that there were a lot of cooking skills in his mind. Not only that, he felt that he had a lot of skills in his hands. If he was given a kitchen knife at this time, he felt that he could carve a flower on tofu. This prevented him from having any brain problems. He would not be in an awkward situation. That's great. Although this was only an intermediate skill, and it had nothing to do with magic. But this skill was what Blake had always wanted. One had to know that he loved delicious food the most. But, unfortunately, he was also a killer in the kitchen. He once pestered Madame Marion to teach him how to cook. But, Marion only tolerated him for an hour, and then chased him out. But now, Mom doesn't have to worry that I can't cook anymore. After Blake was happy for a while, he casually opened a small box of cakes, and took a bite. The taste is still a little lacking. It would be perfect if the ratio of honey was higher. After Blake finished the evaluation, he realized, after he had intermediate cooking skills, he could actually taste the food made by other chefs. At the very least, the dessert shop's baker. His cooking skills were far from Blake's now, but everyone knew that. No one would dare to open a dessert shop in London if they were not capable. The dessert shop's baker's cooking skills should be very good. In other words, the intermediate skill was not as bad as Blake thought. At least it was much better than ordinary professionals. According to this comparison, then it might be an ordinary professional. The professional skills that he was good at. In the system's evaluation, he might only be able to achieve beginner skill proficiency. At this moment, Blake stopped looking down at the bronze treasure chest. It was a product of the system. It was indeed a premium item. Even if it was the lowest level bronze treasure chest, it could also give Blake benefits that ordinary people could not reach. At the thought of this, Blake was looking forward to the next few treasure chests. System, help me open the silver treasure chest. There was only one silver treasure chest. However, it was dropped by Dumbledore. In other words, it should drop the skill or talent that Dumbledore was proficient in. Under Blake's expectant gaze, the system's voice sounded slowly. Ding. Opening the silver treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced alchemy talent. Alchemy talent? Blake scratched his head. Dumbledore was indeed a master alchemist. Although he was not as proficient as Nicole Lemore, but he was also very effective in alchemy. Therefore, this silver treasure chest had a talent related to alchemy. It was not bad. However, this talent was very good. For the current Blake, he could not use it for the time being, because he had not even really come into contact with the magic world, let alone come into contact with alchemy. But Blake was not discouraged. He could not come into contact with it now. Perhaps, he could use this talent to work with Nicole Lemore, come into contact with this legendary alchemist, then get some treasure chests or something from him. Blake made a mental note of this. Then, Blake looked at the 2 gold treasure chests again. From this moment on, this was the highlight. The 2 identical gold treasure chests were lying in the system space. Blake could not tell which one was dropped by Hermione, which one was dropped by Dumbledore, but he would know when he opened it. System, open a gold treasure chest. Ding. Opening the gold treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best Rue Niwen talent. Rue Niwen. Blake knew that there would be an elective course in the 3rd year of Hogwarts. It was the study of ancient Rue Niwen. This course was usually boring. It was just a theory course. The main purpose and the role of ancient Rue Niwen was also very boring. It was used to translate the ancient documents recorded in ancient Rue Niwen, just like studying the oracle bone inscriptions. Hiss. Then isn't this talent very useless? Blake frowned. But Blake thought about it. He felt that ancient Rue Niwen might not be so useless, because of the Rue Niwen in the Western legends. It usually referred to the runes. And in the legends, the rune script was magical. Magical words. If that's the case, then can I use the parchment inscribed with ancient Rue Niwen? Like a talisman? Thinking about it this way, Blake already had an image in his mind. Chapter 12. Extreme attack power. Actually, Blake wasn't sure if this ancient rune really had the potential to be developed. After all, for so long, the wizards all treated this ancient rune as a rune. They treated it as an ordinary ancient rune. Only some master alchemists would master 1 or 2 ancient runes that really had magical power. However, according to the comparison of the cooking skills of the intermediate chef and the ordinary chef, Blake felt the intermediate talent should be far better than the ordinary expert's talent. Not to mention the best talent. He had the best ancient rune talent. In addition to the brainiac talent that he had previously obtained, he believed that when he came into contact with the ancient rune, he would definitely be able to find something that others couldn't find from it. Looks like when I go to Diagon Alley, I have to buy a lot of things. At least some magic books are a must. Books in the wizard world were usually very expensive. Fortunately, Blake was prepared. He had earned a lot of money before. He planned to exchange the money for gold. Then he would go to Gringotts and those greedy fairies to exchange for gold. After he planned it out, Blake once again let the system open the last golden treasure chest. Ding. Opening the golden treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best casting skill. In the next second, a lot of new knowledge appeared in Blake's mind again. It's a skill. Blake was excited. Actually, the reward in the system's treasure chest. Even if it was a treasure chest of the same quality, something of the same quality was opened. There was also a certain level of division. Blake felt the reward of the skill category. It was better than the talent category. Because of the reward of the skill category, it was directly instilled into his body. For example, the cooking proficiency. This allowed Blake to skip the tedious practice process. He immediately had that kind of cooking level. As for the talent category, even if it was the best talent, he still had to go through a learning process. Only then could he increase his strength. Although this was also very good. But wouldn't it be better to learn it directly? Therefore, compared to the best ancient rune talent just now, the best casting skill now made Blake more excited. As the system finished installing the best casting skill, Blake immediately felt that something was different. That was, his casting seemed to have become easier. The curse that he had to use a lot of strength to release before, now it could be released easily. In other words, it was just a permanent buff. Casting speed has greatly increased. The power of the spell has greatly increased. The cooldown has been greatly reduced. Magic power consumption has been greatly reduced. One had to know that wizard's casting. In fact, it was not enough to just know the spell. A young wizard who had just learned magic spells had to follow the prescribed order, follow what the books taught, the syllable of the spell, and the wand stroke. Both were perfect. Only then would he be able to achieve the best casting results. If there was a problem, there was a chance that the curse wouldn't work, or even an accident. Blake too. He managed to successfully cast a lot of curses, but he didn't know any techniques or syllable pauses. Therefore, even though he had released his curse, it was still not enough. The power was not great. This was also the reason why he had to run away when he encountered the hidden monster. Later on, he defeated the hidden monster. It was also because his magic power had a huge increase. That was why he could forcefully crush it. But now, with this top-notch spellcasting technique, Blake's shortcoming would be completely eliminated. If Blake's original casting skill was just a small pipe, then now it had become a big river. The casting was smooth and unhindered. The current Blake, even if it was a profound spell, as long as he knew the spell, he could release it in one go. If Blake had gotten the best casting skill earlier, then even if his magic power didn't increase at all, he could still defeat the hidden monster. Blake excitedly experimented with several advanced spells. Then he looked at the last treasure chest. Supreme treasure chest. System. Open the supreme treasure chest. Blake was so excited that his voice was trembling. These gold treasure chests and silver treasure chests, the rewards were already so heaven-defying. Then the supreme treasure chest of the highest quality. What kind of heaven-defying good things would be opened? Ding. Opening the supreme treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ancient magic. Buzz. Blake found that the situation of opening the treasure chest to learn skills was completely different from before. He saw a dark purple ball of demonic light suddenly appear. It quietly floated in front of Blake. It was like a ball of demonic will-o'-the-wisp. Ancient magic? Blake had some doubts in his heart. However, he still stretched out his right hand towards the ball of will-o'-the-wisp. Whoosh! His right hand hadn't even touched the ball of fire. The ball of fire seemed to be sucked by Blake's hand. It entered his hand. The next second, Blake only felt his whole body tremble. Then, his pair of blue eyes suddenly turned into a demonic purple. Blake only felt his whole body heat up. It was as if his whole body was soaked in hot water. After a while, this feeling completely disappeared. At this moment, Blake's eyes returned to their original blue color. At this moment, there was a new piece of knowledge in Blake's mind. At the same time, he could also feel that there was a new kind of power in his body. This was a power that was completely different from his own magic power. After carefully reading the new knowledge in his mind, Blake finally understood what ancient magic was. Ancient magic. To put it simply, it was an extremely simple attack spell. The biggest feature was only one. That was, it had an extreme attack power. It was so extreme that it could ignore defense. With the new knowledge in Blake's mind, there was a sentence that described this spell. That was, you can use any way you can imagine to kill your opponent. In the new knowledge, there were 3 more images. It seemed to be a demonstration of this magic. It was a blurry black shadow whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The first image was him summoning thunder to strike the enemy into flying ashes. The second image was him turning the enemy into the size of an ant and then stomping it to death. The third image was him pointing his magic wand and then draining the enemy's blood in an instant. It could be said that this was magic that was as powerful as one's heart. However, because of the power of this magic, so the magic power consumed was extremely terrifying. Even now, his magic power had been greatly increased, and Blake, who had mastered the best spellcasting skills, he could only use it 3 times a day. Blake carefully felt the powerful force in his body. Then he whispered, "In the future, this will be my ultimate move." This supreme treasure chest. It could be said that it allowed Blake to get his biggest trump card so far. Chapter 13. Tears. Real. She never forgets to give me a treasure box. The morning sun was especially warm. But why did Blake feel that the sun was a little hot today? Blake slowly opened his eyes. Then he knew why he felt hot. He saw a big fiery red bird next to him, squatting on his bed. You fox. Blake immediately woke up. He opened Ancient Magic last night. Blake was excited for a long time before he fell asleep. He didn't expect to see the Phoenix Fox as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning. Could it be that Dumbledore was here? Blake looked around his small room. He didn't find Dumbledore sitting on his chair. Instead, Fox called out to him excitedly. Then it took a letter out from under its feathers. Then it pulled it out with its claws and gave it to Blake. Are you here to deliver a letter to me? Only then did Blake understand. Fox was here to deliver a letter. Fortunately, he closed the doors and windows last night. The Phoenix could come in, but others couldn't come in. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if others saw Fox. He couldn't tell Madame Marion directly. This was a fat Scottish round-faced chicken with a little bit of red, right? He saw that Fox was urging him. Blake had no choice but to open the letter. He read it. In the letter, there were circles in the iconic handwriting. It was indeed Dumbledore's handwriting. There wasn't much content in the letter. It just wanted to borrow something from Blake. After reading it, Blake took off the tag around his neck. The tag that had been completely repaired. In the early morning sun, it shone with a metallic luster. Fox patted Blake's shoulder with its wings. Then it called out affectionately twice. Finally, it picked up Blake's tag with its mouth. It disappeared into the fire. Blake watched the Phoenix disappear into the fire. He knew that Dumbledore must have found something. That was why he needed his tag as proof. However, it had only been one night. Blake wasn't in a hurry. After Fox left, the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Blake opened the door and windows, seeing that it was still early. Then he ran excitedly to the kitchen. Dumbledore took the tag from Fox's mouth. At this moment, it was on his desk. It was already filled with all kinds of strange tools. Most of them were related to alchemy. After putting the tag on the desk, a busy test officially began. Croak, croak. Mrs. Granger looked helplessly at the birdcage in her daughter's hand. There was an energetic owl in the cage. It was noisy and had a strange stench. She didn't know what was going on. Her precious daughter, Hermione, had been clamoring early in the morning to go to Diagon Alley again. She said that she wanted to buy an owl that could only deliver letters. When she was asked who she wanted to write to, Hermione said she wanted to ask the professor. Mr. Granger, who loved his daughter dearly, had no choice but to be with her early in the morning. He went to Diagon Alley again. After Hermione got home, she rushed into the room barefooted. She opened the 2 letters she had written earlier. She handed them to the one she had just bought. The owl that she didn't even have time to name. Send this letter to Professor McGonagall first. Then send this letter to Blake. Hermione thought about the order very thoughtfully. Professor McGonagall naturally had the school's owl to bring back the letter. Blake didn't have an owl. She had to let the owl wait there for Blake to write the letter. Then, she would send the letter back. Croak, croak. She didn't expect that the owl had just been bought. It was going to work soon. However, it had also been locked in a cage for a long time. Send a letter. It was just enough to stretch its muscles and bones. Looking at the owl that had turned into a black dot in the sky, Hermione recalled what happened last night. Just after saying goodbye to Blake and Professor Dumbledore, she tried the shape-shifting spell in her room. When she saw Blake use the shape-shifting spell to defeat the hidden beast, she was already thinking of trying it herself. Blake didn't know what magic was before. He only thought that his magic was just some kind of superpower. Then he could practice the shape-shifting spell very well. Then, she should be able to do it too. However, reality once again gave Hermione a heavy uppercut. That level of boulder. In Blake's hands, he could instantly turn into a moving, roaring lion. And Blake was casting without a staff. And she, even if she used a magic wand, she couldn't make a small stone change even a little bit. In fact, when Dumbledore and the others sent her home yesterday, she had once asked questions about the shape-shifting spell. Blake said casually, as long as he thought about what that thing would become, then that thing would become what it would become. Dumbledore agreed with Blake's statement, but he was still the same as Professor McGonagall. To Hermione, the shape-shifting spell was a profound subject. It required systematic training. Damn it! Then why doesn't Blake need systematic training? He fumbled around on his own, and didn't use a magic wand. Every time she thought of this, Hermione felt that her originally arrogant heart had been hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. After trying for an entire night without any progress, Hermione had to give up her attempt helplessly. In the absence of a teacher to teach her, she had no way to learn at all. Therefore, she had the idea of writing a letter to Professor McGonagall for advice. That was why she had the idea of buying an owl early in the morning. Well, the letter to Blake was incidental. It was just some greetings between friends. She had already admitted helplessly. Blake's talent was indeed higher than hers. But, every time she thought of Blake, she said lightly, when the shape-shifting spell was very simple, she still couldn't help but go crazy. Marion Orphanage. Blake was lost in everyone's praise. Brother Blake's cooking is so delicious. Brother Blake, I want more. Ahem, don't let people misunderstand. Do you still want this spaghetti? Of course, Blake didn't mean to show off his cooking skills. He just wanted to give it a try. Even if he relied on his cooking skills, he would not be able to get more treasure chests. Sure enough, the children who were elated because of the delicious food. His system kept ringing with notifications. Of course, it was a pity. The notifications were all not enough emotion points. Failed to draw treasure chest. Blake was a little disappointed. These children were still young. In that case, the chances of getting a treasure chest would be very low. As for Lady Marian, whom she had high hopes for. Alright then. Although Lady Marian was suddenly enlightened by Blake. He actually made such a delicious breakfast. She felt extremely gratified and happy. Perhaps her emotions weren't as strong as when she was angry last night. Therefore, he failed to draw the treasure chest. This made Blake even more certain of his thoughts. That was, angry emotions were easier to get than happy emotions. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Frantic emotions detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. Crazy. Blake looked around. The children were very happy. Oh, Hermione. It must be you, right? I'm crying. Really? You didn't forget to send me treasure chests at home. Chapter 14. Professor McGonagall is stunned. Phew. Dumbledore straightened his back. He took off the special glasses that he was wearing on his eyes. Blake's name tag was lying quietly on the desk. But the name tag now, compared to before, it was a little different. It seemed that the color had become lighter. From the original pure black, it had become grayish-black. Dumbledore turned the name tag over. He saw the back of the name tag. There was an additional symbol. That was not there before. Dumbledore tried several methods. Only then did he make this symbol appear. It was a circular symbol. In the middle of the circular symbol, it was dotted with all kinds of strange symbols. With Dumbledore's erudition, he was actually unable to identify the meaning of those symbols. But among the many symbols, he saw a familiar symbol. That was the symbol of the sacred artifact of death. Dumbledore stretched out a slender finger. He gently pressed on the symbol. The next second, the symbols in the entire circular symbol suddenly moved. The many symbols were constantly breaking down and reorganizing. Finally, they turned into letters. The letters adjusted their order again. Finally, when everything returned to silence, the letters formed a line of words. They were read together. It was G.G. Institute of Biology. Professor McGonagall was busy in her office, even though it was still summer vacation. But who asked her to have such a principal who did not like to interfere in things? There were many things. She had to finish them before school started on September 1st. Flutter. The sound of wings flapping suddenly sounded outside the window. Professor McGonagall was just about to take a break. She saw an owl outside the window. Thus, she casually placed it inside. The owl seemed very excited. It ignored the owl biscuits on Professor McGonagall's desk. After throwing down the letter, it turned around and flew away. Professor McGonagall waved her magic wand. A teapot and a teacup flew over shakily. They automatically poured a cup of tea for Professor McGonagall. After Professor McGonagall took a sip of tea, she picked up the letter. Hermione Granger? A little girl with a pair of front teeth flashed through Professor McGonagall's mind. Then a smile flashed across her face. She was the one who brought the Granger family to Diagon Alley. She spent a day with this child, so she had a certain understanding of this child. Overall, this was a smart and studious child. And it was on her. Professor McGonagall could vaguely see a trace of herself. So, she quite liked this little girl. Professor McGonagall curiously opened the little girl's letter. It seemed that she had a lot of questions. Otherwise, why was the letter so? Take a break. She could take a look. Professor McGonagall read the letter. She continued to drink her tea leisurely. But a moment later, she never picked up the teacup on the table again. A hidden monster? This child actually encountered such a monster? Although she knew that Hermione could write to her now, this proved that he was safe and sound. But she still felt her heart clench. After all, she was an 11 or 12-year-old wizard. When she faced that kind of monster, it was like a lamb facing a hungry wolf. There was no chance of winning. Professor McGonagall didn't care about drinking tea. She continued to read. An 11-year-old boy. He used a transformation spell to defeat a hidden monster? Professor McGonagall had actually thought of several possibilities for Hermione to be saved. For example, she was saved by a passing wizard. Or Hermione thought of a way to scare the monster away. But she did not expect that. That concealment monster would die in the hands of an 11-year-old child. A sense of absurdity rose in Professor McGonagall's heart at the first moment. Was this child lying? This was Professor McGonagall's first reaction. Because the transfiguration spell was a profound magic subject. She was a master of transfiguration. Along the way, with today's achievements, she did not know how much effort she had put in. She did not know how much effort she had put in. An 11-year-old wizard. Logically speaking, he should not even be able to cast an illumination spell. But Hermione actually said, that boy used the transfiguration spell to kill a ferocious concealment monster? Concealment monsters were monsters. They were very cunning and very ferocious, even if they were adult wizards. To kill an adult concealment monster, it was not a simple matter. Professor McGonagall was already a little angry in her heart, because she felt that this child was lying. But then she met Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall frowned. Hermione dared to say that. Was she really not afraid that her lie would be exposed? One had to know that it was very easy for her to find Dumbledore to verify the truth of this matter. Could it be that what she said was true? But how was that possible? An 11-year-old adept? He already had that level of transfiguration spell? According to Hermione, that was to instantly turn a big rock into a stone lion, taking 10,000 steps back. A young wizard of this age. Even if he really had such attainments in the transfiguration spell, he did not have that kind of magic power to directly turn a huge rock into a stone lion in an instant, right? The second half of the letter. It was the question that Hermione asked for advice. She said that she was the same as the boy named Blake. She tried to use the transfiguration spell, but she could not even change a small rock. Then she asked Professor McGonagall, what should she do to get started with the transfiguration spell? Sigh, what a silly girl. How can the transfiguration spell be so simple? Professor McGonagall also had some guesses. Maybe Hermione wasn't lying, but turning the stone into a stone lion would save them. It wasn't that boy. It was Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall analyzed according to the letter. Maybe Dumbledore was nearby. Then, he hid in the dark and secretly helped. As for why he didn't come out to help openly, Professor McGonagall did not know. However, she knew that Dumbledore was capable of such strange things. Just as Professor McGonagall was thinking about how to reply to the letter, there was a knock on the door. Professor McGonagall put the letter down. Please come in. The door opened. Dumbledore strode in. His expression seemed to be a little tired. Minerva, I think it's better for me to tell you personally. I have some matters to attend to, so I need to make a long trip. So, the job we agreed on earlier. A helpless expression appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. All right, you have to go early and come back early, because there's a lot of work. Dumbledore nodded apologetically. He was ready to leave. Wait. Professor McGonagall suddenly called out to Dumbledore. She turned her head and looked at the letter on the table. I received a letter. The letter said that a boy used transformation to kill a hidden monster? I think this should be you. Professor McGonagall originally only wanted to confirm the guess in her heart. So, she wanted to ask Dumbledore if he was the one who saved the two children. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Dumbledore's slightly excited voice. Yes, that boy. He's only 11 years old, and he used transformation to kill a hidden monster. I've never seen such a genius. I forgot to tell you about this. But, congratulations, Minerva. This year, you'll have another genius student who can transform. Professor McGonagall was stunned when she heard Dumbledore's words. Hermione wasn't lying? This was actually true? An 11-year-old boy who could use transformation to kill a hidden monster. Chapter 15. System Storage. This was really a ridiculous thing. An 11-year-old child. How could he master transformation to such an extent? But Dumbledore confirmed it. Even though Dumbledore liked to do unexpected things sometimes, he was still a player. But being colleagues for many years, Professor McGonagall could still tell when he was joking, when he was telling the truth. In other words, even though Professor McGonagall found it hard to believe, but now she had to believe it. I understand your shock, Minerva. Dumbledore sighed. An expression appeared on his face that said it should be so. When I saw the scene back then, I was even more shocked than you were. Dumbledore looked behind Professor McGonagall. The open letter was the table. The letter was sent by Miss Granger, right? Professor McGonagall nodded. That child wants to ask me about transformation. Dumbledore sighed. No wonder. She's a strong child, just like you back then. I think she must have suffered some blows yesterday. But in this world, genius doesn't mean everything. The most important thing is to never lose confidence in yourself. Professor McGonagall knew that this was the time when Dumbledore asked her to reply to the letter, to encourage the little girl. Otherwise, that child might really become self-conscious. Sometimes the more conceited a person was, the more fragile they were. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Then he spoke. Well, since you already know about that boy, then I can tell you a little. You'll know sooner or later anyway. Professor McGonagall had just come back to her senses. She looked at Dumbledore in confusion. That boy. In fact, the matter I'm going to do this time is related to him. Dumbledore said softly. That boy. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in confusion. What about him? Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore had been colleagues for so many years. She hadn't seen such a helpless expression on Dumbledore's face for many years. That boy used to be called Blake Green, Dumbledore said. Oh, I remember. Professor McGonagall nodded. Every year at this time, she would be the one to check the admittance book. He also copied down the names of the young wizards and witches of the right age. Then, he prepared the admission letter. She had an impression of Blake Green. Take a look at the book of admittance and you'll understand. I'll tell you more when I'm back. After all, it's not completely confirmed yet. My thoughts are just unconfirmed conjectures. Dumbledore's face was solemn. All right then. Professor McGonagall was very curious. However, since Dumbledore wasn't sure yet, in that case, it would be inappropriate for her to ask further. He could only hope that Dumbledore's investigation wasn't anything bad. Or else, the world of wizards had only been peaceful for a few years. After Dumbledore left, Professor McGonagall thought for a moment. He immediately walked towards the tower where the Book of Admittance was stored. This was the first time she had been there twice in a year. The book of admittance opened. Blake Green. Green. Grindelwald. Professor McGonagall looked at Blake's surname. She looked at the newly written letters after Green. Then, she covered her chest in shock. Grindelwald. No wonder Dumbledore had such an expression. That child was actually that man's descendant? Moreover, why wasn't Grindelwald recorded in the book of entry? The answer to everything. Perhaps he would have to wait for Dumbledore to come back to find out. Blake was eating breakfast while reading the letter sent by Hermione. Suddenly, the system beep sounded. Ding. Detected an emotion of shock. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. The noodles on Blake's fork fell off. Hiss. Another treasure chest? Which immortal sister sent me this treasure chest? Blake looked at the gold treasure chest in the system space in surprise. Could it be Hermione? That's not right. I didn't provoke her today. Even if she was shocked, I didn't have a treasure chest. The subject of the emotional fluctuation had to be Blake himself. Only the system would trigger the extraction of the treasure chest. If it wasn't, then the system would continue to pretend to be dead. Of course, Blake didn't know. It was because of a letter from Hermione. It caused Professor McGonagall to be shocked and depressed by his deeds. Of course, if Blake knew, he would definitely run to Hermione's house and kiss her hard. She was really a treasure girl. Not only did she send him a treasure chest, she even let others send him a treasure chest. That's great. Blake looked at a bronze treasure chest and a gold treasure chest in the system space. He was extremely happy. Maybe I should buy a lottery ticket today? Blake hurriedly finished his breakfast. Then he ran back to his room. System, help me open the bronze treasure chest. He ran back to his room to open the treasure chest again. It was because Blake was worried that a special situation like the ancient magic last night would happen again. If something suddenly appeared in front of him again, he couldn't explain it. Ding. Opening the bronze treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 gold coins. Ha! Blake looked at the 50 shiny gold coins that had been automatically placed in the system warehouse in astonishment. System storage? It wasn't there before. Following his thought, Blake's heart trembled. A gold coin appeared in his hand. Blake looked at the gold coin in his hand excitedly. This was the first time he had given out a physical reward. He was not happy because of the money. It was because this proved that the treasure chest did not only contain talents and skills. He could even open a real item. Furthermore, with another thought, Blake made another decision. The gold coin disappeared from Blake's hand once again. He reappeared in the system storage. Blake excitedly picked up a pen from the table. He muttered in his heart. The next second, the pen disappeared from his hand. He focused his attention on the system storage again. Blake realized the old pen was lying quietly beside the pile of gold coins. As expected, because this was the first time a physical reward had appeared. That was why Blake didn't notice it until now. The system actually had a system storage. It was not the system space that could only store treasure chests. Instead, it was the system storage that could store physical objects. F***CK. Rubbish system. I knew you didn't give me the instruction manual. Chapter 16. Diamond Treasure Box. In the room, Blake was about to test the size of the system storage. The system notification sounded again. Ding. Extremely shocked and worried emotions have been detected. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a diamond treasure chest. Ah. Blake was a little confused. What's wrong? Just now, there was a gold treasure chest of unknown origin. Now, there was another diamond treasure chest? And it was even a diamond treasure chest that was second only to the supreme treasure chest. A moment ago, he was still scolding the system. The next moment, the system gave him another big gift. This made Blake, who was originally extremely bold, feel a little scared. Big brother system. I admit that my tone just now was a little rude. But don't be so impulsive. It made me a little scared. Actually, this diamond treasure chest. It also came from Professor McGonagall. It was when she saw the surname Grindelwald. This surname represented chaos and war back then. And what Professor McGonagall was most worried about now. It happened to be that her stable life was destroyed. One had to know that Voldemort had disappeared not many years ago. A lot of pain had not been healed yet. Now, she saw another surname of the Black Devil. When she associated it with Dumbledore's departure, he looked like he was hiding something. How could she not think too much? So when she saw this surname, she even had a stressful reaction. That was why she gave Blake a diamond treasure chest. Blake waited for a moment. After realizing that he was not struck by lightning, only then did he feel relieved. Someone should know that I killed the hidden monster yesterday? Did Hermione tell others? Blake glanced at the letter that he had placed on the desk, and the owl that was still standing on the branch outside the window. Then he understood. Hermione could write to him. Then naturally she could write to others. That's a good idea. Blake rubbed his chin. What if he did something shocking in the future? Then they would spread the word through various means. Could it be just like today? He was sitting at home, but a treasure chest fell from the sky. Wonderful. Blake was laughing so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. He looked at his owl impatiently. Blake took out his broken fountain pen from the system space. Then, he tore a piece of cardboard from the cake box next to him. He wrote a serious reply to Hermione. Hermione is a girl who loves to share. In the future, he would do some amazing things. She would probably have to write letters to spread it at first. The owl picked up Blake's letter with its beak in disdain. Then, it fluttered away. After watching the owl leave, Blake said, "I'm sorry." He closed the window again and drew the curtains. After that, he focused all his attention on the 2 treasure chests in the system space. Although the bronze treasure chest gave him some money, it was still too late. However, it could be considered as activating the usage of the system storage. It really wasn't a loss. Now, the 2 treasure chests. What kind of surprise could they bring him? Especially the diamond treasure chest. That was a treasure chest that was only 1 level lower than the supreme treasure chest. As usual, he would open the low-level one first. Ding! Opening the gold treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme grade transformation skill talent. Ding! Installing the supreme grade transformation skill talent for the host. It was only for a moment. Blake felt that his transformation skill level, which had been stagnant, it actually improved a lot. This was under the circumstance that he had not taken the initiative to learn. If he studied the transformation skill now, with the double blessing of the supreme grade genius talent and the supreme grade transformation skill talent, wouldn't his transformation skill level improve by leaps and bounds? At the thought of this, Blake could not hide the joy in his heart. His transformation skill talent should not be low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do it without guidance. He could use the transformation skill. However, he was far from reaching the level of a top genius. But now, he was a top genius in the transformation skill. After being happy, Blake did not immediately try to study the transformation skill. Instead, he locked his gaze on the diamond treasure chest in the system space. He was full of anticipation for this. System. Open the diamond treasure chest. Ding. Opening the diamond treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the big Druid template. Ding. Would the host like to apply the template? Template. Big Druid. Blake was slightly stunned. Previously, he had opened a Gandalf template in the Novice gift pack. That template allowed his strength and magic to grow to a terrifying level. However, he had not come into contact with many wizards so far, and Dumbledore had not made a move. Therefore, he did not know how much he had grown. However, if the template reward could only be opened from the diamond treasure chest, didn't that mean that, when he opened the Novice gift pack, he got a diamond treasure chest for free? Although Blake had many thoughts in his heart, he did not hesitate at all. Applying the template. Ding. Applying the big Druid template for the host. Ding. Template applied successfully. As the system prompt sounded, Blake felt as if his whole body was on fire. He let out a loud cry. Then he took off his clothes. Because it was too hot. Just when Blake suspected that he was about to catch fire, the heat on his body instantly subsided. If Blake had not realized that his skin was still red, he would have doubted everything that had just happened. It was just a hallucination of his. Blake felt that there was a lot of knowledge in his mind. That was the unique magic of the Druids. He silently put his clothes back on. Then he pulled open the curtains. He looked at the forest in the distance. He seemed to hear the whispers of the trees, hear the breathing of the earth, hear the quarrel of the birds in the forest. A sense of intimacy arose spontaneously. He had an instinctive feeling, whether it was a plant or an animal. He could understand their whispers, and it seemed that as long as he was willing, he could make these creatures do anything for him. At the same time, he also felt that his body seemed to have undergone some strange changes. It seemed that, the next second, Blake followed his instincts. His body suddenly changed. A green light flashed. Blake's figure disappeared on the spot. In his place was a black crow. In the next second, the black crow's body changed. It turned into a cat. Finally, the cat disappeared. Blake's figure reappeared in the room. This is the skill of the big Druid? Chapter 17. Grindelwald. I just didn't tell you. It's really a magical skill. Blake was overjoyed. With the great Druid template, he had an extremely high affinity with animals and plants, and he could also understand the communication between animals and plants. Don't underestimate this. He could communicate with animals. Then he could easily tame powerful magical animals to fight for him. Similarly, he could communicate with plants. Then he could easily know the needs of plants. He could better cultivate all kinds of magical plants and herbs that were difficult to cultivate. Of course, if some plants were raised well, they could also be used for combat. And Blake also had the ability to grow plants and strengthen animals. Other than that, Blake could also freely transform into various animals. And, no matter what kind of animal he transformed into, he could have all the abilities of that animal. It could be said that, excluding the attack and lethality, there was no need to talk about it. In terms of practicality, the great Druid template was opened from this diamond treasure chest. It was even better than the ancient magic that he opened from the supreme treasure chest last night. After Blake adapted to his new ability, he discovered another rule of the system's treasure chest. That was, so far, if the quality of the treasure chest was above diamond, the items that were opened would not be 100% related to the person who opened the treasure chest. For example, the ancient magic of the supreme treasure chest. Dumbledore didn't seem to know ancient magic. As for this diamond treasure chest, judging from the top-grade transformation talent that he opened from the golden treasure chest, Hermione was most likely writing a letter to Professor McGonagall. That diamond treasure chest and golden treasure chest should also be from Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall didn't know the skills of a druid. If he insisted on being related, Professor McGonagall was an animagus. He could turn into a tabby cat. Blake excitedly held the door handle. He wanted to go out and carefully test the abilities of a druid. But he remembered the ban that Madame Marion gave him last night. Cough cough. Blake could only retract his hand reluctantly. But he was a great druid. Blake locked the door again. Then, he opened the window. A moment later, a white pigeon quietly flew out of Blake's window. Austria. Newmungard. Many years had passed. Dumbledore once again set foot on this land. If it wasn't for Blake, perhaps he would never come to this place again in his life. She would never see that person again. If he still had a choice, he wouldn't come this time either. It was too long ago. The information regarding Grindelwald. Less than a tenth of them were left. He had no way of knowing. The string of letters behind the name tag. What exactly did the GG Institute of Biology represent? Unless, ask Grindelwald directly. The majestic building of the past. Now it had been reduced to ruins. On the dilapidated wall, he could still vaguely see the broken and faded letters on it, even though that sentence was now incomplete. But Dumbledore could still remember clearly. For the greater good. It had been many years. Except for the tower where the man was imprisoned, the former Newmungard, there was not a single intact building left. On the tower, in the narrow stone room, a stooped figure. He was curled up, hiding in the corner. There was no light in his dark eyes. He was motionless, like a stone puppet that had been abandoned in the corner for thousands of years, until he heard the sound of footsteps. Da! He trembled and raised his head. He looked at the narrow window gap high up on the opposite wall. Years of captivity. His body was no longer the same as before. Finally, the footsteps stopped. They stopped under the window. But the window was too high. He couldn't see who the person outside was clearly. Golyalu. Suddenly, the stone wall that he had been looking at for decades. It was as if it had turned into water. It stirred up circles of ripples. Then, a hole appeared on the stone wall. The hole grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a door. Outside the door, a tall and thin figure stood there quietly. Light shone in from behind the figure. On the ground that hadn't seen sunlight for decades. It formed a large circle of light spots. Grindelwald narrowed his dark eyes. He tried hard to see who that person was. The tall and thin figure slowly walked in. So it's you. Even though the person in front of him had become so old, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. But he still recognized him at a glance. Dumbledore. Long time no see. Grindelwald's voice was so hoarse that it didn't look like him. Dumbledore looked at his best partner from back then. Seeing how weak he had become, a trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly recovered. Grindelwald. Indeed, it's been a long time. Speak. What's the matter? Grindelwald slowly stood up with the help of the wall. He and Dumbledore had long broken up, so he naturally knew. Dumbledore definitely wasn't here to reminisce about the past. I'm here just to ask you a few questions. Dumbledore didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. Grindelwald stood up. However, this action of standing up seemed to have taken a lot of effort. It made him pant. Ask away. Do you have any descendants? Dumbledore quietly looked into Grindelwald's eyes. Hearing Dumbledore's question, Grindelwald was obviously stunned. Ha ha. Then, he began to laugh wildly. Such an intense and wild laughter. He almost couldn't breathe. Dumbledore waited quietly. He waited until Grindelwald stopped laughing. Then he asked softly, "What are you laughing at?" "What am I laughing at?" Grindelwald supported himself against the wall with difficulty. "Shouldn't you know best whether I have descendants or not?" "That's right. That's why I came to ask you," Dumbledore said as he took out the name tag. The name tag slowly floated from Dumbledore's hand to Grindelwald. Grindelwald was shocked when he saw the name tag. The expression on his face clearly froze for a moment. He hesitantly reached out his hand. He took the name tag. Judging from Grindelwald's expression, obviously, he recognized what it was. "Not long ago I met a boy. He's very talented." Then he told me his name was Blake Grindelwald. Grindelwald abruptly raised his head. Dumbledore saw surprise in his eyes. "So, you're not going to say anything to me?" Grindelwald lowered his head. He looked at the name tag in his hand. He gently stroked Blake's name on the name tag with his finger. Suddenly, he laughed out loud again. Dumbledore was still very patient this time. He waited for him to finish laughing. However, this time, Grindelwald waved at him. "Come here." Dumbledore walked closer to Grindelwald. Grindelwald raised his hand and put it to his mouth. It seemed that he wanted to whisper to Dumbledore. Dumbledore subconsciously lowered his head. "Then, I know what you want to know, but I won't tell you." Ha ha ha. Chapter 18. Hungry. Grindelwald laughed maniacally again. Dumbledore slowly straightened his back. However, there was no anger on his face. He quietly waited for Grindelwald to finish laughing. Then he said softly again, "Just like how I understand you, you should also understand me. I won't hurt that boy, no matter what relationship he has with you. Your sins back then have nothing to do with him." The smile on Grindelwald's face gradually disappeared. "You're still the same as before. Hee, you can always tolerate a lot of strange people. Even if the other party is a freak. Even if the other party's origin is unknown. But the only thing you can't tolerate is me. I've given you a chance. Dumbledore interrupted Grindelwald's words. You should know that the person in this world who is the most unwilling to be your enemy is me. But you. Forget it. I'm not here to talk to you about the past. It's still the previous question. I want to know what's going on with that boy. Why, does he have the bloodline of the Dumbledore family? Grindelwald was silent. He did not answer Dumbledore's question. After a long while, Dumbledore sighed softly. Sigh. Even if you don't say it, I have a way to know. Hearing this sentence, Grindelwald could not help but raise his head and look at Dumbledore. Biological Research Institute? I've already asked someone to search all the information in the wizard world. But I couldn't find this word. Maybe it's too long ago and the information is lost. But the people in the wizard world usually don't name it that way. Only Muggles, their scientific research base will be named so-and-so Research Institute. As far as I know, Muggles have always been very good at storing information. So, Grindelwald sighed. He understood that this matter could not be hidden from Dumbledore in the end. As long as Dumbledore went to the Muggle world to investigate, he would naturally find clues. He did cooperate with Muggles back then, because although he felt that Muggles were not as noble as wizards, however, he would not deny Muggles' outstanding science and technology. After a long while, Grindelwald sighed. Let's go take a look at this place. You'll know when you get there. Grindelwald held up a finger. He pressed it on the logo of the nameplate. The next second, at the bottom of the letter G Institute of Biology, another line of letters appeared. It was an address. It was as if it had always existed. It was just that he had been hiding it all along. Dumbledore looked at the name tag that floated back in surprise. He took a deep look at Grindelwald. It turned out that, can you always leave this place? Let's go. Grindelwald squatted down in the corner again. No matter what you see there, you have to remember what you said before. Also, be careful. It was originally a failed experiment. That boy should never have appeared in this world. Yet now he has appeared. You have to be careful. The mastermind behind all of this. By the way, remember to close the door when you leave. As he spoke, Grindelwald bent his body again. She curled up in the corner. He no longer bothered with Dumbledore. A failed experiment? A boy who shouldn't have appeared in this world? The mastermind behind all of this? Many words hovered in Dumbledore's mind. This made him wary. Dumbledore decided to go to the address that Grindelwald gave him first to take a look. Grindelwald refused to say more, but Dumbledore believed. In that place he would know more. Dumbledore left. He didn't forget to close the door when he left. He changed the stone wall back. The narrow stone room returned to its previous silence. After a long time, Grindelwald suddenly raised his head. He called out loudly, Gucci! Gucci! Pa! The sound of a whip hitting the ground rang out. A house elf with a wrinkled face appeared in the stone room. His clothes were ragged. Furthermore, he seemed to be quite old. Master, are you hungry? Gucci will cook for you right away. Gucci was the last house elf of the Grindelwald family. When Grindelwald was imprisoned in New Mungard, only she was allowed to serve her old master here. So far, her mission was very simple. That was to provide Grindelwald with 3 meals a day, so that he wouldn't starve to death. You heard it all, right? That boy. The boy with Grindelwald's blood in his body. Gucci sobbed excitedly. Yes, master, I heard it. Gucci is so useless. She didn't know that there was still a little master alive until now. Grindelwald interrupted Gucci's soliloquy. Gucci, go see that boy. Then, come back and tell me about his situation. Gucci hesitated and said, but, old master, Gucci has left. Old master will starve. I said, go and see that boy. Yes, old master, Gucci will go now. But, please allow Gucci to prepare enough dry food for old master first. This time, Grindelwald didn't refuse. Blake looked at the behemoth in front of him speechlessly. Who can tell me? Why is there such a big Russian grizzly bear in England? In front of Blake, a silly brown bear was standing right in front of him. And as far as Blake knew, brown bears usually lived in Russia. But this was England, and it was the suburbs of London. Even if there were bears in the wild in England, they shouldn't be able to run to this place without any hindrance. Hiss. Blake looked at the silly bear in front of him with a toothache. He was speechless. Previously, Blake sneaked out. It was to test the Druid's ability in the forest. Then, this silly bear appeared. After seeing Blake, it rushed over decisively. Just when Blake thought it was going to attack him, this silly bear was actually lying on the ground. It was crying directly. It was whining like a spoiled child. Translated, it was, Boss, I'm hungry. Food, please provide for me. Chapter 19. Blake's life experience. The answer is revealed. Yes. You said that you ran away from the circus? Oh. You said that the bad guys in the circus always used a small whip to whip you. Ah. They didn't even give you food? That's too much. That's too infuriating. How could they do that? What? You ate half a cow for a meal? Goodbye. Blake turned around and ran. What a joke. Half a cow for a meal? Half a cow could feed the children in the entire orphanage for a month. If it was changed to money, It could buy 3 months' worth of rations. Originally, Blake wanted to raise a bear to play with. But now, he didn't want to be poor from eating. Then, Blake found that one of his legs was hugged by a pair of thick bear paws. It looked at Blake with tears in its eyes. Let go of me. There's no fate between us. Ah, you said that I misunderstood? It's not half a cow. It's only half a cow's food? Hiss. They wanted to save trouble and directly gave you cow feed. What the F***CK? They can do that? They said that you're an omnivore, so it doesn't matter? They're too inhumane. Look, you've lost weight from hunger. Blake stopped running. If it didn't eat half a cow for a meal, then he could still afford to raise it. And it was a bear. Shouldn't it hunt by itself? And it still wanted him to give it food? This brown bear had obviously grown up in the circus since it was young. Therefore, it didn't really need to hunt. However, as a righteous druid, a righteous partner, how could he not ask about this matter? Then, Blake grabbed the big silly bear's neck. They began to chat. He seriously taught the brown bear how to hunt, how to fish, how to hunt for a hornet's nest, how to pick berries. What a joke. A druid had a pet, and he had to feed it himself? In the end, the big silly bear's eyes were brimming with tears. It reluctantly bid farewell to Blake. When it returned to the forest, then it realized that something was wrong. Didn't it want its big brother to feed it? Why did it end up hunting by itself? America. Los Angeles. Dumbledore's figure appeared in front of a dilapidated factory building. As he was anxious. So, Dumbledore was the same as before. He didn't apply to the United States Congress of Magic. He came directly to America quietly. Although the journey, but for him, it was nothing. There was no one near the factory building. Because it was rumored to be hunted. It wasn't as if there weren't homeless people who wanted to move in. But, those homeless people are not missing. They were crazy. Over time. Since then, no one was willing to approach this place. This place had been abandoned for decades. Dumbledore looked at the address on the name tag. It was indeed. He raised his head. He looked at the old factory building in front of him that looked gloomy in the night. Then, he stretched out a finger. He gently tapped the air in front of him. The next second, in Dumbledore's eyes, the old factory building disappeared. In its place, it was a neat building. On the roof of the building, there was a big signboard hanging there. G. Biological Research Institute. Dumbledore took a deep breath. Then he strode in. As Dumbledore walked towards the building, behind him, the entire space fluctuated. Then, Dumbledore disappeared. And that building, it became a gloomy old factory building again. It seemed to be because of magic. Although the entire building had been there for so many years, it was still spotless. Dumbledore carefully searched the entire building. It didn't take long to find the place he was looking for. That was also the most messy place in the entire building. There was only a huge petri dish in the entire room. But now, there was a big hole in the petri dish. And the petri dish was already empty. There was still dried culture liquid on the ground. Dumbledore looked around the entire culture room. He soon found what he was looking for. Because they didn't intend to hide this thing. There was no need for that. It was an experiment log. Dumbledore opened the experiment log. He carefully flipped through it page by page. The experiment log was very thick. But, Dumbledore quickly found all the content he wanted to know. After an unknown amount of time, Dumbledore closed the experiment log in his hand. There was a bitter smile on his face. Grindelwald had really given him a difficult problem. However, he still remembered his promise to Grindelwald not long ago. That was, he wouldn't hurt that boy. Blake, why did you buy so much salmon? The children can't eat so much. Mrs. Marion looked at Blake with some resentment. It's okay, Mrs. Marion. I'm the one who cooked this meal. You can go and wait with the others. Blake pushed Mrs. Marion out of the kitchen. This child. Lady Marion grumbled softly. But her heart was filled with gratification. She didn't know why. This child's cooking skills suddenly became good. In the end, she was pushed out of the kitchen instead. Mrs. Marion had to stay with the other children, waiting for Blake to prepare dinner. Blake prepared so many salmon. Of course it was useful. Although he said that he would let the big silly bear hunt by himself. But he was still a little worried that this silly bear wouldn't be able to find food. After all, he grew up in the circus. So when he was cooking, he deliberately hid a lot of salmon in the system warehouse. When the time came, he would give the big silly boy an extra meal. Blake. Blake saw Mrs. Marion who had returned. Leave this to me. No, Blake. There's an old man outside who says he wants to see you. Blake's hands paused for a moment. He knew who came. Since he came, it meant that he already had an answer. In a small room, Dumbledore sat on the only chair in the room. The chair was very old. It seemed to be a little shaky. And after Blake closed the door, he sat directly on the bed. He opened a box of chocolates. He handed it to Dumbledore. Sorry, Professor, I don't have tea here. It's okay, child. I have it. Dumbledore said with a smile. He stretched out his right hand. Then, a floating tray appeared out of thin air on his right hand. There was an exquisite tea set on the tray. The tea set automatically poured a cup of tea. It flew towards Blake. Thank you. So, you should have an answer? Yes. I already know everything. Dumbledore paused for a moment. Then he continued, including your background. Chapter 20. Grindelwald's crazy experiment. That's what happened. In the end, I convinced everyone at that time. I didn't put Grindelwald in Azkaban. Instead, I put him in the prison he built himself. Numungered. After talking about his past with Grindelwald, Dumbledore picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at the simple room. Suddenly, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Many years ago, he had once visited an orphanage. There was also such a room there. However, the owner of that room, many years later, it set off a bloody storm in the wizarding world. He glanced at Blake. Then, he secretly made up his mind. He would never let Blake become such a person. So that's how it is? Although Blake already knew about this, he still pretended that it was the first time he had heard about this. After all, this was what he had asked Dumbledore to tell him. Next, it was time to get to the point. Then, who am I to Grindelwald? Why was I abandoned in the orphanage? Facing Blake's question, Dumbledore sighed softly, because he suddenly didn't know how to speak. After pondering for a while, you just heard me talk about what happened back then. So, of course, you know that Grindelwald had been pursuing Creed's Byerben. Blake nodded. Creed's was actually a member of the Dumbledore family. It was just a freak combination of factors. That encounter was quite tragic. He became silent and then became a sharp sword in Grindelwald's hand. Fortunately, in the end, he abandoned the dark and went over to the light. Although it was a little sudden. About you, it all started with Creed's. Oh, my nephew. It started when Aurelius Dumbledore left Grindelwald. Does it have something to do with him? Blake asked. Actually, it has something to do with his departure, Dumbledore replied. With his departure, Grindelwald needed another sharp sword. Then he thought of, create a sword that is sharper, tougher, and more convenient to wield. This sword had to be the strongest. So, he established a biological research institute. The members of this research institute, a master alchemist from the world of sorcerers. There are also top biologists from the Muggle world. When Blake heard this, a bad premonition arose in his heart. From the most powerful sorcerer in the world at that time. Please forgive me for not being so modest. At that time, they were the two most powerful magi. It's me and Grindelwald. He used a drop of blood that he took from me many years ago. With his own blood. With top-notch alchemy and top-notch biology. A new life form was created. He wanted to ensure that this life form had all the talents of the two great magi. Dumbledore paused at this point, because he had to give Blake some time. Let him digest this important news. To be honest, when he first saw this in the experiment log, it took him a long time to calm down, not to mention Blake. That was a crazy experiment. Grindelwald was trying to create life. At this moment, Blake completely understood. At this moment, he only felt that thousands of alpacas were galloping through his heart. That life form is me? After receiving Dumbledore's affirmative answer, Blake's entire body was flustered in the wind. So, I'm actually not a human. Actually, I'm just a created. A monster. A killing machine to help him complete his so-called great cause? Dumbledore shook his head. No. Child, you are human. You are not a monster. Blake sighed. But I don't even have a mother, right? Dumbledore was speechless for a moment. Blake grew up in a tube. Of course, he didn't have a mother. But you are indeed human. There is a technical term for this among the Muggles. I think it is called cloning. Blake knew that Dumbledore was comforting him. Clones weren't like him. And then, if the experiment on me had been successful decades ago, Gushenwei said, then why was I not born until 11 years ago? Blake asked the key to the problem. Logically speaking, with his current appearance, the experiment could be considered a success. Blake had perfectly inherited the strengths of the two great wizards. He had confidence, even if he didn't have a system. In the end, he would definitely go further than Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Then, why wasn't he born decades ago? No, Blake. Dumbledore sighed softly. That experiment. Actually, it was not successful. That experiment failed in the end. Blake's eyes suddenly widened. That experiment failed? If it failed, where did he come from? Dumbledore continued. Because although the fetus was born perfect, but he has no soul, only an empty shell. It's impossible for an empty shell to become a sharp sword. And at that time, our counterattack had already begun. So, all the people in the research institute evacuated. And you were considered a failure by them. When they left, they didn't take you with them. So, you were sealed in that petri dish. Blake suddenly understood. In fact, this experiment failed. It was only because of the sudden appearance of his soul. That was why this failed experiment. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. That's not right. Since those people thought I was a failure back then. They didn't take me with them. Why did it take decades? Did someone take me from there? And abandoned me at the entrance of the orphanage? And, who tampered with my name tag? Crossed out Grindelwald's surname. Trying to let me know my background after I became an adult? Dumbledore looked at Blake with admiration. You are a smart child, Blake. This is the key to the problem. Behind all this, there is a mysterious manipulator. He needs you after you become an adult. You become a sword that can be controlled. In Blake's mind, the figure of the wizard who left him. Unfortunately, he didn't see his face clearly. And his clothes, body, then, how? Who was considered a failure? What if it was deliberate? This was what Blake was concerned about. That experiment had clearly failed. If Blake had not transmigrated, then the manipulator could only get a body without a soul. Not to mention nurturing himself into a sharp sword. Could it be that his transmigration had something to do with the manipulator? Maybe. He was just trying. He didn't have much hope at first. But he didn't expect you to really come back to life. Dumbledore explained. Chapter 21. What? I suddenly have 2 more male mothers? That makes sense. Blake agreed with Dumbledore's statement. But he had a feeling that it was not that simple. After all, that place had been abandoned. And he was a failure. He was also abandoned in that place. No one cared about him for decades. However, 11 years ago, why would anyone suddenly think of him? There seemed to be no way to find the answer to this question now. However, Blake soon thought of another thing that was even more. Something exciting. Blake looked at Dumbledore. He said slowly. So, strictly speaking, he said, the 2 of you can be considered my. Blake did not continue. But Dumbledore completely understood what he meant. So, he and Grindelwald, these 2 old men, were almost 200 years old together. Then, suddenly they had a son. Although this matter sounded very absurd, and it was the sin of that old bastard Grindelwald. But, Blake's and Grindelwald's blood indeed flowed in his body. Therefore, Blake could really be said to be the direct descendant of him and Grindelwald. Otherwise, Phoenix Fox would not have regarded Blake as a member of the Dumbledore family. Even when Blake was threatened, he could sense that Blake needed help. Dumbledore thought of this. He could not help but facepalm with his hand. However, it did not matter if this child was Grindelwald's former experimental subject or not. He had already determined that he was a member of the Dumbledore family. Dumbledore decided that he must teach Blake to be a good person. He was an outstanding wizard. Well, although he was also considered a direct descendant of Grindelwald. But Dumbledore still decided to let Blake stay away from that guy. You have the blood of the Dumbledore family flowing in your body. So, I hope that you can return to the Dumbledore family. But, you have to agree to this. Blake looked at Dumbledore's sincere gaze. A moment later. I'm sorry, Professor. I need to think about it. Dumbledore heard Blake call him Professor. His eyes dimmed slightly. Dumbledore was actually an old man who yearned for family. Especially after the accidental death of his sister Ariana. Even though he still had a younger brother. However, his younger brother could be considered a stranger to him now. Therefore, strictly speaking, it had been a very, very long time since he had tasted kinship. Until now, a Blake appeared. Blake was also considered a member of the Dumbledore family. Therefore, deep in Dumbledore's heart, he hoped that Blake would agree to his request. In that case, perhaps he could still live in this lonely old age. Once again, he enjoyed the warmth brought by family. Dumbledore said softly, you should really think about it. You grew up here. Lady Marian is also very good to you. So, I know, this is not an easy decision to make. Even if you're not willing in the end, I won't force you. That's right. No matter what your final decision is. Don't tell others that your surname is Grindelwald. As for the reason, you've heard the story of Grindelwald from me. So, you should be able to understand. After all, until now, there are still many people who hate this surname. Blake nodded. I understand, Professor. When Dumbledore came, it was before dinner in the afternoon. But when he left, the sky was already full of stars. He didn't know why. He had stayed in the room with Dumbledore for a few hours. But Madame Marian didn't disturb them. Not even once. Blake was actually a little puzzled by this. Dumbledore was a stranger in the orphanage. How could she be at ease leaving a stranger alone with a child in the orphanage for so long? Blake thought that Dumbledore had cast a spell. But, when he saw Madame Marian sitting quietly at the dining table in the dining hall, he knew that wasn't the case. Are you done talking? Come and eat. This is salmon soup and your favorite spaghetti. Although it's not as delicious as yours. After Madame Marian saw Blake, she quickly got up and prepared everything. The lid was opened. The food inside was still steaming hot. Madame Marian? Blake felt that she was a little strange. And her voice was especially nasal. It was as if she had cried. Eat, you should be hungry. Okay. When Blake picked up the fork and started to eat the pasta, Madame Marian grabbed her handkerchief. She looked at Blake uneasily. In the end she spoke. The old man who came to see you this afternoon is your relative, right? Ahem. Blake choked at Madame Marian's words. You, why do you think so? Madame Marian sighed. I've been the director of this orphanage for many years. I still have this bit of eyesight. That old man and you have the exact same beautiful blue eyes. Blake was silent. So, I understand. It's time for you to leave this place, isn't it? It's not like I have to leave, Blake said gloomily. This is a good thing for you, boy. Although I don't know why you were abandoned here. But, I actually hope that the children in the orphanage. I actually hope that the children can be adopted in the future. And then have a home. Orphans with no one to rely on are really too pitiful. Late at night, in the woods outside the orphanage, Blake looked at the big brown bear sitting on the ground. He excitedly ate the salmon that he had brought for him. Sure enough, it didn't hunt anything outside. If it wasn't for Blake's meal, it would probably starve to death. From now on, you'll be called Big Bear. Blake suddenly said. Big Bear called out a few times. Then, he stuffed another fish into his mouth. Blake, who could understand it? He chuckled. Just because you're called Big Bear doesn't mean that you'll have a brother called Second Bear in the future. Big Bear pondered for a while. You should continue eating. Blake looked at Big Bear's dried rice. He thought about Lady Marion's words. Lady Marion knew. Dumbledore, who was suspected to be Blake's relative. He came to the orphanage this time. He must be thinking of adopting Blake back to his family. In this regard, she expressed her support. She deeply understood how important it was for an orphan to have a home. Maybe I should really follow Dumbledore and leave this place? Of course, Blake didn't say that he wanted a home. He didn't think there was anything wrong with being an orphan. He was just thinking about the future. If he left with Dumbledore, then from then on, Dumbledore would stand behind him. He associated it with his blood pressure soaring system. It seems that if I don't want to be beaten to death in the future, it's better to leave with Dumbledore. Chapter 22. You call this a Siberian hamster? For so many days, after Blake's tests, his emotional treasure chest system, anger had the highest drop rate, and it was the easiest to trigger. The second was shock and other emotions. So, for the reward, for the sake of becoming stronger, Blake might do some things more often in the future. Something more exciting. Dancing in minefields should be inevitable. What did it mean by death is like the wind, always with me? However, if Dumbledore was standing behind him, as long as he didn't go overboard, then he wouldn't really be beaten to death. If he was lucky enough to make Dumbledore angry, then he was even less afraid. Someone like Dumbledore. If he was angry, the drop rate would definitely be high, although it might be a little detestable. But, what bad intentions did the child have? I just want to become stronger. Blake was also because of this. He gradually made up his mind. Blake didn't actually have much luggage. Most of the things were distributed to the other children. He was carrying a small suitcase. He looked at the small room where he had lived for many years with some reluctance. Madame Marion was standing at the door waiting for him. Her eyes were red as she looked at the child quietly. Madame Marion, don't be sad. I'll come back to see you often. Blake put down the suitcase. He gave Madame Marion a deep hug. I heard that your relative is a professor. I believe that your life will definitely become better in the future. Blake smiled. His relative was indeed a professor, but he wasn't the kind of professor that Madame Marion had imagined. Blake waited until Madame Marion and the other children looked at him with reluctance. When he reached the door, Dumbledore was already standing at the door waiting. Goodbye, everyone. I'll come back to see everyone often. Dumbledore and Blake walked for a long time. When they looked back, they could still see Madame Marion and the other children standing at the door watching them silently. They walked past a corner. When they finally left their line of sight, Dumbledore said, Okay, grab my hand. Then we'll use Phantom Shift to leave here. Well, Phantom Shift is a spell similar to teleportation. Although the process is not very comfortable, it's very practical. Dumbledore was worried that Blake didn't know what Phantom Shift was, so he explained patiently. Magic is really amazing, Blake praised sincerely. Okay, come on. Grab my hand. Dumbledore said with a smile. But, Professor, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring a pet. If I don't bring it, it will be hungry. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's bring it along before we leave. What pet? Where is it? Blake pointed to the woods not far away. In that forest. It's a hamster. A Siberian hamster. Let's go. 5 minutes later, Dumbledore looked at the behemoth in front of him. He said helplessly, This is the Siberian hamster you mentioned? This was obviously a brown bear. Look at its size. Although it was considered small for a brown bear, but it was at least 500 or 600 pounds. How could you say that this was a hamster? But, at this moment, Blake was stroking Big Bear's head. Big Bear was a ferocious beast, but now it was lying on the ground obediently. It allowed the boy to stroke it. Dumbledore was still shocked by this scene. When Grindelwald was doing experiments, did he add Newt's blood? Otherwise, how could he make such a fierce beast so docile? Ding. Detected emotions of shock. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. Hearing the system notification, Blake's lips curled up slightly. This was the reason why he brought Dumbledore to see his little pet. Unfortunately, it was only a silver treasure chest. If it's such a big bear. Dumbledore wanted to say that such a big bear was not easy to raise. Moreover, it was not easy to use phantom transfiguration with a bear. But, when he saw Blake staying with the brown bear, when he saw the joy in his eyes, he gave up the idea in his heart. Wasn't it just a bear? As long as Blake liked it, then he would raise it. Professor, can't we bring it with us? No way? No. Of course I have a way, Dumbledore said with a smile. Can you lend me your suitcase? Okay. Blake handed his suitcase to Dumbledore. Dumbledore put the suitcase on a big rock. Then, he took out the few pieces of clothing he had in there. He put them aside. Then he pulled out his old wand. He didn't seem to chant any spells. It was as if there was some kind of special space distortion in the box. Okay. Dumbledore closed the box. Then he handed it to Blake. As long as you face it and open the lid, you can put it in. The space inside is big enough. It won't feel suffocated. Blake took the suitcase in surprise. This was... Dumbledore had helped him transform his suitcase into a bag that could hold magical animals. Blake turned his head and touched Big Bear's head. Then he whispered a few words into its ear. Then he opened the suitcase. The next second, Big Bear was sucked into the box without any resistance. Okay, now we can leave. When we reach our new home, we'll let it out. Dumbledore took out a piece of cloth as he spoke. It turned into a small bag. Then he put Blake's clothes in it. After we get to our new home and familiarize ourselves with the environment, we'll go to Diagon Alley. It's time to buy some school supplies for you. Ah, and the most important wand. By the way, I won't give you the admission letter. I'll get the owl to send it to you. I can't spoil the surprise of receiving an admission letter. Blake heard Diagon Alley. His eyes lit up. Could he finally go to Diagon Alley? If he went to Diagon Alley, then he would be able to have his own magic wand. Blake had always been casting spells without a wand. He really wanted to try out how it felt to cast a spell with a magic wand. Moreover, when he reached Diagon Alley, he could buy the books he wanted. Transfiguration, Alchemy, Ancient Niven. He could arrange everything directly. Chapter 23. The old friend you mentioned, could it be yourself? Godric Valley. Dumbledore looked at the small town. His eyes were full of memories. At this time, Blake was leaning against the wall. He stood on the side and calmed his turbulent stomach. Why was Phantom Shift so uncomfortable? Blake thought. Maybe it was the same reason why Muggles would get seasick? Professor Dumbledore. An unfamiliar middle-aged man quickly walked over. Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre excitedly shook Dumbledore's hand. We've already done what you asked us to do. Here are the keys. Mr. Pierre took out a bunch of keys. He handed it to Dumbledore. Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre. You are still so capable. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Dumbledore. If you need help again next time, remember to come to me. Monsieur Pierre left in excitement. His eyes were fully focused on Dumbledore. He didn't even look at Blake. That gentleman must be your top fan, right? That's what Muggles say, a super fan. After Blake calmed down, he walked over with a suitcase. Ah, maybe he just likes the way I do some things. Not really, a fan, Dumbledore said modestly. Okay, the new house has been arranged. Dumbledore shook the keys in his hand. To be exact, this is my ancestral home. But, since, I haven't been back for a long time. So I guess I asked Mr. Pierre and his team to help me renovate it. Dumbledore's ancestral home was located on the edge of town. It was a small 2-story house. In front of the house was a small barren garden. Behind it was a lush hill. It was basically built on the hill. Seeing the woods, Blake was intoxicated by the fragrance of the plants. Great! Big Bear can stay there. And the small garden in front. I think I can cultivate a lot of interesting plants there. Blake liked this place. At least, he could safely grow some strange plants here. He wouldn't be noticed. After all, this was a place where half wizards and half muggles lived. However, most of the wizards had set up muggle expulsion spells in their homes. It was rare for them to discover anything strange about the wizard's home. Even if he found something strange, they would also think that it was haunted. As for the lush and verdant back mountain, according to Dumbledore, that piece of land belonged to the Dumbledore family. Blake thought about where he should hide his magical animals in the future. The garden might be a potential place. Putting the luggage away, Blake released Big Bear. Blake started to look at Dumbledore with wide eyes. He could slowly familiarize himself with his new home. But Diagon Alley. He wanted to go now. Okay, I was going to introduce you to the neighbors. However, since you want to go to Diagon Alley now. After experiencing the phantom transfiguration once, Blake's eyes lit up. Blake didn't feel so bad anymore. Dumbledore did not take him to the leaky cauldron. Instead, he used Phantom Shift to appear at the entrance of Diagon Alley. After Blake got used to the dizziness caused by Phantom Shift, he started to panic. He curiously looked at the legendary Diagon Alley. Blake found himself standing on a street paved with cobblestones. Behind him was a brick wall. Behind the wall should be the leaky cauldron. The soft sunlight shone on a pile of crucibles outside the nearest shop. There was a sign hanging above the crucibles. Copper, brass, all models, automatic mixing, foldable. Blake pointed at the crucibles and asked, "What is this?" "This is a crucible. It's used to boil magic potions." Dumbledore patiently explained to Blake. "Oh, can it be used to cook hot pot?" Dumbledore smiled and replied, "It should be possible. Actually, I haven't done that before. I guess no one has done that before. But we can go back and try it ourselves." Diagon Alley could be said to be the central business district of the British Wizards. It was much wider than Blake had imagined, and there were many shops. However, it was such a wide street. It was almost full of people. It was very lively. "Let's go, I think. What you're most interested in is getting a magic wand. Isn't it?" Blake followed behind Dumbledore. It was the first time he stepped on the cobblestone street of Diagon Alley. He followed behind Dumbledore and kept looking at the surrounding shops. There were all kinds of strange shops. Blake didn't know what they were selling. Of course, to fit the image of a Muggle child. As they walked, Blake asked questions along the way. Although his questions were a bit strange. For example, dragon's liver, 16 sykes for an ounce? How much is 1 CK worth? Can this dragon's liver be fried? Why do they have to use a broom? Don't they have brooms to sweep the floor at home? However, Dumbledore still patiently answered Blake's various questions. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Compared to other shops, this shop was different. It was small and shabby. The golden sign on the door had peeled off. It was written on it, Ollivander, made in 382 BC, excellent wands. In the window of the shop, there was a lone magic wand on the faded purple cushion. Let's go in, Dumbledore said with a smile. Blake expectantly followed Dumbledore into the shop. However, as soon as they walked in, a voice rang out. Not far away, a little girl in a green dress appeared. She had long, soft, and flowing blonde hair. There was a hint of habitual arrogance on her pretty face. Professor Dumbledore? Who's the boy beside him? To be able to make Professor Dumbledore personally come to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Her curiosity was instantly piqued. Blake looked at the interior of the famous magic wand shop. The shop was very small, because there was only a bench in the corner. There was nothing else. And behind the tall counter, thousands of narrow cardboard boxes containing magic wands. From the floor to the ceiling, there was a thin layer of dust everywhere. Blake was a little skeptical. The reason why Ollivander didn't clean up the dust was because Ollivander didn't need to clean it up. It was to give his shop a sense of history. Oh, Professor Dumbledore. What a rare guest. I remember that your wand was made by my grandfather. That's a good wand. But I'm sure you don't use it anymore, right? Ollivander was a rather skinny little old man. His messy hair betrayed his slovenly personality. His silver-white eyes left a deep impression on people. Good afternoon, Garrick. I'm here to buy this child a magic wand that belongs to him. Dumbledore reached out his hand with a smile. He pushed Blake, who was standing in the back, to the front. This is the grandson of an old friend of mine. Blake Green. Dumbledore didn't ask Blake to change his surname to Dumbledore. Perhaps it was because he didn't know how to explain it to others. Why would the Dumbledore family suddenly have a descendant? As for the surname Grindelwald, it was even more impossible to use it. Therefore, he could only tacitly agree to Blake's former surname, Green, and he planned to tell others. Blake was the grandson of his old friend. However, after all, appearances couldn't be deceived. Especially an old guy like Ollivander who had seen countless people. Ollivander's eyes swept back and forth between Dumbledore's face and Blake's face. The old friend you're talking about, it is not yourself, right? Chapter 24. Ollivander. Please don't try. He was most afraid of the sudden awkward silence in the air. After Ollivander blurted it out, he regretted it a little. Something that others were hiding. Naturally, there were reasons why others should hide it. But fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not last long. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the bell came from the door. It broke the awkward atmosphere. Ahem. Miss, please wait for a moment. I have to choose a magic wand for Mr. Green, who came first. Ollivander called out to the young lady in the green dress. Then, he glanced at Dumbledore apologetically. Dumbledore nodded slightly, indicating that he did not mind. Of course, Blake also noticed the young lady who had just entered. Then, he immediately recognized who she was. Although he did not know why she would appear in such an area without her in advance. But, what did it matter? Blake only knew one thing. And that was, a new treasure chest toolman had appeared. Although Blake's inner drama was very good. But in fact, he only glanced at it lightly and then looked away. Mr. Ollivander turned his head and smiled at Blake. Which hand does Mr. Green use? Blake wanted to say that he could use both hands. But in order to get the most suitable magic wand for himself, he answered Ollivander's question honestly. Right hand. Okay. Ollivander picked up a small notebook and wrote something. Then, a pool on the counter flew up by itself. It automatically helped Blake to measure his size, including the length of his arm, the length of his forearm, the height, the circumference of his head, even the spacing between his nostrils. After busying himself for a while, Ollivander finally put away the notebook. He began to walk to the magic wand shelf behind him. Obviously, the data measure just now was very important. It could help Ollivander find a reasonable range among thousands of magic wands. It might be suitable for Blake's range. This. It might be this. Why don't you give it a try? Oh, of course, how could I forget you? It was as if he could hear the magic wand talking. Ollivander soon returned with a pile of boxes. He stacked the boxes on the counter with difficulty. Then he rubbed his palms. He looked at Blake eagerly. Every time, a young wizard would come to buy a magic wand. He was looking forward to this scene. Every time a magic wand found a suitable master, he had the unique excitement of an old father. Your compatibility seems to be suitable for many types of wands. Then try this one. Ollivander casually took out a box from the pile. Then he opened the lid. He gently picked up one of the wands. Then it was reversed. He handed the handle of the wand to Blake. Yellowtson wood, unicorn fur, 12¼ inches, very elastic. Blake wiped his hands. He held the wand in his hand excitedly. In fact, this was the first time he had picked up a wand. Last time, he was very regretful. He didn't borrow Hermione's magic wand to try. Now, he finally touched a real magic wand. Blake only felt a warm feeling coming from the magic wand in his hand. Oh, it seems to be very suitable. Why don't you try it? Ollivander didn't resist when he saw the magic wand. He immediately became excited. Could it be that the first one would succeed? Blake did have a very strange feeling at this moment. He felt that his magic power had been increased. Actually, it wasn't his magic power that had been increased. It was like the channel for casting magic power had been widened. If it was said that when there was no magic wand to cast spells, the channel for releasing magic power, it was a small river. Then now, it was a turbulent and worshipping river. The overall feeling was, very good, very good. After hearing Ollivander say to wave the magic wand, then he waved it. Whoosh! As Blake waved the magic wand gently. Then, a breeze blew in the entire shop. Oh, very good, very good. Ollivander had yet to finish his words. The dust that was blown up by the breeze suddenly turned into a drizzle. They fluttered down to the ground. Ah, I knew it. You're very suitable for this. Ollivander had yet to finish his words. The next second, bang! There was a loud sound. The wand in Blake's hand. It exploded just like that. Ah! Blake looked at the wand in his hand in shock. The wand with the tip of the wand blown into a trumpet flower. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The shop fell into an awkward silence again. Ding. 3 types of shock have been detected. Ding. Currently drawing treasure chests for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 silver treasure chests. Blake knew very well who these 3 treasure chests came from. He secretly glanced at the dumbstruck Ollivander. That? Cough cough, do I have to compensate? Ollivander finally came back to his senses. He hurriedly waved his hand. Oh. Of course not, child. In fact, this should be my mistake. How can I let the customer bear the loss? Under normal circumstances, it was only when he took the wrong wand. Only then would he discover the phenomenon of the wand exploding. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. After all, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about the Ollivander family. They had been in the wand business for so many years. When the customer tried the wand, if it wasn't suitable, at most, it would blow up a few windows, a few walls. He had never seen a wand explode itself. Ollivander carefully took the exploded wand from Blake's hand. Then, he put it away properly. He had to study this wand properly after that. What exactly was the problem? He was sure that this was just a small accident. Then, Ollivander took out a second wand. Mahogany wood, dragon heartstring wand core, 11 inches, very flexible. This is a wand very suitable for transformation. Ollivander secretly glanced at Dumbledore, the child of the Dumbledore family. Of course, his talent in transformation was very high. This time, it couldn't be wrong. Blake took the wand. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. This wand was more convenient than the previous one. Blake used the wand to point at a box on the table. Then, the box instantly changed. A lifelike white pigeon flapped its wings and flew into the air. Oh, what a wonderful transformation spell! Ollivander exclaimed in shock. He had never seen an 11-year-old little wizard who could directly turn a dead object into a living thing. Dumbledore had a gratified smile on his face. Of course, he knew Blake's transformation. As expected of. Ollivander looked at Dumbledore. Cough cough. Dumbledore suddenly coughed. Ah! Ollivander slammed on the brakes. He swallowed the rest of his words. Ding. 2 strong emotions of shock have been detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 gold treasure chests. 2 gold treasure chests. Except for Ollivander. The other contributor was, of course, the little girl in the green dress who was still sitting on the bench. She stared at Blake's back with her big emerald green eyes. Her face was full of disbelief. Ollivander said with a smile, "It seems that this wand is very suitable." Bang! Ollivander's voice stopped abruptly. "I don't believe it. Continue to try this one." The self-destruction of the wand meant that he had made a mistake. This was ruining his reputation. So, how could he tolerate it? So, in the next 10 minutes or so, the people who passed by Ollivander's wand shop, they could always clearly hear the sound of explosions coming from the shop outside the door. Why don't I try another one? He looked at the table with his head in his hands. Ollivander's face was ashen. Blake said cautiously. Ollivander jumped up. "No, I beg you. Don't try any more. Why don't you change to another scourge?" The Grigovic family is not bad, although they are in Germany. Chapter 25. Unconvinced Cassandra. He is better than me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cassandra stared at him with her beautiful big green eyes. She looked at this scene in shock. Mr. Ollivander. He had the technology to make wands. On a worldwide scale. He was ranked in the top 3. Even if he was ranked first, he could afford to be. But now, he was such a world-class wand master. He was actually stumped by that boy. And he looked. And he seemed to be showing signs of breaking down. This was truly an inconceivable matter. Cassandra was a proud child. Because since she was young, no matter in which aspect, she was extremely talented. She was far more outstanding than their peers. Because of this, among her peers, there were really not many who could catch her eye. Too invincible. What this brought was loneliness and emptiness. This year, she was going to enter Hogwarts. So she was still looking forward to meeting someone who was qualified to be her opponent in school. So, when she saw Professor Dumbledore, such a powerful and famous wizard, He actually personally sent a child to Diagon Alley to buy things. Her curiosity was piqued. What kind of person was he? How could he be worthy of being personally received by a great wizard like Dumbledore? Perhaps this boy was capable enough to be her opponent? It just so happened that she hadn't bought a wand yet. Hence, she followed behind Blake and Dumbledore. She entered the wand shop. Then she saw Blake blow up the wand. To be honest, even though her family had a long history, she had never heard of such a thing. Even though she claimed to have seen the world, she couldn't help but be surprised by this. Because of this, Cassandra unknowingly contributed a silver treasure chest to Blake. It seems that this guy is really interesting. Cassandra who had this thought. Because of this, she continued to watch curiously. When Blake picked up the second wand, and when he successfully turned a box into a lifelike little white dove, only then did Cassandra truly feel shocked. Because she couldn't do that. Cassandra remembered herself not long ago, under the serious guidance of his parents. It took a whole week. That's why I used my mother's magic wand, turning a match into a flawless silver needle. At that time, her parents were pleasantly surprised that she was the genius of the Worley family, because she wasn't even 11 years old at that time. The magic power in his body was limited, yet she was able to do that. It was already very impressive. But now, this boy was about her age. Unexpectedly, when he was testing the wand, turning an inanimate object into a bird. How was this possible? Her father had clearly told her that. Because there wasn't enough magic. Right now, she still couldn't do that. Then why could that boy do it? However, although Cassandra was not convinced, but she had to admit it. The current her. She really couldn't do it. She really couldn't do it. From a young age to an adult. This was the first time Cassandra had lost to someone her age. Cassandra was shocked. A trace of hostility rose in her heart. Humph. I admit that you have the ability to be my opponent. However, if I also had a great wizard like Professor Dumbledore to teach me, I could do it too. Cassandra thought, unwilling to admit defeat. Ding. Detected shock. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. Blake turned his head. He saw the expression on Cassandra's face. Naturally, he knew who contributed this gold treasure chest. Before he could think further, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected great frustration. Ding. Extracting the treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a diamond treasure chest. Ah. Although he was happy to obtain a diamond treasure chest again, but, looking at his ashen face, Ollivander, who had contributed a diamond treasure chest to him, Blake couldn't be happy. First of all, such a big wand shop. There wasn't even a wand that was suitable for him. In other words, he wouldn't be able to buy a new wand today. Secondly, today, Ollivander was a little miserable because of him, even though he didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry, Garrick. I'll compensate you for today's losses. Dumbledore sighed. Then he took out a money bag. He placed it gently on the counter. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ollivander had suffered heavy losses today. More than 80 wands had exploded. According to the price of about 7 gold galleons per wand, that was a huge loss of more than 500 gold galleons. Although Dumbledore didn't know why such a thing had happened, he guessed that it might have something to do with Blake's background. After all, he was a new life form that had been cultivated in a petri dish. Compared to an ordinary wizard, there must be something different about it. Don't worry, Blake. As for the wand, I'll think of a way. Dumbledore comforted Blake. He knew very well that a little wizard yearned for a wand, so he knew very well, when a little wizard couldn't buy a new wand, the disappointment in his heart. Wait. Just as Dumbledore was about to pull Blake away from this place, Ollivander suddenly raised his head. He stopped them. Blake saw the unwillingness in his eyes. I'm not short of money, Albus. Although Mr. Green blew up so many of my wands, you've brought me an unprecedented challenge. I shouldn't be afraid of challenges. Ollivander thought of how he had wanted Blake to go to Germany to find his old colleagues. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was the world's top wand master. How could he admit defeat so easily? Mr. Green. Ollivander walked out from behind the counter. He held Blake's arm. Obviously, there's no wand in the shop that suits you now. So, I'm going to tailor a wand for you. Blake looked at Ollivander's bloodshot pupils. How can I accept this? He had blown up more than 80 wands. But the other party didn't want his compensation. And he wanted to tailor a wand for him. Please don't reject me, Mr. Green. I can guarantee that if I can't solve this problem, other wand craftsmen won't solve it either. And I feel that this is a great opportunity for me to break through my current skills. Blake looked at Ollivander, who seemed to have gone crazy. Blake calmly pulled his arm out of his hands. Tailor a wand for him. Of course it was good. After all, you don't want to be unable to use a wand in the future, right? This sentence hit Blake's weakness. Okay, I agree. That's great. Thank you. Ollivander excitedly gave Blake a big hug. This scene made Cassandra, who was at the side, confused again. They're about to blow up your store. You're still thanking him. Chapter 26. Blake. Sister, you were wiped out by me before I made a move? In order to be able to truly customize a wand that completely suits you, I may need you to come once a day for the next 2 days. Because I may need to adjust some parameters. Mr. Ollivander said excitedly. At this moment, his motivation was also stimulated. This was the first time in so many years that he was so motivated. The last time he was so motivated was when he completed the test that his father gave him. Dumbledore did not object. If Ollivander could solve this problem, then it would naturally save him a lot of trouble. He picked up a wand that was blown up by Blake. He carefully examined it. Although he did not do much research on wands, but no matter what, this subject was related to alchemy. Therefore, he was able to see through the clues very quickly. He put down the blown-up wand. He glanced at Blake. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. These wands, they were all destroyed by an extremely large amount of magic power. Blake, this child actually had such powerful magic power? How old was this child? Did he already have more magic power than an adult wizard? What would happen when he grew up? There was a faint trace of fear in his heart. If the experiment back then had succeeded, this child who had inherited all his and Grindelwald's talents, he would definitely have become Grindelwald's sharpest sword. Mr. Green, can you tell me how you felt when you held the wand? Ollivander picked up a book. He picked up a quill and looked at Blake seriously. Well, when I held the wand for the first time, there was a very strong urge to cast a spell. Then after waving the wand, I felt very good. There was a kind of carefree feeling of venting excess energy. Blake remembered the feeling of casting a spell with the wand just now. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a pity that that carefree feeling did not last long. The wand blew up. After Ollivander heard Blake's answer, he threw the book aside. Then he picked up a blown-up wand and carefully observed it. Then a shocked expression gradually appeared on his face. He had doubts when he heard Blake's answer. But now, after carefully examining the blown-up wand, he finally confirmed the guess in his heart. Then, Blake heard the system prompt again. Ding. It has been detected that the target has dropped a certain number of treasure chests today. Ding. The target will not drop any more treasure chests today. Blake sighed in his heart. However, why did Ollivander only drop 3 treasure chests before reaching the quota? He thought of the diamond treasure chest that Ollivander had just dropped. Blake instantly understood. It must be because of the quality of the treasure chest. The higher the quality of the treasure chest, the more space it occupied, the larger the quota. And vice versa. Hermione had only dropped silver and gold treasure chests. That was why there were so many drops. Ollivander didn't know what Blake was thinking. He glanced at Dumbledore. Mr. Green, you're really an amazing genius. Ollivander exclaimed. Dumbledore smiled. He knew that Ollivander had also seen the problem. However, this sentence made her sit at the back. Cassandra, who was ignored the whole time, found it irritating. Genius. This word. In the past, it had always been her patented term. No matter who it was, how could they be called a genius outside? But when he arrived in front of her, all of them were beaten back to their original state. But now, she had met her match. Humph. Isn't it just because that your transformation skill is better than mine? Cassandra thought sourly in her heart. Mr. Ollivander, why are you suddenly praising me? Mr. Green, can't you feel how powerful your magic power is? Ollivander said helplessly. The reason why these magic wands exploded, it's not that they're not suitable for you, but your magic power is too strong. It directly blew it up. Blake was stunned. So that was the case? When he tried out the magic wands just now, it was indeed as good as it could be. He didn't expect it at all. He used all his strength. He actually blew up the magic wands because of the excessive magic power input. After Cassandra, who was behind him, heard Ollivander's words, her eyes widened again. This boy blew up the magic wands. It was actually because his magic power was too powerful. But he was about the same age as her. Cassandra wouldn't suspect that Ollivander was lying, because he didn't have to lie. Ding. Extremely shocked emotion detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 gold treasure chest. Blake received the system prompt again. Now, even if he didn't look back, he could guess the expression on Cassandra's face. She's really a little girl who doesn't want to admit defeat. Very good. Tool number 2 will be you. Dumbledore said. I also noticed this just now. Blake, your magic power. It's not the same as others. For example, when others use a magic wand to cast a spell, it's like turning on a faucet in a pool. No matter how much water there is in the pool, they can control the amount of water in the right place. As for you, to borrow a word from the Muggles, it's a high-pressure water gun. Casting spells is violent and violent. Thanks to Dumbledore's easy-to-understand analogy, Blake immediately understood. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Dumbledore to know so much about the Muggles. So, as long as I take it easy and restrain myself, I won't blow up the magic wands. That's indeed the case. Dumbledore nodded. Cassandra didn't know what a high-pressure water gun was, but she could roughly understand what Dumbledore meant. That guy is actually so strong. He even has to restrain himself when using magic to not blow up the magic wands? No, I can't be worse than him. It could be said that Blake hadn't even spoken to Cassandra yet. Cassandra's defense was broken by Blake. Ding. Extremely depressed mood detected. Ding. Detected that the target has reached the limit of treasure chests dropped today. Ding. The target can no longer drop treasure chests today. Blake looked at the system space. Cassandra had contributed 1 silver treasure chest and 3 gold treasure chests. He couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his nose. This tool number 2. Really, she's too weak. I haven't even made a move yet. I've already cleaned her out? Chapter 27. Cassandra. I want to customize a magic wand too. I don't believe I'm weaker than him. Although as long as you restrain yourself, you can prevent the wand from exploding. But make a wand for the customer that is completely comfortable to use. This is the mission of the Ollivander family for so many years. Don't worry. I will definitely make a wand that allows you to cast magic freely. Ollivander comforted Blake. Then I'll have to trouble you, Garrick. Dumbledore expressed his gratitude. Ollivander nodded at Dumbledore. He secretly praised in his heart, although he didn't know what relationship this child had with Dumbledore. But look at his talent. This magic power. If not for the fact that Dumbledore was not young anymore. You mean this is his son? Even Ollivander would believe it. Just as the two adults were chatting, Blake took the time to glance at Cassandra behind him. She had her head lowered. He couldn't see her expression clearly, but from her small hands that were tightly gripping her skirt, he could tell that she was not calm inside. Blake actually had the beginner level of godly telekinesis. It came from the previous newbie gift pack. The beginner level of godly telekinesis might not be able to spy on a great wizard like Dumbledore, but this kind of little girl, Blake understood at a glance. Blake originally thought that she was just like Hermione. She was just slightly affected by him. Unexpectedly, this little girl actually broke through his defense. The corners of Blake's mouth curled up slightly. He liked this kind of stubborn little girl who wanted to be strong. There was no choice. The drop rate was too high. All right, come on, Mr. Green. I have to measure the data for you again. This time it has to be more detailed. At this moment, Ollivander waved at Blake. However, Blake shook his head. Mr. Ollivander, have you forgotten? There's a lady behind who has been waiting for a long time. Ollivander heard this. Then he looked at the little girl who was still sitting on the bench behind him. He couldn't help but let out a long, "Oh, I'm very sorry." Originally, he wanted to help Blake choose the wand first. Then, he would entertain the little girl. But he didn't expect Blake to be so difficult to deal with. More than 80 of his wands were blown up in a row. His Dao heart had almost been shattered by this little guy. It took him a lot of effort to muster up the energy. Naturally, he had completely forgotten about the little lady behind him. He quickly walked out from behind the counter. He came to Cassandra's side. He said very sincerely, "I must apologize to you. It was really an accident just now. So, how about this? I'll pick a magic wand for you now. Also, consider this wand as a gift from me. I won't charge you for it." They had been there for a long time. The little girl had been waiting silently. He had waited for so long. He had forgotten about her. This was indeed impolite. It was not in keeping with his principles of doing business with the Ollivander family. Therefore, he decided to give her a magic wand as an apology. In any case, more than 80 of them had exploded today. Losing another one wouldn't be a big deal. "No, I don't need it. I have money," Cassandra said stubbornly. Okay." Cassandra rejected his offer. This surprised Ollivander a little. But since she didn't need it, then forget it. "Then, please come over. I'll pick a magic wand for you." Ollivander turned around and walked to the counter. "No, Mr. Ollivander." Ollivander turned around in surprise. He looked at Cassandra. He didn't understand what Cassandra wanted to do. I also want a custom-made magic wand. A magic wand that suits me perfectly." Cassandra finished speaking. She glanced at Blake. Blake felt Cassandra's hostile gaze on him. "Hey, this little girl is really interesting. I didn't offend you. Why are you so hostile?" TSK. Hermione was indeed cuter, although she had also been beaten up badly by him. But not only was she not hostile, she even sent him some candy from time to time. However, when he thought of Cassandra's personality, Blake figured it out. A strong and proud little girl. What you don't have, I want to have. What you have, I want to have more. And I want a better kind of person. After all, maybe since she was born, the blows she received, it wasn't even as many as she came today. After hearing Cassandra's request, Ollivander glanced at Blake in surprise. But he thought this little girl was surprised because she heard it. He wanted to custom-make a magic wand for Blake. That was why he also wanted to get a custom-made magic wand. After all, a custom-made magic wand was indeed much easier to use. Usually, there were wizards who often asked him to custom-make magic wands. Of course, our shop also has a custom-made magic wand business. But the price may be relatively expensive. Ollivander said, "It's okay. I said I have money." Cassandra took out a money bag from her pocket. The pleasant sound of gold coins colliding came from the bag. Hiss. She really is a rich little girl. But Blake just sighed. He was interested in money. Actually, he wasn't very interested. After all, he wasn't really short of money. When he was in the orphanage, he was very rich. Not to mention that he was now adopted by Dumbledore. Then he was even more not short of money. Dumbledore had been the principal for so many years. He had also published many books and papers. Not to mention years of salary savings. Not to mention the royalties for those research papers and published books. He could retire on the spot without worrying about food and clothing. So, Blake was a member of the Dumbledore family. How could he be short of money? Oh, I don't need so much. Ollivander waved his hand and said, since that's the case, then you come over too. I'll measure the data for you first. Then we can start work tonight to make a magic wand suitable for you. Seeing the money bag, he knew that this little girl must be the eldest daughter from a pure-blood family, so he agreed very quickly. Most pure-blood families were extremely rich. Of course, they were also some extremely poor. It was clear that Cassandra belonged to the wealthy group. It would be a waste not to earn this money. Come on, come here and register. Then we'll start measuring. By the way, Albus, you guys go buy other things first. It's getting late, Ollivander reminded him. At this moment, Blake realized that it was almost 4:30 in the afternoon. Many shops in Diagon Alley would be closed at night. Therefore, they really had to hurry. Blake ignored Cassandra's hostile gaze. After leaving the magic wand shop, he began to go to various shops with Dumbledore to buy the things he needed. Except for the magic wand shop, the place that Blake was looking forward to the most. Naturally, it was the bookstore. There shouldn't be any more accidents in the bookstore today, right? Chapter 28. Leaving me alone in Diagon Alley? Wonderful. He came out of Madame Morkan's clothing store. Blake went straight to Lehan bookstore next door. Dumbledore smiled as he looked at Blake's cheerful back. It was the same for him back then. The store he was most interested in. Except for the wand shop. It was a bookstore that could bring knowledge. Dumbledore looked at the child. A strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. Back then, before he became the principal. It was the same as Professor McGonagall. To lead the way for every little wizard from the Muggle world. Some of them had left a deep impression on him. But he had never felt the way he did today. Perhaps it was because those were other people's children. And this child was actually from his family? It was a strange feeling. Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not know why. He suddenly thought of his sister, Ariana. If she had not died back then, if she had not fallen ill, then she would have been like today. He would have brought her to buy things. Then he would have watched her enroll in school. Finally, he would have watched her slowly grow up with his own eyes. Dumbledore was stunned. This seemed to be the long-lost feeling of kinship. Blake came to the entrance of Lehan bookstore. He looked eagerly at the books inside. At this time, it was already evening. There were only a few customers in the store. It seemed that the bustling time had just passed. Let's go. Buy whatever books you like. Dumbledore said generously. Just as they were about to step into Lehan bookstore, an owl suddenly glided down from the sky. It had a letter in its mouth. Dumbledore frowned. When the owl approached him, it threw the letter directly at him. Dumbledore stretched out his hand. He caught the letter very agilely. He opened the letter and glanced at it. Then, he frowned again. Blake saw this scene. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He was just thinking about it. There shouldn't be any accidents in the bookstore, right? Now, the unexpected had happened. If you have something important to do, then you should hurry. Blake said obediently. Sorry, Blake, Dumbledore said apologetically. Blake didn't really care. Dumbledore was actually very busy. Apart from being busy with his school matters, he still had to make plans for that idiot minister of the Ministry of Magic. Because of this, he was able to find time to investigate his background. Then, he accompanied her to move and buy things. This was already very impressive. Blake couldn't ask for too much. Most importantly, Dumbledore wasn't around. Only then would he be able to act recklessly. Here's the pocket money I gave you. You can use it to buy books and other things that you like. But before you buy the books, you have to take a good look at the author's name. If it's under my name, then don't buy it. I'm sure I have more at home. Dumbledore blinked. By the way, get a room at the Broken Cauldron Bar tonight. After all, you have to go to Mr. Ollivander's place every day for the next few days. So you have to stay in Diagon Alley for the next few days. Oh, by the way, don't worry about your big bear. I'll get someone to take care of him. I'll help you take these things home first. Blake held the heavy bag of money. He replied with a smile. Okay, please don't worry. Dumbledore nodded. He was more at ease with Blake. This child was indeed much more independent than other children. He watched Dumbledore's back view disappear around the corner with big and small bags. Blake was grinning from ear to ear. He was to stay in Diagon Alley for a few days. And alone for that matter. Wonderful. He was alone. Then, he could go and buy some strange seeds. There were also some strange and magical animals. But for now, he had to buy all the books he was interested in. Otherwise, the bookstore would be closed. Blake was very efficient. He handed the book list to the clerk as soon as he entered the store. He asked the clerk to help him collect all the textbooks on the book list. Then he began to wander around the bookstore. There was something in Lehan bookstore that was very similar to the magic wand shop. That was, their shelves were stacked very high. They almost reached the ceiling. Blake didn't waste any time. He began to choose the books he wanted to buy. Soon, Blake's eyes were dazzled. Lehan bookstore was indeed the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley. There were all kinds of books. There were huge leather-bound books that were as big as the paved floor. There were pocket-sized silver books that were the size of postage stamps. Some books had messy symbols drawn in them. Some books didn't even have a single word in them. Blake even tripped over an invisible book that had fallen on the ground. Although there were many strange books. But there were more normal books. Blake searched for a long time. Finally, he found the books he was interested in. Application of Advanced Transfiguration. Introduction to Ancient Runes. Introduction to Alchemy. Soon, Blake moved all the books he was interested in. Even if he didn't have any awakened talents, he was ready to buy books. For example, books on potions, herbs and so on. After all, who knew what reward would appear in the next treasure chest? The clerk next to him looked at Blake with a smile. He had no choice. He had already helped him move the books back and forth 3 or 4 times. There were 5 or 6 books each time. This was a big customer. When the clerk returned to the counter with a few books again, Blake planned to look around again. Blake looked at the ceiling. There seemed to be a book with a red cover. However, just as he was staring at the book, he didn't look at the road and tripped again. Sorry. It was a little girl with 2 braids. Just now, she was squatting down to read the books at the bottom of the bookshelf. So Blake, who was looking up, didn't notice at all. Then, he tripped over her body. The little girl raised her head to look at Blake. Although Blake didn't mean it. But it also made her teary. After all, this scoundrel had tripped and fallen. He even accidentally stepped on the little girl's foot. Ding. Grievance detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Blake, he quickly helped the girl. I'm sorry. I was just reading the book on top. So I didn't notice. Maybe it was because of Blake's sincere apology. The little girl shook her head in the end. And there's a dessert shop opposite the bookstore. Blake said happily. She didn't know if he was trying to make amends. Or if he. The little girl seemed to be very shy. She had only said 2 words to Blake. Her ears turned red. She didn't look at Blake again. She picked up the book and walked out of the door quickly. She almost forgot to pay money. Chapter 29. Exploding the treasure chest because I was too shy? Help me send this part to Godric Valley. I'll take these books with me. At the counter of the bookstore, Blake swiftly settled the bill. Because Blake bought a lot of books. The bookstore even gave him a suitcase to hold the books. Although the space wasn't very big, but it could hold a lot of books. For these large shops, the traceless stretch spell within a certain specification, it was still allowed to be used. For example, the money bag produced by Gringotts. Blake carried the suitcase. He walked out of the bookstore. At this time, the sky had already darkened. The number of pedestrians on the street was gradually decreasing. Blake first went to Ollivander's wand shop. He completed today's data measurement. Because the afternoon was interrupted by Cassandra, so today's measurement hadn't been done yet. Then, he walked towards the street of Diagon Alley. He walked towards the location of the Broken Cauldron Bar. When he arrived in front of the brick wall again, Blake stopped in his tracks. He suddenly realized a very serious matter. Blake knew how to get from the Leaky Cauldron Bar to Diagon Alley. But, how should he get back to the Leaky Cauldron Bar from Diagon Alley? It didn't seem to be mentioned in the original work? Okay. Blake planned to use his finger that was infused with magic to try knocking on it first. After all, he didn't have a wand yet. If it didn't work, he would go back and ask Mr. Ollivander. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside him. It's you? We meet again. Blake said happily. Wasn't this the little girl he met in the bookstore just now? She definitely knew how to get in. The little girl raised her head timidly. After seeing that it was Blake, her face was slightly red again. Hello, she said in a low voice. Well, I'm really sorry about what happened in the bookstore just now. It's fine. It's just an accident. The little girl looked away. She didn't seem to dare to look at Blake. You're so nice. I'm not. She heard the boy praising her. The little girl lowered her head shyly. My name is Blake Green. Blake extended his right hand towards the little girl. My name is Hannah Abbott. Hannah reached out and touched Blake's hand gently before pulling it back. This time, even her neck turned red. Was Hannah made of iron? Blake almost cried out in surprise. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would be given a nickname the first time he introduced himself. That would not be good. Hello, can I call you Hannah? It was obvious that Hannah was not good at rejecting people. Of course, he was such an easygoing big boy. It was also her first time seeing it. Actually, the way back to the Leaky Cauldron is the same as the way out. Blake looked at the wall in front of him. Sure enough, it was below the wall. He saw a trash can. Hannah took out a magic wand. From this trash can, count 3 pieces, then count 2 pieces horizontally. Hannah said. She knocked the piece with the magic wand. In the next second, the whole wall started to move. The bricks on the wall automatically drilled to the side. Soon, a door big enough for a person to pass through appeared. Thank you, Hannah. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to dinner. No need. Ding. Extremely shy emotion detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. Blake was slightly stunned. It seemed that he got a treasure chest because of her shyness. And it was her first time? And wasn't it just a few words from him? She didn't have to be that shy, right? Seeing Hannah's uneasy expression, Blake did not insist. This little girl didn't seem to be very easy to tease. Then, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Yes. Hannah made a sound like a mosquito. Then she ran into the leaky cauldron behind the wall. Blake really wanted to look in the mirror now. to see if he was a green-faced fanged beast. Otherwise, why would the girl be scared away when she saw him? Next, Blake rented a room in the Broken Cauldron bar. After eating something casually, then he went into his room. He put the box of books aside for the time being. The most important thing was still the exciting part of opening the treasure chests. Blake slightly counted the treasure chests in the system space. He was suddenly in a good mood, because today was really a big harvest. The number of chests aside for the time being, the most important thing was that the quality of these chests was very high. There were 4 silver treasure chests, 5 gold treasure chests, 1 diamond treasure chest. Blake looked at these chests. Then, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Among these 5 gold treasure chests, Cassandra alone gave up 3 of them. Blake smiled until his eyes narrowed. This little girl's drop rate was also very high. System. Open the treasure chests for me. Open from the low quality to the high quality. Ding. The system is opening the silver treasure chests for the host. The 4 silver treasure chests were opened quickly. Blake slightly counted. He actually opened 4 books that could be learned directly. They were Elementary Magic Spell Proficiency, Elementary Magic Staff Proficiency, Elementary Herbology Proficiency, Elementary Alchemy Proficiency. Blake happily accepted all of them. In these rewards, alchemy and herbology were what he was more eager to get now. As for magic staff proficiency, it was better than nothing. After all, he didn't plan to learn magic staff and compete against Ollivander's business. As for magic spell proficiency, because he had already learned the best casting skills before, therefore, the mastery of spells could only slightly increase the speed of his spells, but it was still an improvement. Then next, open the gold treasure chests. Ding. Opening the gold treasure chests for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best magic staff proficiency talent. Well, this is very bad. Blake smiled and accepted the talent. System, can the remaining 4 gold treasure chests be opened in one go? Ding. Opening 4 gold treasure chests for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best herbology talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best weather spell proficiency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best prophecy talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best cooking proficiency. Hiss. So good. Blake looked at these rewards happily. But, prophecy talent? This Cassandra also has the prophecy talent? Otherwise, why would she give me this skill? Also, didn't they say that I also have Grindelwald's bloodline? Why didn't I feel that I had the prophecy talent before? Chapter 30. Custom Wand Package. Blake didn't think too much about the prophecy talent. After all, he couldn't know the answer now. Maybe he could ask Dumbledore later? Then, he looked at the rewards one by one. Overall, it was still very good. The herb talent and the druid template were very compatible. He could already imagine the scene of the plants he grew chasing the enemy all over the world. For the current Blake, regarding the wand talent and the prophecy talent, he didn't need it for the time being. However, the weather incantation mastery and cooking mastery were very suitable for Blake, because these 2 were skills, the kind that could be learned directly. Moreover, one of them could increase his attack means. The other was to comfort his own stomach. Not to mention the attack means. It could increase his strength. And the cooking skill. Previously, the cooking of the intermediate cooking skill was already very delicious. Then, the current top-grade cooking skill? Wouldn't the food he made be very good? Blake had a hard time suppressing it. Right now, he wanted to run out and make supper. But in the system space, there was still a diamond treasure chest that hadn't been opened. This was the highlight. The druid template that he opened from the diamond treasure chest previously. This made Blake extremely satisfied. Nah. It was also a diamond treasure chest. What could he get from it? Blake's heart was filled with anticipation. System, open the diamond treasure chest. Ding. Opening the diamond treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a custom wand set package. Ah, what does this mean? Blake was slightly disappointed. He felt that this reward didn't seem to be as useful as the druid template. Ding. A custom wand set package has been detected. Would the host like to use it? Yes, use it. Blake clicked on use without hesitation. He wanted to see what kind of customization this was. Ding. Customizing the wand for the host. Ding. The custom-made wand is a success. Ding. Please choose the appearance of the wand that you like. So the so-called customization is just a customization of appearance? If this wand can withstand my full power, then this reward is not bad. Although Ollivander had said that he wanted to tailor a wand for himself, he still had to make it. But, who knew if he would succeed? Blake thought of this. Without another word, he entered the customization interface. Blake suddenly found that his consciousness had arrived at a sealed space. In the middle of the space, there was a shadow of a magic wand. Currently, there are no images. Shwa! In the next second, various parameters appeared in the space. For example, the size, shape, color, special effects, and template of the wand. Blake rubbed his chin. He was prepared to make a careful choice. But at this moment, ding, as long as the wand is still in the hands of the host can customize his wand as many times as he wants. Then what was there to be conflicted about? In any case, he could always change it when he got tired of it. Then, Blake began to customize the system. Since he could change his appearance at any time, Blake did not intend to make the wand look too good, because that would be too eye-catching. Thus, very quickly, a 15-inch long wand appeared in front of him. The entire wand was pure black. The body of the wand and the handle of the wand were pure black, because it was the ultimate black. Instead, it exuded a unique charm. Blake looked at the wand with satisfaction. Then, without hesitation, he pressed confirm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a custom-made magic wand. In the next moment, Blake's consciousness returned to the real world. Then, he saw the black wand floating in front of him. Phew! Blake took a deep breath. He was still somewhat nervous. After all, he had blown up many magic wands. What if this one could not withstand it? That would be a pity. After all, it was a custom-made appearance. But very quickly, he found that he had underestimated the quality of the system's products. Blake just gently held the wand. A word surged in his heart. Powerful. This was the first feeling Blake had when he held the wand. Incomparably powerful. This was the second feeling he had when he held the wand. His third feeling was that, connected by blood, this wand seemed to be a part of his body, an extension of his very soul. Swoosh! Blake waved the wand fiercely. Violent magic power suddenly surged into the wand, condensed without releasing. Blake looked at the wand in surprise. It actually withstood Blake's violent magic power without any pressure. Moreover, this wand actually increased the magic power Blake poured into it by 2 times. What did this mean? This meant that Blake only needed to use this wand to fight. Then, he could release magic spells with twice the power. This wand is too powerful. I wonder how it compares to the old wand. This time, the system did not remain silent. Ding! The wand's material is unknown. The wand's core is unknown. It is 15 inches long and is extremely flexible. The quality is the same as the old wand. Hiss! As expected of the system's products. Blake played with the wand in his hand, unable to put it down. He suddenly remembered that Ollivander was making a custom-made magic wand for him. Blake glanced at the wand in his hand. I wonder if Mr. Ollivander's custom-made magic wand can be customized? Old Master. This is a photo of the young master. In a narrow stone room. The old house elf, Gucci. She handed a photo in her hand to Grindelwald. In the photo, Blake looked at the camera with a somewhat uneasy expression. This was a photo of the Muggle world. Therefore, the person in the photo did not move. Grindelwald took the photo. His finger lightly brushed across the photo. Blake's blue eyes. He was in a daze. After a while, how is he? The young master is very handsome, very talented. After a while, Gucci. You go. Take good care of him. That old fool has so many boring things to do. How will he have time to take care of this child? But, if Gucci leaves, what will happen to the old master? Don't worry about me. Gucci. Gucci suggests that Gucci's son take care of the young master. The morning sun shone on Blake's face. Blake's eyebrows moved slightly. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Blake straightened his back. He stretched his body vigorously. His bones began to crack. Last night, he fell asleep on the table. On the table, it was filled with all kinds of opened books. After customizing the wand, it took him an entire night to do so. He read all the books that he brought back yesterday. Yes, with the help of his powerful academic genius talent and eidetic memory talent. His so-called reading. That was to say, he flipped through all the books 10 lines at a glance. Because the top-grade academic genius talent allowed him to quickly understand the contents of the books. And the eidetic memory talent allowed him to firmly remember all the knowledge in the books in his mind. Chapter 31. Say no in your heart, but your body is very honest. He looked at the book on the table that had lost its meaning after just one flip. Blake scratched his head. I'm really diligent. He picked up his magic wand. He played with it fondly for a while. Then he put it into the system storage. At this stage, he couldn't take it out for the time being. When Blake decided to let Ollivander make the magic wand, he tried to make it the same as this one. Then he would be able to take it out in the open. Of course, if Ollivander didn't accept Blake's request for a custom appearance, then he would have to redefine the appearance of his magic wand. It would be good to change it to the same one that Ollivander made. Thinking of this, Blake opened the door and walked out. He was going to have breakfast first before deciding on today's itinerary. He came to the bar counter of the Leaky Cauldron bar. He saw the crumpled bread in the plates of the other customers, and the dry steaks. He couldn't help but sigh. It was only cheap to eat here. Otherwise, with this food, it would be strange if someone ate here. Blake went directly to the owner of the Leaky Cauldron bar, Tom. Boss, can I borrow your kitchen? Yes, you can use it as you wish. However, you have to pay for the ingredients. Of course, unless you bring your own ingredients. Blake heard this and casually threw out a gold coin. Tom took the gold coin nimbly. Then, he pulled out a notebook and wrote down Blake's name. I'll deduct the ingredients you use here, he added. Got it, Blake said. Then he ran into the kitchen. The products of the system were all exquisite. Back then, the intermediate level of cooking proficiency had already made Blake's cooking skills perfect. Let alone now. Not long after, the aroma of frying steak came from the kitchen. It attracted the other customers to look inside. Although frying steak was fragrant. But now, wasn't it a little too fragrant? Boss, are you frying steak behind? I want one. A customer shouted to order. Tom was writing in the book. After Blake's name, write down the cost of the ingredients used to fry the steak. Hearing that, he casually replied, that's the steak that the customer is frying himself. If you're asking me to order, I won't be able to. Tom had just finished his words. Blake carried 2 steaks. He walked out from behind the kitchen. When Tom saw this, he opened the book again. He added a line behind Blake's name. Blake ignored the gazes of the people around him. He placed the plate on the table and started to eat. As expected of the system. This supreme-grade cooking proficiency was simply ridiculous. With just one bite, Blake almost cried from the fragrance. At this moment, a sleepy little girl came down from upstairs. Good morning, Hannah. Blake waved at Hannah. Good morning. Hannah was finally not that shy today. I'll treat you to breakfast, as a thank you gift for helping me yesterday, Blake said as he pushed the extra steak to the table. Tom stared at Blake for a moment. Good boy, I was wondering why you fried 2 servings. Hannah didn't really want to go there, but when Blake pushed the steak out, that aroma. The customer just now saw Blake's actions. She was about to drool. Isn't this steak a little too fragrant? Hannah originally wanted to refuse, but she didn't know why. When she came back to her senses, she was already sitting next to Blake. When she was a little surprised by her actions, she found that she had already cut a small piece of steak. Didn't I want to refuse? Why? When Hannah opened her mouth to say something, she had already stabbed a small piece of steak with her fork and was about to put it into her mouth. Hannah, who was struggling with her own rationality, in the end, she lost to her instincts. Although Hannah wanted to refuse in her heart, her body was very honest. It was all because this steak was too fragrant. In the end, she gave up resisting. She closed her eyes and put the beef on the fork into her mouth. It's delicious. It was tender and juicy, and the texture was top-notch. Originally, Hannah had always thought that her cooking skills were very good. But now, boo-hoo. What if I can't eat such delicious food in the future? Ding. Detected the emotion of joy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 silver treasure chest. Because of the food, Hannah was actually much more talkative, especially when she asked Blake for advice on cooking techniques. After breakfast, Blake, who was feeling refreshed, went to Diagon Alley again. Yesterday, because Dumbledore was by his side, so there were still many places he had not been to. He took advantage of the fact that there was not enough time to go to Ollivander's shop. Therefore, he went straight to the herb shop. The shop that sold herbs also sold seeds. In fact, he had been here yesterday. It was just that Dumbledore was there yesterday, so some seeds were not easy to buy. But today, Blake soon arrived at the entrance of the herb shop. But it seemed that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He immediately saw a green figure. Cassandra was squatting at the entrance of the herb shop, picking out seeds. The corners of Blake's mouth curled up slightly. Oh, someone was going to give him a treasure chest again. At the thought of this, Blake walked over directly. Sure enough, he deliberately increased the sound of his footsteps. Soon, he attracted Cassandra's attention. Blake seemed to have no intention of talking to Cassandra. Instead, he was prepared to walk past her. But, wait! Cassandra shouted at Blake. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Blake's mouth. I knew you were going to stop me. As far as Blake knew, Cassandra should be very knowledgeable in herbology. This was also the reason why Blake was able to open a herb-type skill in her chest last night. She saw him coming to the herb shop to buy things. According to her personality, she would definitely take the opportunity to get back at him. So Blake guessed that she would call out to him. My name is Cassandra Worley. Actually, we met in the wand shop yesterday. Cassandra said slightly arrogantly. Oh, so it's you. Hello, Miss Worley. My name is Blake. Blake Green. Blake answered politely. Then, he pretended to look at Cassandra. Then he said calmly. Well, Miss Worley, is something wrong with your neck, miss? Why do you keep looking up? Why don't you find a doctor? Look, I can see your nostrils. This is too unladylike. Cassandra's body stiffened. You. She almost lost her cool because of Blake. Cassandra, who had always thought of herself as a lady. How could she stand being called unladylike? Ding. Anger detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver treasure chest. Blake chuckled to himself. Hee, who asked you to glare at me with your nostrils? I'll anger you to death. Blake wasn't worried at all that the little girl would turn around and leave. After all, she did want to get back at him for yesterday. How could she sleep at night? Sure enough, Blake found that she quietly took several deep breaths. He skipped the topic of being unladylike. He asked again, are you here to buy herb seeds too? Oh, of course I know a little about herbology. So, I'm going to buy some seeds to plant. It was as if he didn't feel Cassandra's hostility at all. Blake replied calmly. Chapter 32. Cassandra, I'm so mad. Why am I not even good as him in herbalism? Blake snickered in his heart. This little girl really couldn't keep her cool. She was actually so anxious to get back at him. Is that so? Then, do you know what kind of seed this is? Cassandra casually pointed at the seed she was picking just now and asked. Blake glanced at it indifferently. This is the seed of blackroot grass. Miss Worley. Blackroot grass is a very powerful plant. After people eat it, it can offset part of them and damage their magic. Its roots are pure black, but its flowers are pure white. It's very easy to recognize. Cassandra pursed her lips. Did I ask you? You just blabbered so much on your own. Although you're right. However, just as Cassandra was about to speak, Blake spoke again. This time, his tone was still calm. Miss Worley is really studious. Even when you're shopping outside, you're still seizing the opportunity to learn. Since you don't understand, you asked me. I don't think I should hide it. So I unconsciously said a little more. I hope you don't mind. Oh, of course, if there's still something you don't understand, you can continue to ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. Cassandra listened to Blake's words. She was stunned. What did he mean? What did he mean by I didn't understand? So I asked him. Wasn't I testing him? How did it become me asking him for advice? Who doesn't know about blackroot grass? This young lady's family is in the herbal medicine business. My knowledge of herbal medicine. Do I have to ask you? The anger that Cassandra had suppressed with great difficulty just now surged again. Ding. Detected anger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. You. Cassandra's angry words had yet to come out. She was interrupted by Blake again. Many people think that the method of growing this blackroot grass is very simple. You just have to stick the roots into the mud. Cassandra was furious. Who didn't know? However, I want to say that this method is wrong. Blake continued. Although you can still grow them this way. However, it is very difficult for the blackroot grass to grow tall enough. It's only 15 inches tall at most. But if you plant it the way I do, Blake said, even 30 inches is not a problem. Because of this, the medicinal properties will increase by more than 2 times. This new method is called grafting. I found that the blackroot grass and the guardian tree are very similar. As long as Cassandra was angry at first. She wanted to interrupt Blake. However, Blake explained the new method of grafting blackroot grass. He even explained the principle in a very organized manner. Cassandra was speechless. Because the more she listened, the more she felt that this method was feasible. She waited for Blake to finish his sentence. She had the urge to run home and do the experiment immediately. After Blake finished speaking, Cassandra looked at Blake in disbelief. She originally wanted to find Blake to get back at him. After all, herbology was indeed her strength. But now, the herbology knowledge that Blake displayed, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was far above her. Moreover, the most important thing was his innovative planting methods. She absolutely couldn't think of them now. Cassandra, who had always been arrogant, was once again dealt a huge blow. Even her herbology, which she was good at, couldn't compare to him. Ding. Detected depressed emotions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. Blake looked at the depressed Cassandra. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He learned all his herbology knowledge last night. It was Cassandra's own treasure chest that gave it to him. Even though the system only gave him a beginner herbology proficiency, his beginner herbology proficiency had already far surpassed Cassandra's. Moreover, he even read last night. Combining his top-notch herbology talent and his top student talent, Blake quickly came up with many creative ideas on herbology. This grafting technique was one of them. This technique, even if Cassandra's parents came, after seeing it, they had to study it seriously. Not to mention Cassandra, who had only learned a little. Wasn't it easy to use it to pinch the young Cassandra? It was a pity that Cassandra didn't seem to be very good today. The treasure chests that dropped were all silver. However, Blake didn't take it to heart. It was good enough to have one. Miss Worley. Blake called out softly. But Cassandra seemed to have lost her soul. There was no response. It seemed that Blake had given her quite a big blow. Well, this didn't drop a gold treasure chest. System, I suspect that you took a commission. Blake didn't talk to Cassandra again. Instead, he walked directly into the herb shop. The owner of the herb shop was a middle-aged witch who was a little slovenly. But she grew and studied herbs. It was also difficult to keep the appearance clean and tidy. Dear, what do you need? She smiled at Blake. She thought that Blake was a freshman who came to buy materials for the potion class. Blake asked politely, well, do you sell seeds here? Of course. Dear, in addition to herbs, we also sell seeds of herbs. The female owner said kindly. Ah, that's great. Blake said excitedly. Then dear, what kind of seeds do you need? Our shop has all kinds of seeds. Well, let me see. I want to buy mandrake, poisonous tentacles, biting kale. After hearing the names of the seeds that Blake said, the female owner's kind smile disappeared. She pointed to the door. She said softly, get out. Ah. Obviously, Blake misjudged the situation. The seeds of these dangerous plants. No one dared to sell them to a child who hadn't even grown hair yet. Blake scratched his head and walked out of the herb shop. Oh, what should I do? Why don't I try the owl online shopping? Outside the door, Cassandra had already recovered. But when she looked at Blake, there was only hostility in her eyes. There was also a hint of jealousy. Blake had encountered in the shop just now. She naturally saw it too. What do you want those seeds for? Blake shrugged. Of course, to plant them. Don't you know that those plants are dangerous? What are you talking about? Plants are not ferocious and dangerous. What's so bad about that? Cassandra was speechless after hearing Blake's answer. She looked at Blake with some jealousy. Then she gritted her teeth. She said, "Actually, I have a way to get those seeds." "What way?" Blake asked excitedly. "Nocturn Alley." Hiss. "Yes." Blake slapped his thigh. If a decent person didn't sell them, then he would buy them from an indecent person. As for saying that Nocturn Alley was dangerous, Blake chuckled. "Did you see my 15-inch big wand? I'll smash your skull." Chapter 33. Wait a minute, I'll do a robbery first. Blake politely thanked Cassandra. Then he said goodbye and left. He knew where Nocturn Alley was. Yesterday, when he passed by the intersection of the street, Dumbledore had once told him. He went in from that instruction. It was Nocturn Alley. He told him not to go there. There were a lot of bad people there. It was very dangerous. Then, Blake knew where Nocturn Alley was. Of course, Dumbledore didn't know that this little boy was so stubborn. He knew the danger, but he still went in. She looked at Blake's back as he left. A complicated expression flashed across Cassandra's face. Although Blake wasn't afraid of the danger in Nocturn Alley, he didn't want to be surrounded as soon as he entered. That would be very troublesome. So, Blake took out a coat. Then, he took out his magic wand and turned it into a cloak with a face scarf. Before entering Tumble Alley, he carefully inspected his attire again, after finding that there was no problem. Then, he strode into the notorious Nocturn Alley. Nocturn Alley had always been the kind of place that didn't care about anything. There were people hiding inside. Not many of them were honest. Yet the people from the Ministry of Magic couldn't do anything about this place. Blake was wrapped in a cloak, although he was a little short. But no one noticed him. After all, his entire body was wrapped tightly. It might be very strange outside, but in Nocturn Alley, it was a very normal outfit. After Blake came in, then, he began to size up this notorious Nocturn Alley. Nocturn Alley was compared to Diagon Alley outside, the surrounding shops and the floor on the ground. They all looked much more shabby. And the people inside. Everyone was in a hurry. Even the shop owners who sat at the door. Every single one of them looked hideous as well. They were the kind of people who almost had the word bad carved on their forehead. As for the things bought in the shop next to them, that was even more restricted. All kinds of dark magic props. There were also all kinds of disgusting materials of unknown uses. It could be said to be a dazzling lineup. However, these were things that would make ordinary children scream in fear. Blake, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. In fact, he felt that Nocturn Alley was a little smelly. The items sold were one level above the limit. There was nothing to be afraid of. He came in here. Wasn't it just to buy those strange things? Blake wasn't in a hurry to find the seeds. Instead, he planned to finish his stroll around Nocturn Alley first. Perhaps other than the seeds. Were there any other interesting things? Not long after Blake entered Nocturn Alley, he saw something that he was interested in. It was a smelly shop. Blake judged from the smell of blood and the bloodstains on the ground. This was a meat shop. As for what meat to sell, naturally, it was the meat of those mystical animals that were hunted by the restriction. And what Blake was interested in, it was being placed in front of the shop. It was a small cage. A small black creature was cowering in the corner of the cage, shivering. Blake just glanced at the flat mouth. He recognized it immediately. This was a sniff. Blake had originally wanted to buy a sniffer dog, but now, he had decided to buy one. After all, this little thing was not only very cute. Furthermore, his ability to attract aggro was amazing. It was the capable general that Blake needed. It was a pity. In the mystical animal pet shop in Diagon Alley, there was no sniff for sale. But now, Blake decided to buy this sniffer dog. On the one hand, he needed a sniff. On the other hand, if he didn't buy this sniff might be slaughtered and eaten. You want to buy this sniff? Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the shop. Blake looked up. Then he saw a shirtless man. A fat man wearing a pair of suspenders. Yes, I want to buy this sniff. Blake nodded. Okay, as long as you can afford it. The fat man laughed. Then, how much? 1,000 gold galleons. The fat man said with an evil smile. Blake sighed. Damn, he just met a robber. Then I'm sorry, I won't buy it, Blake said with a smile. Hee hee. Now you can't not buy it. The big fatty chuckled. Then, 7 or 8 people suddenly surrounded him on the street. Don't think that I don't know you're a kid just because you're wrapped up tightly. And, / I know you are probably wondering why he did not use his transformation magic. Don't worry. Me too. Hey, what do you want? Blake asked helplessly. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Hee hee, catch him. There are always some brats who don't know their place and want to come to Nocturn Alley to see the world. Blake saw that he had been exposed. He took off his cloak. I just said, I won't buy this sniffer dog. It's because. Blake took out his big wand. I'm going to rob you directly. Listen, take out all the valuable and interesting things you have on you. The fat man and the 7 or 8 people were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed loudly. Hey, kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Everyone surrounded him. Blake was not afraid. He raised his big wand. Stop. However, just as Blake was about to act cool, someone interrupted him. Who's the busybody now? The fat man looked at the entrance of the alley. Because Blake didn't go too far, he found the sniffer. So he was not far from the entrance of the alley connected to Diagon Alley. Blake also looked at the entrance of the alley. It was a 13 or 14-year-old girl. A beautiful girl with curly hair. She was looking over here nervously. Stop. Stop. Let go of that boy. She raised her wand at the fat man. Blake, who was surrounded, looked at this beautiful girl in surprise. He couldn't help but scratch his head, because he really didn't know this girl. Heh. Okay, I'll let him go. After all, I don't want to get into trouble. The fat man smiled, then waved his hand to signal those people to make way. Come, take this kid away before I change my mind. What are you waiting for? The fat man urged. When the girl heard the urging, she actually ran over. Blake put his hand on his forehead. Although this girl was very, but, really, so pure. Do you actually believe the words of these fellows? Why don't you tell me to? By the time she arrived in front of Blake, then, he saw Blake's helpless expression. Sure enough, after she walked in, someone had purposely blocked the entrance to the alley. It blocked the view of the outside world, to prevent anyone from seeing. When they saw her walk in, then they surrounded him again. You guys didn't keep your word. The girl looked angrily at the people surrounding her. No matter how pure she was, she knew that she had been deceived. Ahem, wait a minute. Blake patted her shoulder. But wait a minute, I have to finish something first. What is it? Nothing, I have to rob them first. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the little missy, Blake raised his wand again. I just said it was a robbery. Are you guys King deaf? Give me all the money and good things. Chapter 34. Dumbledore, he's my son. Little brat. The fat man rushed over. He wanted to grab Blake. He would beat him up first. Then he would think about whether to sell him to others or directly slaughter him for meat. As for the little girl, he. As for the magic wand in Blake's hand, he. The magic wand in the hand of an 11-year-old child. It was not even as threatening as a toothpick. A toothpick pricking someone was even more painful. Crack. Boom. Blake decisively activated the weather spell. In the next second, the lightning that filled the sky struck down fiercely. The huge lightning was like a wild snake dancing wildly. It had directly flattened the street. No matter who it was, as long as they surrounded Blake and the girl, they were directly charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Even if there were some desperados that had rich combat experience, they released the armor spell in time. But Blake was a top-grade expert in the weather spell. It was almost equivalent to the maximum level of the weather spell, in addition to the bonus of many talents. In addition, the magic wand in his hand had increased the power of the spell by 2 times. How could the armor spell that was cast in a hurry be blocked? So, except for the curly-haired girl standing next to Blake who was still standing, the rest of the people were lying on the ground with their bodies charred black and twitching. As for the black wizards who had been watching the show in the distance, they all immediately turned back. Then, they slipped away as if nothing had happened. Although the curly-haired girl was unscathed, but among her beautiful curly hair, there were still many tiny strands of hair. Because of the powerful lightning just now, they stood upright. Cough cough. When robbing, it's normal for the other party to resist. You just need to beat him up. However, it's best not to kill him. Otherwise, when the time comes, you'll have to find valuable things yourself. So, you have to keep him alive. As long as you interrogate them, you can directly succeed in robbing them. Of course, some people will still be unconvinced. That doesn't matter. You just need to beat him up again. Blake kept talking as he spoke. While using one hand, he easily picked up the fat man. Then, he threw him fiercely in the middle of the street. The curly-haired girl had been in a state of shock since just now. When she saw this scene, she was even more shocked and speechless. A boy who was obviously a few years younger than her. He raised his magic wand and performed a lightning version of the wild snake dance. He knocked down all the black wizards on the street? Did I wake up too fiercely today? Or was I still dreaming? An 11-year-old sorcerer defeated a whole bunch of dark sorcerers in one move? How could I have such a dream? And he was still nagging. On the other hand, he was carrying a fat man who weighed more than 100 kilograms. He lifted him with one hand. Then, he threw it in the middle of the street. Yes, with one hand. It was only exected. Why couldn't he? He had the Gandalf template. The power of a close combat mage. How could it be such an inconvenience? I'm definitely not awake yet. Then she began to pinch her arm. Ouch, it hurts. What's wrong? Are you hurt? I clearly had it under control. Blake looked at the curly-haired girl in confusion. A controlled weather spell. It shouldn't hurt this little girl. The curly-haired girl pinched herself too hard. She was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Blake. I'm not dreaming. Ding. Extremely shocked emotion detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. Dumbledore returned to the principal's office with a tired face. He had been traveling around for the past few days. His journey could be said to have spanned half of the globe. It could be said that he was very tired, even though his body was still very healthy. However, he was already very old. This kind of hard work was a bit unbearable. He planned to have a good rest. Then he would go to Diagon Alley to see Blake. Thinking about Blake, Dumbledore's heart was filled with warmth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Dumbledore said tiredly. Professor McGonagall walked in quickly. Albus, you're finally back. Okay, after I rest, I'll immediately start working at the school. Dumbledore smiled bitterly. Sigh. I'm not here because work is rushing you, Albus. I just want to say that you're not young anymore. Let Foggy deal with the matters of the Ministry of Magic himself. Thank you for your advice, Minerva. I should really consider your suggestion. Professor McGonagall was slightly stunned when she heard this. It was not like she had not suggested the same thing before, but Dumbledore had always just thanked her for her concern. Then he still worked for the Ministry of Magic. What was wrong with him today? He actually said that he would consider it? Albus, the boy you mentioned last time. She took out a letter. It was the admission letter she was going to write to Blake. Should I write Blake Grindelwald? Write Blake Green. That last name will bring him trouble. Okay. She put away the envelope and continued to look at Dumbledore. After Dumbledore said that he would come back, he would explain the situation to him. Dumbledore understood what she meant. Please sit down. Tea or pumpkin juice? A cup of tea will be fine, thank you. Professor McGonagall pulled a chair over and sat across from Dumbledore. Dumbledore taps the table. Then, a pot of tea and 2 teacups suddenly appeared on the table. This matter, I can tell you, because you saw that surname. But, I beg you to keep this a secret. This is also for the sake of that child. After all, what Grindelwald did had nothing to do with him. Professor McGonagall nodded. She also knew what this surname represented. Naturally, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. However, that was Grindelwald. In the days when Dumbledore was not back, she lived in fear every day. She was afraid that the peaceful days would never return. Don't worry, that person is still obediently staying in Newmungard. Dumbledore saw Professor McGonagall's uneasiness. This matter is only a historical issue left behind by Grindelwald. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. Then, that child. Is he Grindelwald's? Professor McGonagall took a sip of tea as she spoke. In fact, it's not just is he Grindelwald's. He is between him and me. What? Professor McGonagall frowned. She didn't quite understand what Dumbledore meant. In fact, strictly speaking. Dumbledore's lips trembled twice. In the end he said it out loud. Blake, that boy is my son. Professor McGonagall spat out the tea in her mouth. She looked at Dumbledore in shock. Her pupils were shaking. Chapter 35. You should have said it earlier. In other words, strictly speaking, Blake is your and Grindelwald's son? Just now, Dumbledore had told Professor McGonagall about what had happened in the past few days. Because Professor McGonagall saw the name. Therefore, it was impossible for Dumbledore to hide it from her. However, Professor McGonagall was indeed a trustworthy person. You've already adopted that child. No, you should have brought him back to the Dumbledore family, right? Yes, the day before yesterday, I took him to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. Professor McGonagall smiled. Congratulations, Albus. Professor McGonagall was congratulating him for finding a relative. At least, even if he was old, there was still someone who could take care of him, instead of waiting for death alone at St. Mungo. Thank you, Minerva. If that's the case, Albus, shouldn't you change his surname back to Dumbledore? Since that child has returned to the Dumbledore family, then. Dumbledore waved his hand. Everyone knows that I've never married or had any children in my life. So if you change his surname back to Dumbledore, it will attract unnecessary criticism for this child. I'm already old, so it doesn't matter. I don't care if people criticize my personal morals. But what about Blake? I don't want him to grow up in an environment where people are talking about him. Professor McGonagall sighed. All right, then I'll treat this child as your adopted child. You're old. You chose to adopt a child. No one will say anything. Okay, I have to go to work. You don't have to work. Take some time. Spend some time with that child. In that case, no wonder that child is so talented in transformation. I'm already looking forward to school. Cassandra, what's wrong? You've been restless all morning. Mrs. Worley said worriedly. No, nothing. I'll go out for a walk again. Cassandra. But Cassandra had already run out. She had followed her mother to Diagon Alley today. While her mother was busy, she decided to take a look at the herbal medicine shop. Then she met Blake. After that, she focused on the subject she was best at. Once again, she was dealt a heavy blow by Blake. A flame of jealousy rose in her heart. Then, the demon in her heart quietly came out. Deceive that boy. Let that boy go to Nocturn Alley. Nocturn Alley was so dangerous. As long as he went in, he definitely wouldn't be able to come out. As long as that was the case. Then Cassandra, you will once again become the genius that everyone talks about. You will become the center of attention again. However, every time she thought of Blake's excited expression when he left, he was so innocent. He looked like someone who was easily fooled. Cassandra felt extremely conflicted. He might be killed by me. But, I don't think anyone would be so stupid as to go to Nocturn Alley, right? But, he looks like he really wanted to go. No, it has nothing to do with me. Even if he died in Nocturn Alley, no one will know that I was the one who sent him to Nocturn Alley. But I know that I was the one who tricked him into Nocturn Alley. Cassandra's heart was conflicted. Her conscience and the devil were constantly fighting. In the end, on the surface, I said that he was worthy of being my opponent. Then, I secretly wanted to kill him. How could I be so despicable? Cassandra walked blindly in Nocturn Alley. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Professor Dumbledore. Cassandra ran over. Miss Worley? What's the matter? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Obviously, he was in a good mood today. Professor. Blake entered Nocturn Alley. What? Go. Dumbledore turned around and left. Cassandra noticed that he had already pulled out his magic wand. His hand that was holding the wand was turning white. In Nocturn Alley. My name is Blake. Blake Green. Senior, what's your name? Blake sat leisurely on a sofa. He was holding a sniffer dog in his arms. Next to him, a fat man with a swollen face was eagerly pouring tea for Blake. There were also two dark wizards massaging Blake's legs. My name is Penelope. Penelope Clearwater. You can call me Penelope. Penelope looked at Blake speechlessly. This group of dark wizards. Just now they were so fierce. They were about to kill him. But now they were like grandchildren. They were serving an 11-year-old little wizard. This scene was funny no matter how she looked at it. But, an 11-year-old little wizard. He had single-handedly subdued this group of dark wizards. Wasn't that even more ridiculous? Senior Penelope, sit down too. The sofa Blake sat in was very big. It was too big for him to sit alone. So he sat and invited her. Then he patted the empty seat next to him and called Penelope. Speaking of which, I still have a lot of things to ask you about Hogwarts. Penelope was about to speak. Blake. A serious voice came from the alley. Plop. Blake was so scared that he almost fell off the sofa. Professor Dumbledore? Penelope looked at Dumbledore in surprise as he walked quickly into Nocturn Alley. Behind him. Followed by a little girl in a green dress. She followed closely behind Dumbledore. There was also a hint of anxiety on her face. But she couldn't hide her curiosity as she looked at the legendary Nocturn Alley. Because she had been following behind Dumbledore. So she didn't see Blake. Only then did she poke her head out from behind Dumbledore to look. Then, she saw a comical scene. Blake was sitting in the middle of Nocturn Alley like a boss. A group of ferocious guys were waiting on him like his grandchildren. He is completely fine. These people are still serving him? How did he do it? Cassandra could not hide the shock in her heart. However, I knew this guy wouldn't die so easily. Cassandra's heart immediately relaxed. He even felt a little happy for Blake's safety. Blake, aren't you going to explain? Dumbledore put away his wand. He said with a smile. Blake, who was caught red-handed, had no time to think about what was going on in his head. He received a silver treasure chest notification. I trusted you so much, but you actually told on me. It wasn't as if Blake hadn't thought that this young miss had tricked him into Nocturn Alley to harm him. However, he did not expect to turn around and go to Dumbledore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited in Nocturn Alley so casually. Wait for the dark sorcerers to buy the seeds for him. Next to them. When the dark wizards saw Dumbledore, they were shocked. Everyone was scared silly. What was the relationship between this little wizard and Dumbledore? Were they relatives? Otherwise, why would Dumbledore care so much about him? When they saw Dumbledore rush in, they even pulled out their wands. That big fatty was so scared that he almost lost 5 pounds. Damn it. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to this little ancestor. Or else, if you have such a big backer, you should have said so earlier. I would have saved myself from being beaten up. Chapter 36. House Elf Beck. Cassandra heard Blake say that she was a snitch. She was displeased. I was just afraid that you'll die in Nocturn Alley. All right, Blake. Miss Worley was also worried about your safety. I'm not worried about him, Cassandra muttered. Dumbledore continued. Also, didn't I say before? Don't come to Nocturn Alley. Dumbledore's tone was very calm. However, Blake felt a strong sense of oppression. I was wrong. Blake immediately lowered his head. He admitted his mistake first. But after that, he still dared to. Dumbledore did not know that Blake had learned the beginner's brain seal spell in the newbie gift pack. Hence, after using mind capture to probe Blake's sincere apology, he did not intend to pursue the matter. After all, this kid was fine, wasn't he? Dumbledore looked at Penelope. Then, Miss Clearwater, why did you come here? It's like this. Penelope glanced at Blake. Then, she began to explain the reason. Actually, she was quite wronged. She only wanted to save the boy. She did not expect to be deceived first. She was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. However, it did not matter if she told the truth. The dark wizard's legs turned to jelly. It's over. Not only did he want to capture the child that Dumbledore cared about, he wanted to capture and sell him or eat him. He even wanted to kidnap his student in broad daylight. The fat man looked up at the sky. Say, life was really head up. At this moment, he did not have any thoughts of resisting. Resist? This old and this young. Who could he beat? If he had been more serious when learning phantom transfiguration, he might have had a chance to escape. But now, he could not beat them, and he could not escape either. Forget it. He resigned himself to fate. Anyway, he was full of evil in his life. He was still lamenting. Then, he saw Dumbledore's gaze. Then, he felt his blood turn cold. That gaze. It was too king terrifying. Was Dumbledore not a good person? Dumbledore's stare almost made the fatty wet his pants. Dumbledore turned his eyes to Penelope. he said with a smile. Your bravery makes me proud, Miss Clearwater. But next time before you act bravely, you must remember to protect yourself first. The last sentence. Dumbledore spoke very seriously. If he couldn't even guarantee his own safety, how could he protect others then? If he blindly acted recklessly, that was a chance for both sides to be saved. It would also be wasted by recklessness. Yes, I will remember. Penelope hung her head in shame, as a Ravenclaw. Yet, she was so easily deceived. Now that she thought about it, if she had told Blake to come out on his own, they could avoid putting themselves in danger. All right, you're just young and haven't seen the dark side. Then, you guys go ahead and wait for me at the Leaky Cauldron bar. Dumbledore finally let Blake and the others leave Nocturn Alley. As for Dumbledore, he stayed in Tumble Alley. He said that he had to deal with the matters here. He would look for them again. When Blake left Tumble Alley, he happened to see the fatty's desperate eyes. He walked out of Nocturn Alley. Penelope heaved a huge sigh of relief. She swore that she would never come to T Nocturn Alley again. Today she almost... Cassandra glanced at Blake with a complicated expression. Then, she turned around and left. I'll go back first. You're leaving? Don't you want to have a meal together? I'm not free. Cassandra left after she finished speaking. Blake was a little puzzled. She was so angry at Nocturn Alley just now. She seemed to be very hungry too. But why didn't the system give him a treasure chest? Was there an upper limit? That shouldn't be. How much was that? Besides, even if there was an upper limit, the system should have given him a notification. Penelope returned the sniffer dog to Blake. Then she said, It's time for me to go. Aren't you coming to eat with me? Anyway, I'm very grateful for your help today. Penelope shook her head. I've been out for so long. My family will be worried. Blake had no choice but to return to the Leaky Cauldron by himself. He put Sniff back in the room first. He also told it not to run around. Sniff usually didn't listen to people. It weighed 10 pounds and was 9 pounds rebellious. But Blake was a druid. Then, while Blake was waiting, he went to the kitchen of the Leaky Cauldron to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Dumbledore soon arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Then, he was shocked by Blake's cooking skills. This made Blake earn another silver treasure chest. After the meal. What happened to those dark wizards? Blake asked curiously. Them. I handed them over to Auror. I'll leave the rest to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore replied. I see. If nothing unexpected happened, those guys might be squatting in Azkaban for a long time. Blake was actually a little regretful. Dumbledore came too early. Those guys didn't have time to buy him seeds. So, Blake went to Nocturn Alley. In the end, he didn't achieve his goal. Dumbledore didn't stay for long. He left Diagon Alley again. He couldn't stay with Blake all day. After Blake sent Dumbledore away, he was going to go back to his room to take a nap. In the afternoon, he would go to Ollivander's wand shop to measure the data. However, when he had just returned to his room, then, he realized that something was wrong. Clean. 2F** King clean. Just now, when he sent Sniff back, the books that he had finished reading were scattered all over the room. But now, the originally messy bed had been folded neatly. The scattered books were also put away in their proper categories. Even the old floorboards in the room were dragged until they reflected light. Something was very wrong. Don't tell me Tom the boss did it. How could that guy be so diligent? Why was the floor so dirty? Kriak, kriak, kriak. On the table, Sniff suddenly cried out. Then, he gestured at Blake for a while. These messages were incomprehensible to others. Blake, however, heard it clearly. He pulled out his wand. He looked at a corner of the room. Come out. Whose house elf are you? I'll count to 3. 3. Bang. Little Master. Beck is out. A scrawny house elf suddenly appeared in front of Blake. He looked at Blake with trepidation. Little Master? Blake sat down on the bed. Whose house elf are you? Beck. Beck is a house elf of the Grindelwald family. Whose family? Chapter 37. Pets need to be big ones. This house elf was actually from the Grindelwald family? Blake touched his chin. What did this mean? This meant that Grindelwald had already noticed him. Beck. Beck has been a house elf of the Grindelwald family for generations. Beck's father, Gucci, is taking care of the old master in Newmungard. But Beck's father, Gucci, recommended Beck to the old master. There was a hint of excitement on Beck's face. The old master had agreed. So Beck will be responsible for taking care of the master's food, clothing, and shelter in the future. Oh, I see. Blake scratched his head. He decided to tell Dumbledore first. Next, it would be between the two of them. Blake didn't care. Well, it seems that I have to buy an owl. Without an owl, it would be inconvenient for him to send a letter to Dumbledore. Blake stood up. Beck, let's go. Go shopping with me. Yes. Since Grindelwald had sent this house elf over, he decided to give it a try. It would be a waste not to take it. Moreover, Blake was different from Hermione. He didn't care about the miserable status of the house elf. He wasn't interested in overthrowing this system. That was the most he could do. He was only a little better to his house elf. Blake let Sniff the dog stay in the room. Then he took the house elf to the streets. Blake didn't stop walking. He went straight to the owl shop. After entering the shop assistant enthusiastically went forward to introduce all kinds of owls to Blake. After all, the family that could have a house elf in the house They were all ancient wizard families. They were all big customers who didn't lack money. Blake listened around. None of them caught his eye. Suddenly, he saw an owl squatting in a corner. His eyes lit up. I want that one. There was no other reason because that owl was too big. It was 70 to 80 centimeters tall when it squatted there. Blake's principle. Plants had to be fierce and dangerous. The same went for magical animals. The fiercer and bigger, the better. Of course, if they weren't cruel enough, then it had to be useful. Just like sniffing. So this owl was really to his liking. But the shop assistant looked troubled. What's wrong? I can afford it. Blake asked in confusion. No, I just want to say that this eagle owl hasn't been fully trained yet. And a lot of wildness. It has been here for many days. It's not like no customers have taken a fancy to it. But it just doesn't want to go with any one of them. It still wants to attack people when it's angry. Blake looked at the eagle owl with a smile. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Goo goo. Eagle owl turned around and glanced at Blake. Then he turned his head to the other side. That's quite a character. It was Blake's first time seeing it. A mystical creature that was unaffected by his aura as an archdruid. Look. The clerk smiled apologetically. Why don't you buy a snowy owl? It's reliable and beautiful. No, I want this one. But how about this? If I can make it follow me, you can give me a 10% discount. Blake said with a smile. Sigh. The clerk tried to persuade him but to no avail. He said helplessly, this eagle owl is really difficult to deal with. How about this? It can't be sold even if it squats here. If you really have a way to make it follow you, then I'll give it to you. You're the one who said it. Okay. The clerk nodded. This owl had a huge appetite. It couldn't be sold. The shop had long wanted to get rid of it. After Blake and the clerk discussed it, they came in front of the eagle owl. They only said one sentence. Do you want to come home with me and eat meat for every meal? Or do you want to stay here and eat owl biscuits every day? The eagle owl turned its head with a swoosh. Blake smiled and said, let's go. Come home with me. He stretched out his right arm. The shop assistant and some customers who were watching the show sighed secretly. This boy seemed to be quite rich. But he wasn't very smart. You said a few words and the owl left with you? Even if it left with you, why don't you look at your skinny arms and legs? You can hold this giant eagle owl with one hand. Just when the shop assistant and the customers were having such thoughts, and also the onlookers all had the same thought. Flap, flap, flap. The eagle owl really flew over. Then it landed steadily on Blake's arm. The shop assistant. The onlooking customers. The shop assistant looked at the iron feed bag with a toothache. Blake blinked at the stunned shop assistant. Just like that, he left Ira's owl shop with the owl. Who is that boy? He's so strong. Yeah, but why did he say a few words? That eagle owl left with him? Yeah. It looks like the owl can understand what he's saying. Everyone in the shop was shocked. Unfortunately, the shop assistant and customers didn't give Blake any treasure chest. Blake didn't ask for a cage. How could you keep such a big bird in a cage? It would be better to let it be comfortable outside. Let's do something first. We'll eat meat when we get back. As Blake spoke, he handed a letter to the eagle owl. The eagle owl took the letter and flew away. He's quite a cold guy. Brack muttered to himself. He rushed to the magic wand shop. When Blake walked into Ollivander's magic wand shop, there was a big sign hanging on the magic wand shop that said temporarily closed. This was the first time in many years. When Blake walked in, Ollivander was still busy at the back of the shop. Mr. Ollivander? Oh, you're here. Ollivander walked out from the back. After not seeing him for a day, he looked much more haggard. It was as if he had aged 10 years. Wait a moment. I want to measure your data one last time. This is related to the material of your wand. Ollivander said and asked Blake to sit down. Then, he took out a strange ruler with several gemstones and handed it to Blake. Come on, wave it like a magic wand with all your might. Blake took the ruler obediently. Then, he waved it forcefully. Then, the gems on the ruler lit up one by one. In the end, bang! Reimbursement for the ruler. Ollivander. What was the point of testing when the tools were already broken? If that's the case, it might not be feasible to use wood as the body of the staff. How about? As Ollivander spoke, he went to the back and continued to work. Please wait a moment. I might look for you to test it later. If I'm lucky, you're going to have your own magic wand today. Blake nodded. Okay. If it were a few days ago, he would have been very excited. But now, in fact, he already had a very powerful wand. So he wasn't that excited. Of course, he didn't feel guilty towards Ollivander or anything. After all, he had designed a magic wand that he could use. It was also the ultimate challenge that Ollivander had given him. This was something that both of them were willing to do. Blake was a little bored as he took a book on the table and flipped through it. Chapter 38. Ollivander, there's a wand I don't recognize? That book was actually a notebook. It was recorded inside. The content seemed to be of wand studies. And looking at the scribbled handwriting inside, this must be some insights written by Mr. Ollivander. Blake closed the book. Since it was written by Mr. Ollivander's experience, then, without permission, it was better for him not to flip through it. His family had run a wand shop for so many years. There must be some trade secrets. Although the chances of trade secrets being casually placed on the counter were very low. But what if? At this moment, Mr. Ollivander happened to walk out with a new wand. He happened to see Blake close the book. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can read it. I'm going to publish an introductory wand study book. This is the draft I wrote. I was just looking for someone to help me read it. All right, there are still some materials over there. You can also try it yourself after reading the book. There's no other way. You might have to stay here for a long time today. Because there are a lot of things to test today. I can come out at any time for you to test. Blake nodded. Then, he took the ruler from Ollivander's hand skillfully. He waved it forcefully. It was the same as the previous ruler. All the gems lit up. Then, buzz. The ruler made a buzzing sound. However, there was no explosion. Ollivander's face revealed a look of surprise. Oh, that's great. This means that I've finally found a suitable material for your wand. The material has been decided, then. The next step will be easy. You'll definitely get your own wand today. Ollivander ran into the back excitedly again. After Blake saw Ollivander enter, he was slightly bored. He picked up the book and read it. The contents of the manuscript were easy to understand. It was indeed an introductory book to teach people the basics of wand studies. Blake was already proficient in beginner wand studies. On top of that, he also had a talent in the art of wands. This was a simple beginner's book. Naturally, he would understand it after reading it once. He could innovate after reading it twice. After reading the book, he saw that Ollivander hadn't come out yet. Blake came to a simple workbench with some materials on it. The study of wands and alchemy was somewhat related. It just so happened that Blake was also proficient in alchemy. Thus, he came up with several interesting ideas about combining wands and alchemy. It took shape in his mind. Blake couldn't wait to try it out. The little bit of boredom in his heart instantly vanished. Beck, help me get a chocolate pudding. Yes, little master. Beck almost fell asleep. Hearing the order, he immediately ran out excitedly. Take the money and go. After Beck went out, Blake picked up a carving knife. He began his experiment. He was going to make a magic wand that focused on attacking power. First of all, he had to choose the right materials. Unfortunately, there weren't many materials on the workbench to choose from. The staff was only made of a small piece of ebony wood. As for the core of the staff, Ollivander's core was made of 3 materials: phoenix tail feather, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair. He didn't even have these. There was only a small tuft of cheap horse-shaped water monster mane. This material was very unqualified as the core of the staff. It was an inferior material in the core of the staff. However, it was just right to use it as a practice material for newbies. This was also in Ollivander's beginner's book. It was one of the most cost-effective materials recommended for newbies to practice. Blake didn't care. He picked up the tool and started working. After an unknown amount of time, Blake picked up a wand that looked okay and nodded in satisfaction, although the material was a little bad. But with the help of alchemy, this wand was already considered very good. In order to increase the power of the wand, he recited some of the magical ancient texts that he had learned not long ago, such as runes. He used alchemy to engrave them directly on the inside of the wand. This was the simplest idea in Blake's mind just now. There was no other way. The materials were limited. If there were enough materials, he would choose to use the dragon heartstring as the core of the wand. Then, he would use mithril to embed the ancient runes into the wand. Then, he would use alchemy to wrap the wand with other materials that could adapt to magic power. That way, the power would be even greater. Blake looked at the wand in his hand. He was eager to try, although it looked like it could be used. But, if he didn't try, how would he know if it would succeed? However, he also knew his own situation. Although Dumbledore said that he just needed to take it easy, he could still use other wands. But, what if he didn't use enough strength? It would explode. This was the first wand he made. It would be a pity if it exploded. Blake hesitated again and again. In the end, he decided not to do it himself. He put down the wand. Then, he picked up the chocolate pudding beside him. The attentive Beck even came with a plate and a small spoon for the pudding. At this moment, suddenly, there was a ringing sound at the door. Someone had come in. Blake looked at the door strangely. Because today, Mr. Ollivander put up a closed sign. Usually, no customers came in. Why is it you again? Cassandra frowned. Do you not want to see me? Blake scratched his head. I thought you went home, Cassandra said. I came to find Mr. Ollivander to get my custom-made wand. Blake remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Well, Mr. Ollivander isn't free yet. Why don't you wait for a while? Cassandra gritted her teeth. Although she didn't really want to stay with this infuriating guy. But if she left just like that, wouldn't it mean that she was afraid of him? So, Cassandra sat on the bench again. She curiously glanced at Beck, who was standing next to her, drowsy. This is your house elf? Yes, Beck. Go and buy me 3 cups of watermelon juice. Yes. Beck, who received the order again, was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He rushed out of the door again. To be honest, compared to standing here and dozing off, he still preferred to run errands outside. Money. Give me the money. After seeing Beck off again, Blake sat back down on the workbench. He fiddled with the pile of materials. He was considering whether to make another one. Using another idea. What are you doing? Bored, Cassandra saw Blake busying himself. He couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm making a wand. Hey, by the way, can you help me test this wand? Blake didn't wait for Cassandra to object. Then, he stuffed the wand that he had personally made into her hand. Blake stared at her intently, said in Mr. Ollivander's voice, "Come, try it." Cassandra rolled her eyes. Thus, he casually waved his hand. Whew! A gentle breeze blew through the entire magic wand shop. Cassandra's long blonde hair was blown up. It was as if a ray of light had illuminated her face. Cassandra's eyes widened in surprise. This wand, it seemed like, it's pretty useful? Oh, this wand seems to suit you very well. Miss Worley. Mr. Ollivander walked out quickly. Maybe you don't need to have it custom-made. Let me see, which one is it? Then, Ollivander was dumbfounded. He had thought that Blake and Cassandra were bored. That was why he took his wand to try it out. Then, he happened to get a wand that suited Cassandra very well. But, Ollivander recognized any wand that he had made. But, he had never seen this wand before. Can I see it, Miss Worley? Cassandra handed the wand in her hand to Ollivander. After Ollivander took it, he carefully sized up the wand. Why does it feel like it's newly made? It also has the fragrance of wood. It hasn't even been covered with protective paint. Chapter 39. Cassandra, how can you know everything? A new wand. It's still in my shop. Ollivander looked at Blake in disbelief. Didn't you say that you could let me use the materials over there to practice? Blake scratched his head and said, You made this. Ollivander was dumbfounded. That's right. You've learned how to make a wand before? Ollivander asked in surprise. Nope. I've only read a few books about it. Then I tried to make it. Ollivander's eyes were about to pop out. Then, you made it. And you used the materials over there? Yes. Ollivander carefully checked the wand again. The body of the wand was made of black sandalwood. The core of the wand was indeed the mane of a horse-shaped water monster. Flowers bloom. Ollivander read. A flower immediately appeared at the tip of the wand. This. Ollivander looked at Blake in surprise. You can actually make a wand to such an extent with such an inferior wand core material? And it's your first time making a wand. Ding. Detected emotions of shock. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. To be honest, this wand in Ollivander's eyes, some of the details were still a little rough. But strangely, it had the same quality as other wands. This was a little unreasonable. I used some alchemy knowledge. Of course, there are also some runes. I engraved a few of them on the wand. Ollivander's interest was immediately piqued. Oh, which runes did you engrave? He had practiced combining alchemy and wands before. The effect was indeed very good. But combining wands and ancient texts? He really hadn't thought of it that way. This was a completely new topic. Just as the old man and the young man were chatting happily. Cough, cough. A clear cough interrupted their discussion. Cassandra couldn't take it anymore. It was fine that she was ignored last time. It was the same this time. As the genius magical girl of the Worley family, don't you care about your face? Oh, cough, cough. I'm very sorry, Miss Worley. Mr. Ollivander said somewhat embarrassedly. Clearly, he was aware of this as well. The key was that as long as Blake was here, she could always give him different surprises. Therefore, he always neglected Cassandra. The wand that was tailor-made for you is ready. I'll go get it now. Ollivander ran behind the counter again. Cassandra looked at Blake, who was still holding the wand in his hand. He couldn't help but ask, Is this really your first time making this wand? That's right. I was looking through Mr. Ollivander's book in the shop just now. Then he told me that I could use these materials to practice after I finished reading them. Then I made it. Blake didn't finish his sentence. Then, he felt a fragrant breeze coming from beside him. A figure sat down next to her. I want to try too. Then you should take a look at Mr. Ollivander's introductory book first. Ding. Anger from embarrassment detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. After Cassandra got her wand, she didn't leave directly. She didn't even try. Instead, she picked up Ollivander's manuscript and read it seriously. Ollivander didn't object. His introductory book. He originally wanted others to give him their opinions. He wanted to know why he wrote it like this. Could others understand it? Blake had read it before. But the opinions of a monster like him, it was simply unreferential. Relatively speaking, Cassandra was the real beginner. So, after Ollivander measured Blake's data, he went back to the back to get busy again. Little master, the watermelon juice is here. Beck walked into the shop. He was holding a tray in his hand. There were 3 cups of watermelon juice on the tray. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Blake casually picked up a glass of watermelon juice. Oh, Little Master actually praised Beck. He said that Beck had worked hard. Little Master is really the best master in the world. Okay. You send a glass to that young lady. You can drink the rest of the glass yourself. Oh, there's a glass for Beck to drink? Little Master, stop. Don't say any more. This is an order. Blake hurriedly stopped him from continuing to go crazy. Beck hurriedly shut his mouth. He snapped his fingers. On the tray, a glass of watermelon juice slowly floated to the table where Cassandra was reading attentively. Then he took a glass for himself. He hid in the corner and drank happily. Okay, I'm done reading. Cassandra put down the manuscript. Then she went straight to the workbench. She was ready to start working. I can't do it. At this moment, Cassandra didn't know. The thoughts in her heart had already changed from the original. I must be better than him. If it becomes me, I will definitely be able to do it. However, how could making a magic wand be a simple matter? As a beginner, Cassandra, she couldn't even cut the body of the wand well. The body of the magic wand was made of wood with magic power. Therefore it could only be cut by hand. It was impossible to use magic to make it. But how could you expect a young lady to know such meticulous carpentry? Even Blake. It was also because of his proficiency in beginner magic wand that he could make the body of the wand so good looking. Ahem. You're holding the knife in the wrong way. You should cut along the texture. No, you're cutting too much. Originally, Cassandra was very dissatisfied with Blake's blabbering, but she didn't understand the main point at all. Only after reluctantly listening to Blake's words, only then could he be considered to have successfully mastered it. However, her culinary skills were indescribable. After a long time, it was covered with wooden thorns. The body of the magic staff was full of holes. She appeared in front of Cassandra. It was even curved, although there were also curved wands, but they were bent on purpose. As for her, it was because she couldn't straighten it. Cassandra looked at the body of her wand. He then looked at the exquisite wand that Blake had just made. What did it mean that there would be no harm if there was no comparison? He had only spent so little time. Just like that, a complete wand was completed. And she. However, even the most basic part of the staff's body was not completed. Ding. Depression detected. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver treasure chest. Actually, as a beginner, you're already pretty good. Blake was telling the truth. Strictly speaking, he was not a beginner. With the help of the system, he was already at the level of a qualified wand craftsman, coupled with his own ingenious ideas. Naturally, it was a success. Blake picked up Cassandra's terrible wand body. He picked up the carving knife and skillfully modified it. Under his hands, the body of the wand gradually became beautiful. Cassandra's eyes widened as she watched. How do you know everything? Cassandra looked at Blake in despair. No, I only know a little. Know a little? Who are you lying to? If you really only know a little about it, then you can shock Mr. Ollivander with your first time making a wand? Cassandra, who had always been strong. Once again, she was defeated by Blake. A strange feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 40. Mithril Wand. Seeds of Cassandra. All right, it's finally done. Mr. Ollivander rushed out from behind. He interrupted Cassandra's thoughts. Give it a try. Don't take pity on him. Cast the spell with all your might. Blake put down the carving knife. He looked at the wand in Ollivander's hand. It was a silver wand. It was about 13 inches. It looked like it was made of some kind of metal. Blake took the wand. He felt that his hand was heavy. This wand was not light. The body of the wand is made of mithril. Using the wooden body of the wand, it can't withstand your full force casting at all. Blake held the handle of the wand. At first, he felt that it felt okay. He raised the wand. He pointed to a stool beside the counter. Whoosh! The next second, the chair turned into an exquisite sofa. Cassandra saw this scene. She gritted her teeth fiercely. Blake looked at the wand in his hand in surprise. It felt very good. Moreover, it was indeed very compatible with him. The key thing was, after he injected his magic power into it, the body of the wand was still stable. There was no explosion. Blake finished testing it. Then he raised the wand again. He waved it forcefully. This time, he used all his strength, both in terms of magic and physical. Whoosh! The sound of the wand cutting through the air rang out. Then, a crisp buzzing sound came from the wand. Buzz! The body of the mithril wand trembled for a moment. It slowly quieted down. The magic wand actually withstood the attack. Moreover, Blake also felt that this wand had increased his magic spell, although it was not as abnormal as the custom-defined wand increase. But there was indeed an increase. It was much better than an ordinary wand. Ah! How wonderful! Mithril is indeed a good material. It's a pity that not everyone can use it. If you don't have enough magic power, mithril will absorb magic power instead. In other words, this is a wand that can only be used by you. No one else can use it. Ollivander's words. Blake understood. In other words, this wand was like a heavy broadsword, although it could cut the hair. However, it wasn't something that just anyone could carry. In the evening, Leaky Cauldron Bar. Dumbledore looked at Beck, who was standing at the side. Is this the house elf you were talking about, Beck? Yes. Blake nodded. I want him to stay. Because if he is chased back by me, he will be very miserable in the future. Then stay here. Dumbledore nodded. Although Grindelwald sent a house elf, he was very dissatisfied. But this was indeed more thoughtful of Grindelwald. He was so similar to Gucci. It was indeed rare for him to be by Blake's side. He could indeed take good care of Blake's life, and he showed kindness to Blake. He felt gratified. He was actually thinking of the house elf. How nice. Because Blake had already obtained his wand. Therefore, he had no reason to continue staying in Diagon Alley. Therefore, he had to return to Godric Hollow at night. The past few days had been quite fulfilling, the kind that had a lot of gains. It was a pity that the seed that he had been thinking about, but he didn't buy it. After dinner, Blake went back to his room and began to pack his luggage. Of course, when he returned to his room, he found that his luggage had been completely packed by Beck. Blake smiled approvingly at Beck. There was a house elf. It could indeed save him a lot of trouble. Flutter. The sound of flapping wings was heard. An owl flew in from outside the window. It stopped directly on the table. At first, Blake thought it was his eagle owl. He didn't expect it to be a small owl. It had a small cloth bag in its mouth. After seeing Blake, it threw the small cloth bag on the table. Then it flew away. Blake opened the cloth bag curiously. Inside, he saw a large pile of seeds in a messy manner. They were the ones that he had been thinking about. Blake was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly covered his mouth. If Dumbledore saw these things, they would definitely be confiscated. At this moment, he found a note in the small bag. I have a lot of these seeds at home. You're the only one who hasn't seen the world and wants them so much. Well, seeing that you're so pitiful, I just packed some for you. Take it or leave it. Signed, Cassandra Worley. Blake looked at the small note with a stunned expression. He didn't expect it. The seeds that he had been thinking about, the seeds that he thought would be difficult to get, they were actually sent over by Cassandra. At night, Blake stayed in his room. He silently opened the system space. He looked at the 9 silver treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest in the system space and fell into deep thought. The system's rule of dropping treasure chests. The stronger the target's personal ability, the more intense the emotions. The probability of dropping treasure chests would increase. At the same time, the probability of dropping high-quality treasure chests would increase. In other words, a very important factor. That was luck. If he was unlucky, even if it was Dumbledore's emotions, there was also a possibility of failing to draw treasure chests. Therefore, although these few days have been very fulfilling, but my luck has been very bad, there is obviously a higher probability of dropping gold treasure chests and above. Blake shook his head helplessly. It was a matter of luck. He had no choice. System. Open 9 silver treasure chests in one go. Blake didn't want to waste time. This time, he directly opened 9 in a row. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining beginner mastery of magical zoology. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining beginner mastery of potions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 experience points in herbology. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining beginner mastery of prophecy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 experience points in transformation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced prophecy talent. As the host already has a superb prophecy talent, the reward is automatically converted to 1,000 experience points in prophecy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 experience points in potions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mutated devil's web seed. Blake looked at the 9 rewards. He frowned slightly. Experience points? This was the first time he heard this word from the system. If there were experience points, did it mean that the system actually have an experience bar? But where was the experience bar? Blake remembered the keyword experience from before. Then he shouted tentatively. Experience bar? The system didn't respond. Skill experience? The system still didn't respond. Then, the system panel? Ding. Opening the system panel for the host. He looked at the virtual screen in front of him. Blake's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, System manual. Ding. System manual download failed.